So when we talk about the EWM organization structure, the ACC or the S4 organization structure also becomes very much relevant because the EWM organizational structure itself is there right from defining the warehouse number and going ahead from there. But we also need to ensure that the configuration is being performed in the ECC environment or the S4 environment as well. Now, as you can see in the slide over here, what it is showing is the linkages between how the different organization units are mapped within each other. So you can see a company code having a couple of plans and one plan having a couple of storage locations. As you guys can see, from a storage location perspective, within a plant, we are defining storage locations, and the warehouse number that you can see over here is the ECC warehouse number. So the ECC warehouse number is a 3-character warehouse number, as you can see. And whenever we are defining an EWM warehouse, so it is always a 4-character warehouse number. Okay. So in terms of whether are we going to define a company code, obviously we're not going to define a company code. Are we going to create the plan? We're not going to create a plan. Okay. In certain projects, I've seen that yes, storage locations might be created by the EWM consultants on the ECC side, but most of the cases it will be done by the procurement team or the MM team. Yeah. So as you can see over here, this particular slide talks about the assignment relations. So what it says is that a plant and storage location combination can be assigned to only one warehouse, whereas a warehouse can be assigned to multiple plants and storage location combinations, right? So simple example. Now, let's say I've got a I'm having a manufacturing, I'm a manufacturing organization, and I've got different distribution center warehouses across the country. So what I'll be doing is that when I'm manufacturing, so it will not be just one manufacturing plant, it can be multiple manufacturing plants, right? So there can be a manufacturing plant in Chennai, there can be a manufacturing plant in Gurgaon, or maybe one towards Kolkata. So the warehouses can be linked to these multiple plants, obviously, because those warehouses are distribution centers, and whatever goods are being manufactured across all these different regions will be pushed into this warehouse into the distribution center. From there, it will be dispatched to the consumers or further, if it needs to be sent to any other location or different warehouse, it can be done through that as well. So therefore, a warehouse can be assigned to multiple plants and storage location, but a particular plant and storage location combination is assigned to a warehouse only. Okay. Then single warehouses could be tied to multiple plants, even if the plants are assigned to multiple company codes. So yes, so generally, as you are aware, the company codes can be different varying on the nature of business in terms of geographies as well. So it depends on how the company does its financial layout in terms of the SAP setup. And then based on different taxation requirements as well. So a single warehouse can be linked to multiple plants from different company codes. So the system doesn't restrict you when you're doing that particular assignment. So in this particular diagram, you can see that again, it is showing a plant and then different storage locations within a plant, and then the assignment to the ECC warehouse and then the EWM warehouse. And as I had mentioned earlier, the EWM warehouse would be a 4-character warehouse number. Now, how does the naming convention go ahead? It depends on the organization. Again, certain organizations, like to put it, suppose I've got a warehouse in Chennai, as I had mentioned, and I've got a warehouse in Kolkata. So maybe I want to mention CH01, say for example. So that is my Chennai warehouse. So if I've got a warehouse in Kolkata, so it is KL01. So it depends. There's no such restriction, limitation in terms of the naming nomenclature. Generally, it does what I have experienced so far in my little experience that I have. Mostly the initial characters do resemble or do talk about the location of the warehouse. Okay, and then also, so what happens is that if you see the different storage locations over here, so there is one storage location which is which is mentioned as ROD, and then there's one storage location which is maintained as AFS and for prod, and then for finance, and then for IM. Now, generally from an EWM perspective, we do have separate storage locations when we are receiving the goods. The logic behind that is that once we receive the goods are not available for sale to the customer because it might need to go through different quality checks, and it might need to go through some extra packaging if required. And then finally, all those checks, all those extra packaging, some new labeling if required for a particular customer, say for example, all those things are done, only then it is available for sale. That means only that particular product can be sold to the customer. So later on, once we will proceed ahead in terms of the course curriculum, you will see how the storage location is linked in EWM. So because in EWM, we don't directly deal with storage locations, but yes, we do deal with a middleman known as availability group. Now, these are the prerequisites, ECC configurations that are mentioned in terms of creation of company code. As I mentioned, these are things that are generally not done by EWM consultants. This will be done by the consultants responsible for their respective modules. So it will be company code again, generally is being done by finance, FICO, and then plan can be done by FICO again, it can be done by MM. Then the assignment of the plan to company code again not being done by EWM, maintenance of storage location again, MM, creation of shipping points, assignment of shipping points to plan, creation of plan as customer, and creation of plan as vendor. Now, these two particular things, yes, that is something which is being required to be done from an EWM consultant's perspective when we are maintaining the business partner, yeah, S4 side. So in cases where the integration is not with S4 and it's a decentralized version with ECCA and in, another version of EWM, in that case, you need to maintain it as a customer and then it will migrate into EWM as a business partner. So over here, what it's talking about is defining the warehouse number first, and then the assignment of the warehouse number to the plant and storage location. So what we'll do in this case, we'll quickly jump to the SAP site inside the system and have a look as well in terms of how it looks and feels. Now, since most of you people who are new to EWM, yes, this is something that you guys will be seeing for the first time maybe, and people who have already been working in EWM, again, as I said, this might be something which is very basic, but please bear with it since it's the audience is a mixed audience. Okay. So we go to logistics general. Sorry, my bad. Logistics execution, and then definition of the warehouse number. So over here, you can see there is this warehouse which I had just created in terms of creation because I was just checking whether the connections and everything is working on this test server or not. So I created this test warehouse ET1. In your case, if you want to create your own warehouse, and I would expect that you guys do that and practice that, you can copy it from this warehouse as well, or you can copy it from this warehouse as well, 171. Okay, EWM Cross Industries, you can use this warehouse also as a reference warehouse number. Okay, so this is nothing where I'm just defining the ECC warehouse number. So as I said, the other objects that were being shown in the presentation, like storage location and all those things. So that is something which is generally created by the MM team. But since most of you have got experience in MM, there's no harm in creating a storage location over here. So whenever you guys are practicing, either you copy an existing plan, you know how to do it. So while going to define logistic general, just take the plan and copy the plan, and you create new storage locations. Okay, so what I did was, in my case, I did not create a new plan. I just, sorry, my bad. 1710 is the plan. And I just created two new storage locations available for sale and ROD receiving on dock. So these are the two storage locations which I have generated. These are the pre-existing ones already, because as I mentioned, I have not created a new plan. But I would suggest if you guys want to do it, you can just copy this plan and create your own plan as well. And then you can map your own storage locations as well. So once the you're aware that the plant storage location is in place, the warehouse number has been defined, the ECC warehouse number. The next thing that we need to do is in terms of the assignment. Now, when we go towards assignment, so again, we go to logistics execution, and over here, assignment of warehouse number to plant and storage location. So over here, you can see there are multiple entries. And for my storage location and warehouse number, I have done this combination. Okay. So I've created these storage locations, EWM1 and ROD, and I have mapped it to my ECC warehouse number, ET1. Now, once I'm done with this definition and assignment, so a very important configuration is the assignment of the ECC warehouse number to the EWM warehouse number. Now, this is something which needs to be performed. So we will just scroll down where exactly it is, where you get to see that as well. So you can see over here, there is this configuration node, assignment of warehouse number, to EWM warehouse number. Now you can see for my warehouse ET1, the EWM warehouse number which I have defined is ET01. Now, this particular configuration generally, since you guys are already experienced in working in SAP, so you guys are aware that there is a check which happens whenever you're trying to configure something, right? So say, for example, if you're creating a storage location and you enter a plant number, if that plant number does not exist, then what happens is that the system will show you an error stating the table name and telling you that this plant does not exist in this particular table, right? But in this configuration, the system doesn't call an RFC and check the EWM system. Now, you guys, now the version on which I'm showing you, this is an embedded version. Okay, this is not a decentralized version of EWM. This is an embedded version. Now, in the embedded version, it's just one single box, but still, we still define EWM as a separate logical system. Now, as we progress ahead, in today's curriculum as well, you will understand that how the master data is flowing between EWM and ECC or S4, and how the transactional data flows. Okay, so there are RFC checks which happens, but in this case, even if I have not defined the warehouse number, the system is not going to do an RFC call and check whether this particular 4-character warehouse number exists in EWM or not. Right? So that means it's an independent activity. Even if you have not started your EWM configuration, you can start pushing your warehouse number. Okay, but make sure that you push in the same warehouse number which you guys are going to use in EWM as well. So apart from that, another important thing is the configuration of the EWM specific parameters. Now, if I go inside, now this is something, so whenever you're defining a warehouse, the system doesn't understand whether this warehouse is an EWM warehouse or not. Now, this is for the data which is being created in ECC or S4. This data flows into EWM. So we will be going through that as well. And what is generally the flow? We'll go through that as well. Now, for this data to flow, which has been created, say, for example, from an inbound scenario perspective, a purchase order gets created in ECC or S4. Against the purchase order, you create an inbound delivery. And from once the inbound delivery is created, this delivery gets replicated to EWM. Now, whether this delivery gets replicated to EWM or not is based on a couple of settings, okay, or configurations. Now, this configuration setup is over here, as you can see, is something where we are defining the warehouse as an EWM warehouse. Because when I define the warehouse, the system understands that as a local WM warehouse. This entry automatically will come in over here in this configuration. The moment you define a warehouse, automatically the entry would look something like this, which you can see over here on your screen. It will be coming up as local WM. So what we need to do, if we are configuring an EWM warehouse, we need to select this drop-down button over here, and then we need to select extended warehouse management. I mean, generally, if you see in projects, 100 is being used for golden clients, right? Where we are doing the configuration, generally. In the if you talk about development system, then the development system 100 will generally be the golden client. But then as you progress ahead, and it depends on organization to organization, how many different layers you have before it reaches production. So if you have got a development server, and then you have got a quality server, then you have got a different server, say for example, for UAT, I've seen projects where they don't have different servers for UAT, they have to get the same quality server. And then it depends on your setup, like how many boxes you have defined in the system, on your licenses and all those things. So it's not generic, this 100 client. But what I have observed is, yes, the golden clients generally where we are doing configuration will be client 100. So you can see over here, are you following my cursor? So you can see over here the plan on the storage location. The plan is 1710 and the storage location is EWM1. These two combinations were assigned to this particular warehouse, right? ET1.
Yeah.
So the system automatically determines this warehouse number. Once it
Okay.
determines this warehouse number, then I will now show you after this, after we discuss, after we are done with this configuration, I'll show you what is called a distribution model, based on which the system actually sends the delivery or replicates the delivery into EWM. From a transactional perspective, we still have to create, so from a system setup perspective, inside that box, there are still two logical systems which are created.
Okay.
So the transaction, for the transaction data to flow, it still calls RFCs. So as you can see, this is one important configuration that we need to ensure that this, since this is a ECC warehouse, so it will be you need to select it as an EWM warehouse. Now this distribution model, if you can see over here, so this is something generally, it depends again on clients. There are certain clients, from my experience, I've seen they've used top distribution as well. And if you select this option, distribution immediately, so the moment the document is generated and saved, the document will immediately replicate. The queue will be generated. The RFC queue will be generated to send the information or to create the delivery into EWM. The moment you set it up as distribute immediate. But if you put a stop distribution, so what you can do, you can put in conditions. If you use stop distribution, you can put in conditions, or there are certain bodies also provided by SAP where you can define your own conditions within that body, that only when this particular thing happens, the delivery should be distributed. Say, for example, from an outbound scenario perspective, I'm giving you an example. In one of my projects, the delivery was only distributed once the shipment, which is assigned to the delivery, is checked in. So once the truck arrives, so generally the shipment is associated with trucks, right? So say for example, the truck has arrived at the location, and then the truck, after all the checks are being done for the truck and the driver, the truck is checked in. So the moment the shipment is checked in, only then the distribution happens. So in those cases, what I'll do, I use stop distribution and write my own conditions in the button. Okay. But again, I've also seen projects where they have used this distribution immediately as well. So once we are done with that, so there are other checkpoints as well. So what I expect you guys to do is, tomorrow's session, I'm going to check with you guys whether you guys have gone through this or not. So there are certain settings over here related to batch determination for EWM, related to goods receipt for EWM. Then again, this communication methodology basically is how you want the transactional communication to happen between ECC as well as with EWM. Okay, so it will be queued and serialized asynchronous. So the communication methodology that is being used from a transaction data perspective. So why I'm emphasizing on transactional data, because for the master data, the mode of communication that will be used for the replication between ECC to EWM and again from EWM to ECC is not RFCs for master data. But yes, for transactional data like outbound deliveries, inbound deliveries, and production orders, it will be generated through queues. So now, in short form, we call it queues, but these are basically queued RFCs. Okay, so queued remote function call. So what we mean by queue is basically when I'm creating a delivery and saving it, that is one queue which gets generated. Now, an inbound delivery, say for example. Now, once I do the goods receipt against that inbound delivery, there will be a queue which will be generated to update this delivery back into ECC from EWM. So that is the number one queue. The next queue that will happen is if I'm doing the put away as well. So once I do the goods receipt, that is one step. And after I do the goods receipt, say for example, I'm directly doing the put away. In that case, that is the second step. That means the system will generate two queues, one for goods receipt and the other one for put away. Any changes in the delivery I make, I can do that in EWM as well, in terms of quantity and other things. So that thing also once I make the changes in EWM, the delivery changes will flow back into ACC again through queued RFCs. Okay. So once I show you guys the screen, people who have not seen it in EWM will understand like what I'm talking about. Okay. So, but the mode of communication is queued and serialized asynchronous communication. Okay. Now, apart from that, one thing also in all of these checkbox that I've asked you to check is delivery change. Now, this is something which was earlier not there. Once you create a delivery, it gets replicated to EWM. Then you cannot make any further changes in the ECC delivery unless and until you change the distribution status. Okay, so what happens is that within a delivery, so there is a distribution status, so which is at the header level. So you can see over here in my screen if you guys are following. So this is the distribution status which says it is distributed. So earlier, what used to happen that the system, the ECC system does not allow you if the delivery is in a distributed status. So then from a troubleshooting perspective, what we need to do, we need to reset the delivery status and then make the changes in ECC delivery. Suppose we are trying to align certain things between ECC and EWM. So, but now with this, with the S4HANA versions, so you get this delivery change option over here as well. Okay. So the rest I will leave it up to you. You guys can have a look into it. I have gone through the important part over here. So I will quickly do a quick check tomorrow. Take it as an assessment or whatever. So I will just do a quick check with you guys tomorrow regarding these other checks that are there. Now, once you configure the EWM specific parameters, the most important thing is that now after doing all these settings as well, the delivery, if I create the inbound delivery, is not going to go into the EWM system. Okay. So what I mean by the EWM system is for EWM, the inbound delivery transactions are completely different, right? So if I suppose create a delivery after doing all these configurations and I don't do that last bit of configuration, the system is not still going to push the delivery into the EWM logical system. Now let us have a look into that particular setup. Okay. So what I will do is I will directly use a transaction code. So this transaction code is actually not mentioned in this slide. So if you guys want to note it down, it's up to you. You can note it down as well. So this is a shortcut basically. You can go through the config note as well, but I prefer using this transaction. So I'll directly reach over here. Okay. So the transaction is /SPE/OIL19. Okay. And there's a configuration note as well in EWM, which you guys can go through to reach the same screen over here. Okay. Now the screen that you can see over here, we need to enter our ECC warehouse number. Now the logical system of SAP EWM. Now this logical system is the EWM system number which you need to provide, not the S4 or the ECC system. It's the logical system of SAP EWM. Okay. So let me quickly show you. We go to SC16. You have to note it down, this table hole, because this is also not provided in the curriculum. So this is the distribution model table DBT06. Okay. And object value, I will push in my warehouse number since I've already generated the distribution model. Okay. So over here, this is how the model, this is the database table for this distribution model that we are going to, the transaction that we were seeing earlier. So the moment we create it, this is the table where it comes and hits. So over here, you can see this is the sender system. Okay. So this is the sender system, logical system. So this is the S4HCLNP100 is the logical system defined for the S4 environment or the ECC environment. Okay. And the receiver system, you see the difference, it is S4H EWM100. Okay. So whenever we are generating, now when you guys are practicing, you guys need to push in this particular, the EWM logical system over here, S4H EWM100. Okay. And then the distribution model view, you need to select EWM. So this model has already been generated. This distribution model has already been generated. So over here, there are different objects: inbound delivery, outbound delivery, production material request. So these, as I mentioned, these are the three things generally which is flowing from a transactional data perspective from S4 or ECC to the EWM system. So inbound delivery, you guys are all aware. Outbound delivery, you guys are all aware. Now, the production material request is basically the process order or the manufacturing order or the production order going in. Once it hits EWM, it is known as production material request. So when we are going to cover that topic, I'm going to talk a bit more about this particular document and how it helps us in doing the staging to the production supply areas in a manufacturing scenario where they have got a manufacturing plan. Okay. Now, you generally, when we are setting it up for our warehouse, we are going to select all the objects. We're not going to do it one by one. Yes, we are going to select the video button for all and then click on create entries. So after that, what we're going to do, we're going to execute it. Now, for this particular warehouse, I've already created the distribution. I'm not created, I've generated the distribution model for this particular warehouse. So what I'll do, I'll click on check entries over here and see whether everything is correct for this warehouse or not. When we say this, so what exactly happens in the backend, or what are the objects which are responsible for this? So let's quickly go and check that. Okay. So to check that again, this transaction, please note it down. It is BD64. So people who are already working in EWM, you guys will be aware about all these things. Again, I know it's very repetitive. I'm extremely sorry for that. But for people who are new to EWM, so please make sure that you guys are noting down these transactions as well. Okay. So you can see over here. So I've used this EWM logical system S4H EWM 100. So within this, you can see these are the different BAPIs. Now, what are BAPIs? The BAPIs are basically preset programming interfaces, which are defined for the ECC delivery. Once it is saved, the structures are predefined and it will push and create the queue for the EWM environment. Okay, so you can see there's one BAPI for delivery itself, one is for quantity reduction, one is for saving the delivery, the other one is for inbound delivery change, then inbound delivery saving, and then we have got one for the manufacturing side or the production side. Okay, so these BAPIs are basically responsible. So these are preset BAPIs. You guys don't have to create it. Yes, these BAPIs are standard BAPIs. You just need to know the assignment. Okay. So once, if it's a new system, brand new system, like an empty box, this is a one-time activity in terms of setting up over here in this transaction. Remember that. Okay. Unless and until you guys have got different logical systems, like I've also seen this in one of my projects where the projects are too huge and then geographically. And therefore, what they have done is that they have defined different logical systems as sending and receiving systems as well. And what happens at the end of the day, that you will be having different distribution models for that, right? But the objects over here that you can see, it's going to be the same, okay? So you just need to click on this button over here that you see, the display and edit button. So it goes into the edit mode. So right now, the screen that you guys were seeing was the display mode. So once we are here in the edit mode now, and from here you can start creating your model. So the model is nothing but the model name over here that you see. The way EWM has been mentioned, you can keep it as keep it like that, EWM test 1, test 2, whatever, and you can give in your own technical name as well. But again, this is something which is, as I mentioned, this is supposed to be done only when you're doing a brand new implementation. If you guys if you guys are doing a rollout project, then in that case, the distribution model should already be set. So you guys don't have to do this step. Okay. So once you create the model, then you start adding the BAPIs. Okay. So the BAPIs are nothing but the same. So you just pushing your model number. The sending client will be the ECC or the S4 client, the logical system. Then the receiving client will be the EWM client. And then you add the object over here and the method. That's it. So that is for the object and the method. Again, is something. What are the objects and the methods? These are the objects and the methods. Now, as you saw that we have used that transaction earlier to generate the distribution model. This is creation of the distribution model. And then what we saw in that transaction was generating the distribution models for our warehouse number. So whenever you guys are doing the test in this environment, you guys will be generating it. Or if you want to create your own distribution model, it's up to you. Okay, there's nothing stopping you from doing that as well. Okay, so over here, if you can see, now this is the This is one of the distribution models, and over here you can see the BAPI. So within the BAPI, there are these filters. So what does this filter contain? It contains the warehouse number. So you can see our warehouse number ET1 and 171 are present in this filter. So the same thing that this is something once you guys create your own ECC warehouse and you generate it for this particular distribution model. So your warehouse number will also come in all the filter groups of these different BAPIs. Okay. Now, based on this BAPI only, this is the, as I mentioned, this is the most important setup. The system generates the queue. Okay. And the queue for inbound delivery. You can see there are for different things, the different BAPIs are there. For outbound delivery, the moment you create outbound delivery, this is the BAPI which is used, save replica. For inbound delivery, this is the BAPI which is being used. And the communication flows vice versa. Because from an inbound scenario perspective, once the inbound delivery is created, it gets distributed to EWM. All the execution activities against inbound delivery is going to be performed in EWM, not in ECC or S4. Like the goods receipt, the unloading, then any checks, any quality checks, everything is going to be performed in EWM. And then the file put away as well. So once that is being done, the information will flow back into ECC and it will update the delivery on ECC. So on ECC side, nobody is going to work on the delivery. The delivery execution part for inbound or for outbound is going to happen in EWM. So generally what happens is that when we are defining all these logical systems, yes, it is something that the functional consulting should be aware of. But let me tell you this, that in most of the cases, these activities are not done by the EWM consultants, functional consultants, because basis, so there's, as you guys are aware, there are roles which might be assigned to a particular consultant. Now, basis will be restricting certain things which we will not have access to. Okay. So naming the logical system is different. So this is something which we might have access to as well. I've seen projects where they have allowed the functional consultants to do it, and I've seen projects where the basis team is performing this, even the definition of the logical systems. So I can see over here. So this is one of the this is the one which has been defined S4HANA 100, which is the client for S4 HANA, and this is the one for EWM S4H EWM 100. Right. So once you define the logical system, then you assign the logical system to a client. Now, this is again something, this transaction specially, basis generally does not give access to functional consultants because this is SCC1. So if we have access to this client, basically, I can also, this particular transaction is SCC1. So using this transaction, actually, I can control whether whenever I'm making changes. So if you guys have, since you guys have got so much experience, you are aware of about open client. So I can control it using this transaction itself. In the client, I will just, if I put this radio button to changes without automatic recording, the client opens up. And then what happens is that it doesn't ask for a transport request whenever I'm making any configuration changes. It doesn't ask for any transport request. So there's no recording of the changes that are happening. Okay. So over here, it's not like that. So when you guys are practicing, kindly don't change this setup as well in the server. Okay. So this is something generally we are not doing, but again, this is a step which is mentioned over here. So you guys can go through it. Okay. Then specify SAP APO release. So this is something again which has so this is basically a system APO release information, which is not supposed to be done by us, but again done by the basis team. But again, this is a configuration which is there, which you guys should be aware about. Okay. And then comes and this is something which you don't have to do which you don't have to check for every warehouse. This is just a one-time activity, the system setup activity that needs to be performed. Setting up of RFC destination. So this is again something which is generally not done by functional consultants. Okay. So within ABAP connection, you can see if you go over here. So, all the setup will be done, the logon security and everything will be mapped over here. And then after this is being done, you can do a connections test as well. Okay, so to check whether the pinging is working or not correctly. And the connection test is successful, as you can see over here. But then again, this, as I mentioned, even this particular access generally will not be provided because the setup and everything will be again done by the basis team. Okay. But yes, you need to mention that this is something which needs to be done, because certain basis teams, they will not be aware that this setup needs to be done. So what they will say that you please let us know what is the setup that needs to be done, and then accordingly they will do that setup. Then in terms of target system and queue type, you can see over here. So this is the logical system, and if you see the option over here, so the transactional events are active. So this is the option, and this is the option which is generally needed to be selected when you are using this part of the configuration. And over here as well, so the queue type, so I stands for inbound queues. Now, when you're working in a decentralized environment, you would see even for outbound queues as well, the setup. But since this is an embedded system, so the queue that is being set is for an inbound queue only. Okay, so later once I start showing you transactions, the transaction flows, then you will understand this whole queue thing for people who have not worked on queues. Now, once this is done, this is again this particular setup that you guys can see over here. This is something which needs to be done on the ECC side. This is not again an EWM configuration. This is an EWM configuration within the ECC side. Okay, so to go into this, you need to go into integration with other SAP components. I'm repeating this. And within integration with other SAP components, you need to select extended warehouse management. And within extended warehouse management, basic settings for setting up the system landscape. Now, once we are done with all these things, let us move into SCM extended warehouse management. That means EWM. Now, this is from where the EWM configuration is going to start. So the first one is very simple. So you can see the EWM processes are being classified over here in separate nodes, parent nodes, you can see. So there is one node for master data, one for goods receipt process, goods issue process, internal warehouse processes, cross-process settings, material flow system, labor management, billing, document appointment scheduling, monitoring interfaces, mobile data entry, and then business admins. Okay. So each parent node, if you open up, has got its own sub-nodes over here. And as we cover each and every process, inbound, outbound, you will see that we are jumping into each and every node that is being specified over here. Okay. So within master data, we'll start off with defining the warehouse number. Now, which warehouse number? The EWM warehouse number, not the ECC warehouse number. The ECC warehouse number we've already defined. So this is the EWM warehouse number, ET01, and this is the description of the warehouse number. Okay. So you guys, whenever you guys are doing the testing, please make sure that you guys create your own warehouse number, and you can push it as maybe since you guys like say for example Praveen warehouse 1 or something like that. You can use your nomenclature, easier to identify, right? Because so many people have been creating it. So once the warehouse number is defined in EWM, and always remember it's a 4-character warehouse number, not the 3-character one like the one which we have defined in ECC or S4. Okay. Moving ahead, it's going to be the assignment of the warehouse number. Now, coming to the assignment of the warehouse number, so let us go into the ET01. What you can see over here, this is the supply chain unit which I'm assigning, and then I've got the party entitled to dispose and the owner. What exactly is this supply chain unit? Yeah. So the supply chain unit is something which is an APO object, number one. So you guys must be aware that there is a SAP module, which is APO, and EWM actually comes out from this APO box itself. So the supply chain unit is an APO object which is assigned whenever a particular each and every document that is being generated in EWM, the supply chain unit gets assigned to it. Now, this supply chain unit also defines that the warehouse performs what kind of activities, because every warehouse is different, right? Every warehouse will not be having all kinds of functionalities, physical functionalities within the warehouse. Okay. So you need to define those physical business attributes which are performed within the warehouse, and that is something which you define not at the warehouse level, but at the supply chain unit level. And this supply chain unit in turn needs to be assigned over here in this configuration. So to go and maintain, so before you assign it, obviously, you need to maintain the supply chain unit. Maintenance, sorry, my bad. Maintenance of the supply chain unit is not a configuration, it is a master data. It is a part of the EWM master data which needs to be maintained during the initial setup of your warehouse. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll use the transaction. So I will just push in the transaction over here as well. So for the supply chain unit that we had created, so this is SCO ET01 for the ET01 warehouse. And when you're creating a supply chain unit, you would see that the first thing that comes in over here is the type. Now, what does this type signify? Okay, so let's do an F4 and see what options does it have. So 1001 says it's a production plant. 1002 is a distribution center. Now, my warehouse can just be a distribution center as well, right? As I had given an example very early in the session today, that there might be cases where the warehouses are just purely distribution centers. There is no manufacturing plant attached to it. So in that case, I can select it as 1002 as well. Then supply chain units can be shipping points as well. Whenever we have got shipping points, which we are using in EWM, say for example, once we are discussing that topic, I will be discussing it more in detail. A supply chain unit gets created for the shipping part as well. Okay. And then from warehouse perspective, you have 1008, which is purely just a warehouse. And the system doesn't stop you if you select 1008 also, and still there are production activities which are happening in that warehouse. The system does not stop you from that. I will show you once we are discussing the business attributes which we define within the supply chain unit. Okay. And then you have for customer, for vendor, all these things as well. You've got supply chain units which get generated. Let's see for our supply chain unit, what has been maintained. For our supply chain unit, it is maintained as 1008, which is a warehouse. And over here in the generic data, in the general data tab, you can see you've got the geographical data in terms of longitude and latitude. And then over here in the address section, you've got, you can maintain whatever you want to maintain over here. So whatever country or region is being maintained over here, so that is going to be considered in terms of the timing as well for the warehouse, right? So all the activity, all the timings will be considered based on that. And over here in the alternative section is where we assign the business attributes. So you can see all the descriptions of these different business attributes over here. So INV stands for warehouse. So make sure whenever you are creating a supply chain unit, at least INV is being added as a business attribute. So if you don't add INV as a business attribute, the inbound delivery which gets created from ECC will come and get stuck over here. It will not create the inbound delivery in EWM. Okay. Then you've got receiving office, then you've got shipping office, ship from location, stock location, and ship to location. So these are the different attributes, and the description is, I think, self-explanatory for everyone. So these are basically business functionalities which are being performed in this supply chain unit. And this supply chain unit, what I'm going to do is I'm going to assign it to the warehouse number. Okay. So once we are done with this assignment, we are not going to go inside warehouse number control over here today. So what we'll do is we will go to see what are the different number ranges. So obviously there are different documents which are going to get generated from a EWM perspective, like inbound deliveries, outbound deliveries, warehouse orders. So there are two types of number ranges. One which is at the global level. Now these number ranges are something which will not be changing if you are creating new warehouses. Okay. Say, for example, inbound delivery number range, outbound delivery number, document number ranges. These are not going to change. It is irrespective. It is not, there is no sub-object of a warehouse number within this particular number range. Okay. So now if you guys are working on a rollout project, say, for example, that already an implementation has been done, and you guys want to see, like I want to check what are the number range objects that I need to maintain for the new rollout warehouse, say for example. So I'll show you a shortcut. Again, I'm sure everyone is aware about this table, but I will mention it over here in the chat box as well. So what you need to do, you need to go to NRIV, okay? And in the sub-object value, Now I've not generated the number range objects against the warehouse number for ET01. So what I will do, I will just push in 1710 and then just execute and see. Okay, so what has happened is, if you see over here, since this is an embedded system, now this particular shortcut which I showed you will not work in embedded system if you just use the warehouse number and if the plant number and the warehouse number is same. So in this particular example, the plant number is also 1710 and the EWM warehouse number is also 1710. So what has happened is that because NRIP is a standard number range object table, right? And it's an embedded system. So it is also bringing not only the EWM number range objects respective to warehouse, it's also bringing all the ECC number range or the S4 number range objects as well, FI number range, everything. So to further filter this out, what we need to know in this case, so what we will know is we will maintain, because all the generic EWM number range objects which require a warehouse number as well, a sub-object value is there in terms of a warehouse, then it starts with /SCWM slash. Okay, so I'm just putting this in the query in the object name. And if you execute this, you will get all the EWM relevant number range objects. Okay, so you can see all these number range objects: SCWM, DSGR, HUID, PIDO, SCWM, TO, WAVE, WHO, WRKL. These are the EWM number range objects that need to be maintained. Okay, in the slides over here that we have, all these details are also being provided, but I'm just showing you guys a shortcut. If you guys are in a rollout project, say for example, yeah. So this is a very easy way to identify the number range objects. It actually, so in the S4 environment earlier, so what used to happen in the decentralized environment, and I think I've got one person who has worked in a EWM 9.5. So you would see the document number in EWM is different. The inbound delivery number, suppose it starts with 1800001515, say for example. But the inbound delivery number in EWM will be different. It will be a 4 series number, 4 1 or a 2 series, or however you set it up. But if from an S4 perspective, this whole concept changes, and especially when you come to the embedded environment, because what happens in terms of a document flow, from inbound delivery perspective only. So the moment the inbound delivery is created, there is an inbound delivery notification which first gets generated in a database. And then once that inbound delivery notification gets activated, then the inbound delivery gets created in EWM. The inbound delivery notification is the same document number as the ECC document number. It's different in a decentralized version. But when we talk about embedded S4 versions, then the document number remains the same because we take out the inbound delivery notification part. Okay, so there's no inbound delivery notification. So the ECC document number is your inbound delivery document number. So let me quickly show you an inbound delivery. So you can see over here. So generally in this screen, there is no option of inbound delivery notification, right? So but over here, if you can see, there's just one icon of inbound delivery. But if you see someone, I don't remember exactly who, was it Atul? I think who has worked in the 9.5 version. So if on the version that you are working on, if you see, there will be one more tab over here which says inbound delivery notification. So the notification number generally is the same number, but in S4 embedded, this number remains the same as in the ECC document number. Okay, so when I say GUI graphical user interface, I'm talking about this in a transactional mode, because we also have Fury applications for the same, right? So the transaction is this one. So let me push it down for you guys. Anyways, we're going to cover this during the inbound part as well. Since we have maintained our supply chain unit, assigned it to the warehouse number ET01 in the configuration, and the supply chain unit was also as a receiving office. The business attribute was mentioned. So therefore, GR office is being taken as the supply chain unit over here. For cases where the document number is different, what we need to do, we need to select on the drop-down option over here, select logistics execution delivery, and you need to push in your ECC delivery document number and execute. You will get the document number over here. Okay. And then from here, if you want to again check the reference documents, you can check from here. Now, this delivery I have created as a direct delivery through 561 movement type using MyGo. So therefore, there is no parent document for this delivery. But if there is a parent document, there is a further sub node over here. So you need to go to the item tab. You just scroll down over here, and then you click on reference documents again over here. And then Apart from this ECC delivery number, the ERP delivery number, you will also have one more node which will have the purchase order number, if there is a purchase order number, or if it is creating as a manufacturing order, that will also show up over here. So these number ranges, as I mentioned, some of the number ranges that we can see over here are warehouse specific. So to find out the warehouse specific number ranges, what we need to do, we just need to enter the warehouse number, the sub-object value over here, and then the object name slash SEWM slash star, and then you just run the query, and then you get over here the results. So when I say warehouse specific, what happens is that when you go to maintain the number range, so over here you can see it is asking for warehouse number. That means this is something which changes for every warehouse. Now all the number ranges which are warehouse specific, those number ranges you need to create every time you create a new warehouse. Every time you create a new warehouse. Then, as I said, the number ranges which are not warehouse specific, which are generic, those number ranges are just one-time creation. The first time when the empty box is being set up for EWM, only at that time, like document type number ranges and all those things, those are all generic number ranges, which is only one-time creation. All the warehouse specific number ranges are every time creation. In some of the projects I've seen, most of the projects, it is taken as done as a master data maintenance object, and it is something which is done as a part of cutover activity as well during go live. But there are certain projects I've seen as well where they do it as a part of configuration. But those transport requests related to the number ranges, you need to be very, very careful about it if you're capturing it in a transport request. We'll move ahead from this topic. Let me see what else needs to be covered, which is number ranges client level. So the whatever I mentioned over here at the client level, this is something which is generic. This is not warehouse specific. Okay. So to identify this, what do you need to do? Yes, you need to go into this particular configuration. Let's see, extended warehouse management, cross-process settings. And over here, sorry, my bad. Where did Mr. Warehouse request auto? Okay, so warehouse request, number ranges, yes. So these are the generic number ranges. Okay, so if I execute one of them, let's say for example, you will see there is no sub-object of warehouse number over here. So it is not maintained against warehouse numbers. So it's a generic. It's going to be default for all warehouses. Then you've got the ones which are mentioned over here. These are the number ranges which are required to be maintained when you're maintaining from a warehouse number perspective. So if I go back, go to master data, and over here, define number ranges, and then you will have all these nodes over here. So let me quickly have a look if I have anything. Yes. So from an integration perspective, apart from creation of these two things, another important thing that needs to be created now on the EWM side is the plant and storage location combination assignment against the EWM warehouse number. So for that, what we need to go into master data, not master data, extended warehouse management interfaces, and then ERP integration, goods movement, map storage locations from ERP system to EWM. So if we execute this, so what we are going to see is for these two storage locations, if you'll see, I have maintained these are the two new storage locations which I had created for this plan 1710, and I have mapped this combination 1710 and the storage location to the EWM warehouse number. And if you see over here, there is something called the availability group. Now, what exactly is this availability group? We will be discussing it in more details when we are going to cover the goods receipt process or the inbound process, because we need to understand stock types and all those things. And basically, just at a very high level for you guys to understand, this availability group is the middleman which helps the system to understand between a stock type, which is there only in EWM, and the storage location, which is only there from an ECC perspective. Because nowhere, whenever you guys are performing transactions in EWM, you're going to see the storage location. You're only going to see stock type. And there's no direct relation between storage location and stock type. So the middleman between storage location and stock type is Mr. Availability Group. Okay, so we'll discuss more about this in details when we are doing the goods receipt process. Okay. Now, apart from that, from a delivery processing perspective as well, you need to, like, this is again something, this mapping of storage locations from ERP system to EWM is every time activity you guys are creating a new warehouse. This needs to be performed every time you're creating a new warehouse. Okay. And one more important thing that I forgot to mention over here, you can see the party entitled to dispose over here, which is coming up. So this basically comes up from that configuration which we have done for the warehouse number assignment to the supply chain unit and the party entitled to dispose. So this party entitled to dispose that you see BP1710 is nothing but a business partner and for the plant. So basically this particular business partner, what it means is that is entitled to dispatch and dispose of the stock as well. So this needs to be, this automatically is coming over here against the configuration that we have done over there. So that it automatically comes up over here. Where the warehouse is linked to multiple party entitled to dispose it, then that configuration doesn't allow you to maintain multiple. So what we do, we keep it blank then in that case. There can be multiple plans or warehouses linked to. So in that case, I will not be maintaining any party entitled to dispose in that particular configuration for the warehouse number assignment. Okay. Again, this is something, the mapping of the storage locations from ERP system to EWM is an activity which needs to be performed for every time a new warehouse is getting created. Now, mapping of document types from ERP system to EWM. This is something which is not supposed to be done every time you create a new warehouse. This is a one-time activity. Fresh system, empty system, this is the thing that you're going to perform. Okay, based on all the different document types which are there for inbound, for outbound, we'll be maintaining it over here. Similarly, for item types as well, the mapping needs to be done. Then apart from that, right now, from a system setup perspective, basic setup perspective, organization unit perspective, this is covered. Let me see if okay, yeah. So when we're talking about the logical system definition, we have seen where it is being defined and all those things. There is also something called as business system, which needs to be defined in EWM. Okay, so if you can find it in the general setting, then this is the business system. And this is an object which will be later on assigned to the warehouse number as well. And this is something which is required to be done. Okay, so once the business system is being defined, you can see over here, it is being mapped to the logical system as well. Okay, so the business system which is defined, it is mapped to the logical system. Now, this is in case of embedded system, you will just find one business system assigned to a logical system. But in case of decentralized system, you will have one more business system which is assigned to the ECC logical system as well. This is the table. Let us execute this. If you need to find out what are the business systems and the logical system and the configuration that we saw, so that configuration database table is just this one. So this is the logical system and this is the business system which has been mapped against it. Now, from an EWM perspective as well, we need to define the logical system. So for defining the logical system, what we need to know is the whole extended warehouse management, SCM basis. So as I told you, these activities are generally being performed by SCM basis. Yeah, so the business system basically is something which you need to define. So it is whether you are using a S4 environment, whether you are using a decentralized environment, you still have to create your business system. There's no such thing as that you don't have to create a business system. And then once you create the business system needs to be assigned to the logical system which has been generated. So you will see over here, the logical system which it is mapped to is the S4HANA 100. That is the ECC logical system.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary purpose of SAP S4HANA EWM? Option A, to manage customer relations. Option B, to handle financial transactions. Option C, to optimize warehouse and inventory management. Option D, to perform human resource operations. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing warehouses? Our SAP S/4HANA Extended Warehouse Management course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S/4HANA EWM. It's like a powerful tool for handling everything in your warehouse, from receiving products to shipping them out. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced tips. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros with years of experience. They're here to guide you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People like you have found our course super useful for their careers. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome chance to learn is super affordable. Ready to become an SAP EWM expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Now, when we talk about the structural elements in terms of configuration, because it is a mixture, it's a mixture of configuration as well as varsity. It is a bit similar to what you have in WM as well in terms of storage types, storage sections, and storage bins. So that fundamental architecture still remains the same. So at the header level is the storage type, and then you have the storage section, and you have the storage bin. Now, in terms of mandatory structured elements over here, the two mandatory things that are required to create the storage bin is the warehouse and the storage type. So the storage section is an optional variant which we can use if it is required, because there are certain very simple warehouses where so much of bifurcation is not required, very small warehouses. And if the organization decides to roll out EWM in those warehouses as well, then you might not need storage sections as well. So you can just simply have storage types for different kinds of products coming in. And then based on that, you can create the storage bits and do the storage of the products or bits. Now, what exactly is a storage type? So the storage type basically is a classification which is used to summarize a group of storage bins. Now, these can be physical bins, this can be logical bins as well. Okay, so I will quickly take you through the diagram which I have created. So now this particular diagram, which you guys can see and follow, can you see this Excel worksheet that I have created text? Now this is basically showing an inbound scenario receipts from vendor, a very simple scenario. And over here, you see there's different areas. So you can see over here 9010. And the storage bin, so what you see over here, which has been mentioned over here, GR zone 1 is a storage bin number. GR zone 2 is another storage bin number. This 9010 signifies your storage type. So this is over here on the right, you see A1 HR. So this is a storage type. So this is basically signifying high racks. So A1 is the row and HR stands for high racks. Then A2 HR is again row A2 high racks and A3 high racks. Yeah. So this is how the storage types are generally grouped. It can be grouped based on product groups, and it depends on organization to organization. So what happens is that when we are implementing EWM or from a warehouse management system perspective as well, we want to ensure that the movement of the goods are being monitored right from the moment it is being loaded or unloaded. And from there onwards, when exactly it is moving, when exactly at one point in time the goods or the materials are. So from a warehouse, office, and management and supervision perspective, so I need to make sure that the entire warehouse, let's say for example, this is one part of the warehouse. So this entire warehouse, the different areas through which the goods have been moved from one location to the other. So the entire area will be mapped within storage bins. So because I can only capture and understand where exactly, because if I map my entire area as storage bins, now obviously to create the storage bin, we need to classify it within different storage types. Now say for example, 9010, this is the storage type for goods receipt area. Right? So whatever goods receipt storage bit that I would be creating, I would be creating within this particular storage type. So similarly for the packing work center as well, I would be creating a storage type, and also I would be creating storage bins and assign it to the work center. And over here as well for this the rows, so these are racks basically. Let's assume these are racks. And over here as well, these would be the storage types, and within them I'll be creating the storage bins. Now you see this area I've mentioned as a bulk storage type. So basically within warehouses, you've got different kinds of storage that you can have. You can store the products in racks, you can store the products in bulk areas as well. Okay. So generally the heavier products, the product which comes in bigger packaging sizes, which cannot be loaded onto racks. So those kind of products would be stored in bulk areas. Okay. Also, there would be certain scenarios where cross-docking functionalities are involved. In those cases also, we would be setting up bulk storage types. Sometimes I've seen those examples as well, and I talk on those kind of scenarios as well. But I'll be covering more on that when we are doing the cross-docking part, when we're covering that particular topic in our curriculum. But in general, if you see the bulk storage type, what it means is that it's basically open storage. So for example, there are certain organizations that you have seen open parkings. So the actual bulk storage bins look like that. So they look like parking areas, huge parking areas, and they have huge pallets being stacked on in those areas. Okay, I've seen warehouses in Europe for to their storage like that. Lot of warehouses. If you have got a chance to travel to Europe, towards Spain, towards France, you would see that there are a lot of distribution centers and warehouses who do their storage in a bulk manner as well. But it always depends only on the kind of product, the packaging of the product. Because when you store in bulk, sometimes it can be within a roof, it can be in an open area as well. So there are a lot of conditions which are required to, analyze and then plan where exactly you want to store your materials in within the warehouse. So wherever you are storing your materials in within the warehouse, all those areas, as I mentioned, would be defined in the system as storage bins. The storage bins need to be defined within a storage type. Okay. So what this slide says is that examples of commonly used storage types are fixed bin areas, high rack areas, floor storage areas, bulk storage areas, pushback racks, special storage areas, example for hazardous materials. So basically, sometimes there are some special conditions required for specific products for which you need to store them separately. Not only hazardous materials, but also sometimes certain products require ambient conditions. Like if you go to any warehouse from the pharmaceutical industry, so you would see there would be certain drugs which need to be stored within specific temperature ranges. Okay, there would be certain drugs which need to be stored in the freezer area. There would be certain drugs which need to be stored between 5 degrees centigrade to 17 degrees centigrade. So it depends. So those storage conditions would be maintained within the material master, which will flow into EWM as well in the product master. Because EWM also has its own master when it comes to products as well. So we just simply don't use the material master, which is there in ECC. So we've covered that in tomorrow's session when we are doing the master data. So there, I will show you what are the feeds which comes in automatically from ECC to EWM. And there are certain tabs. So all these conditions come in, and based on that, we'll be creating different storage types and within them, different storage types. Where people have having a lot of experience in EWM, people having no experience in EWM. So certain people have only worked in MMSD modules like this. So they still have not got an opportunity to see a physical actual warehouse. So what I would recommend, if there is an IKEA outlet in your city, see, for example, I'm not so sure in which cities in India the IKEA outlets are there, but I believe in Bangalore, in Hyderabad, in Mumbai, IT outlets have opened. So if you get an opportunity to go to any IT outlet, because globally the IKEA outlet layouts are same. So when you are making the exit, then you would see their racking structure, how they are storing their products. Okay. And they do the storage exactly in a similar fashion. So you see the heavier products, the heavier furniture will always be in a bulk storage area where they cannot push it into the racks. So it will be in kind of an open stacking position. They'll keep it one carton over the other. And then the ones which they can push it into racks, they will push it. And on every rack, you would see there is an identifier. The storage bin number would be there. So there are storage sections also. If you go there, you will see. And I mean, if you visit any IT outlet on the racks itself, it will be written. The section will be written, and the bin number will also be written. In fact, if you check out any product and you want to see where, because it's a self-picking thing, right? In IKEA, I'm not sure whether you guys have had an experience of shopping in IKEA. So if you're buying something, say for example a chair, nobody is going to come and give it to you in your hand, right? So you need to check the self pickup area. So you need to scan so the material would be having a tag. So in the tag itself, the storage bin number, the section, everything will be mentioned. So you need to go and identify yourself the racks. So now I'm giving you an example of IKEA. It's because that is the best practical example. You don't need to have a project access to go inside a warehouse. You can just simply go there and see how the layout is there in terms of the racking structure, in terms of the bulk structure, how they are doing it. And let us quickly go into the system and see how we are defining the storage type. Again, you need to go into how that is generic. And then from here, you need to go into SCM extended warehouse management, define storage types. When we go into define storage types, so this is the screen which opens up. Now I will again push in certain papers for you guys, which have not been mentioned in the course curriculum, but this is something additional that I'm sharing with you guys. It's up to you whether I'm just putting it in the chat box. Let us go inside. So you see this warehouse 00010010 high rack storage. So let's take this example. Okay, so just let's simply go in. Now let's see what are the different controls we have. So I would be going through the controls based on the topics that we would be covering. But in today's session as well, I would be covering a few of the controls. Because what happens is that when we are, say, for example, when we are covering the inbound or the goods receipt part, at that point in time, again, we need to come back to this particular configuration. Because this is something which we will be using extensively. Not only for inbound, we'll be using for outbound, we'll be using when we are using storage control in terms of POSE, LOSE. So we will be using it extensively. But I would be covering a few of the important things that you need to understand. But as you can see, the moment you go inside the storage type control, the controls have been classified into the different movements which would be performed within the warehouse. Okay. So you would see that over here, you've got the generic controls, which come under the generic tab. And then you have about the putaway control, which is controlling how the inbound movements would behave once it comes into this particular storage type. Okay, or a bin, once it comes into a storage bin, created within this particular storage type. Now, apart from that, you have the stock removal control or the outbound controls as well. And then you have the overall goods movement control. Okay. And then you have got controls for replenishment as well. So from a general control perspective, as I said, I will be going deep into these controls once we are covering each of these topics. Because we need to come back, as I said, this is being used extensively. We need to keep coming back to this set of configuration. Now, as you can see, in the general control, you've got something called the storage type role and storage behavior. Okay, so we'll start off with the storage type role. So for storage type role, you see this is maintained as blank or initial. There's nothing maintained over here. So you can see that blank means standard storage type. That means there is no unique process which is linked to this particular storage type. So if I am having say for example, for the racks that we were seeing in this diagram, so these racks I would define as standard storage type role. I will not assign any particular storage type role to this. But in case of the storage type which is associated with the goods receipt area, okay, this particular area. So let us see the role will change, right? So now if we go to 9010, and you see the storage type role now is maintained as D. Now remember guys, 0001 warehouse that you see is a standard warehouse which is being provided by SAP, and it comes along with the system. So you can take this as a reference warehouse as well. It's up to you when you guys are setting up your warehouse. Okay. Now you see over here, the storage type role is maintained as D by default for 9010. Let us see what does D mean. So what does D mean? D means a staging area group. So later in some time, we will see the definition or the configuration of the staging area group as well. And whenever you're creating a staging area group, the corresponding storage type. So basically, the staging area group needs to, the storage type needs to be configured for the staging area. When you've defined it as you have defined it within the storage type role itself. Okay. So 9010 storage type, if I'm assigning the storage type for that means it is a staging area group. Later on, you will see how the configuration is connected. Okay. Next comes your storage behavior. Now, similarly, sorry, my bad. I'll go back to storage type role. You see, there are different now storage type roles over here. So there is one storage type role for work center. There's one storage type role for doors. There is one storage type role for identification point. In short term, it is called as ID points. So ID points are something which we will be discussing whenever we are doing the out-oriented storage control, and when we are discussing two-step picking process, as well as when we will be discussing EWM MSS. Okay, so but just remember that these are different kinds of storage type, which will be these roles will be assigned to the storage types based on the functionalities that will be performed within those storage types. Okay, as I said, the racks will be generic. It's a standard storage type. You don't have to assign anything. It can be blank and it is initial. But for the other ones, where you have specific processes that you are going to perform, let's say, for example, the packing one. So what we will create a storage type for the work center. That means for this particular area, ZBEN, say, for example. And over here, I would be creating a storage type for this work center, and then I will be mapping the storage type rules for the work center. Okay, so it depends on the actual process that is being performed within that particular storage type. Okay. So now coming to storage behavior. So storage behavior again over here, what has been maintained. Let me just go back to hierarchs. Okay. So for hierarchs is over here, what has been maintained is initial or blank. Now, if I click on the F4 functionality, so what does initial mean is a standard warehouse. And then for one, we have got batch storage. For two, we've got bulk storage. And for three, we've got flexible storage. Now, earlier, if anybody who has worked in the previous versions, the 9, 9.1, 9.3, or even if you've got an opportunity to work on the older versions, you must see that you always just had three storage behaviors: initial, blank, 1, and 2. This flexible storage behavior has come in as a part of the S4 HANA, if I'm not wrong, 1909. From then onwards, it has come in. Okay. So what happens is that let us try to understand what exactly it orients. So basically, the storage behavior signifies what kind of a storage would be happening within that particular storage type. And it also correspondingly controls the put away strategies. So from a configuration perspective, I'll open one more session. We are not going to cover these things in detail today because we are going to cover it during the goods receipt process. But let me quickly show you that. So we are going to extended warehouse management, and from over here, we'll go to goods receipt process. Over here, strategies. Then you've got storage behavior, configuration for pallets, storage behavior, configuration for bulk storage behavior for flexible and flexible. And you know this is not related to the storage type behavior. Okay. So now what exactly does it mean is that you can define certain roles for this. Now for the bulk storage, say for example, what we can see over here in this diagram, I can define how many number of stacks I can do in terms of the pallets based on the packaging material as well. So when we are going to cover EWM master data, there is something called as handling units that we will cover, and there is something called as handling unit type. So handling unit type is nothing but a kind of so handling units basically are a carton can be a handling unit. a container, a truck container can also be a handling unit. A pallet can also be defined as a handling unit. A bottle can be defined as a handling unit. Okay. So, so, so these storage packaging materials, so you would also map it within handling unit types. Okay. So based on the handling unit type, so it's a permutational combination based on the handling unit type, the handling unit type, and then the bulk storage indicator, which is again something which we map in the product master. I will show it to you later. So there are different combinations, and based on this, I can map how many kinds of, say, for example, cartons I can stack over here in this particular area. Then the maximum number of stacking in terms of height and the maximum number of rows as well. Okay. So I can define the capacity using the bulk storage behavior. Again, for pallet, how much inside the pallet can move. When I'm using pallet storage behavior, basically what happens, so let us assume that these are racks, and in every rack, like these are the rows in the racks, and I'll not be obviously storing this one pallet, but I'll be pushing in one pallet after the other. So it will be like a deep layer. Okay, so if we look at it vertically, let's see, I am drawing it over here. So, so there's going to be something like this. Okay. Say, for example, this is one, this is two, this is three, this is four. So we push in pallet number one first, move first, three first, and then four first. Four after that, sorry. So what happens is that, so this again is something which we can strategize. And when we are covering the pallet storage behavior topic in the putaway strategies, you will understand how the pins are being subdivided as well. We have also another thing over here, which you can see is HU requirement. Now, what does this signify is that whether your product needs to be always packed into a handling unit, or it can be, you can keep the materials in that particular storage bin without packing. Okay. So if the HU requirement is mandatory, so X means mandatory, Y is not allowed. And HU is allowed, initial means HU is allowed, but not required. So that means you will be allowed to push in products with handling units, but it is not a mandatory fee. Even if it's not there, that's fine. The system will still allow you to do the put away in those particular storage types, or it won't be to bin movements as well. But whenever issue requirement is mentioned as mandatory, in those cases, it is necessary that you need to pack the material first into a handling unit, and then only you can push in the product to the particular storage bin within this particular storage type. Okay. Now there is something called as fixed bins in a warehouse. So the concept of fixed bins is not very complex. So what happens is that uh, we will be getting certain bins for specific products. So say for example, let's assume, so therefore in these different racks you can see the areas that are marked are different kinds of products. Okay, so if we look into A3HR, so this is, let us assume that this is a electronics, consumer electronics warehouse where we are storing air conditioners, televisions, and mobiles. Okay. So over here, what I can do is, since air conditioners, out of these three products, you can see, let's assume that we are storing all these three different kinds of products in a racking structure. And we are, what we're going to do is that we are going to map certain bins. So let's say these are 4 bins, and I'm going to mark it as that these bins will only be applicable for the aircon products. Now, the logic behind that, you asked me the business logic behind that is, since aircons are heavier, so I would be keeping it towards the lower section of the rack. Okay. And then I'll be keeping televisions, and these bins I'll be allocating for mobiles, these bins I'll be allocating for televisions. So if I want to push in television into the aircon bins, the system will not allow me. So I will be covering that topic again when I'll be doing the put away and the goods receipt part, where we'll be discussing the fixed bin concept in detail and the related master data as well as the configuration. Okay. But the configuration also comprises over here from a storage type perspective. So if you want to use a bin as a fixed bin, then you need to also make sure that the storage type, because the bin is, as I mentioned, multiple times. It is created within the storage type. So the controls need to be started from here. Okay, so you see there are controls for fixed bin usage. And then based on that, I'll show you the permutation combination when we're doing fixed bins topic. But in general, at a high level, yes, this is where you have to do the configuration as well. Okay, but there are certain master data as well which needs to be met. So now, apart from that, there are controls, as I mentioned, for putaway as well. And over here, you are controlling a lot of things. Like say, for example, what would be the putaway rules, which is very important. Now, what we mean by putaway rules is when we are trying to place stock. Now, if you see over here, again, going back to this diagram, once let's assume that the materials are being unloaded into which receipt zone. From here, if it is not a bulk product, it will be going to the packing work center. And over here, I'll be packing it into the packaging sizes which are required so that I can store the material into these racks. Sometimes in certain warehouses, these kind of scenarios will also be there because made to optimize the space. So what they would do, so you might ask that when the products are coming in, they must already be in a packaging, right? Yes, they might be in a packaging. But what happens is that you might have to consolidate them into a pallet. So over here in the work center, what you will do, you will consolidate, pack it into a bigger pallet, all those small cartons, and then push it into the racks. When we are doing these activities, when the forklift driver, so this is the forklift driver moving from the packing work center towards the rack. So when he arrives over here, so he would be now placing the materials based on what? Right? So based on the controls which you put over here in putaway rules. So the first thing that is observed over here is when you are placing a particular product or particular material, are you always going to put it into the forklift driver or the system? Is it always going to identify an empty bin, or already product is there in the bin and there is available space within the bin to push in more material? Is it going to add stock to an existing bin, right? So especially over here, there are multiple putaway rules. So two means addition to existing stock or empty bin. Okay. So first, it will try to add stock to an existing bin if the capacity or space is there. If it's not there, then it will push to the empty bin. Or it will try to combine or do the putaway based on consolidation groups. So again, consolidation group is something that will be covering during the goods receipt process as well. This is why it being used both inbound as well as outbound processes. There is a set of master data as well, configuration as well, which needs to be done from a consolidation group perspective. But at a high level, if you want to say, for example, combine or you have created in the system consolidation group based on customers, say for example, so the system will try to push in when the material is coming in, it will keep push in the stock in the bins which are assigned to that particular consolidation group, and it will make sure that since I've created it for a particular customer, so that customer stock is ready that in those particular bins. No, and it is not combined with any other customer. Okay. Then you have got the general storage areas, right? Or if you want the system to every time find an empty bin, so you can do that setup as well, and you can push it. That's number 5. And then transit warehouse is something which is basically used when we are using it we can use it from a cross-docking perspective as well, and we can use it from a staging area usage perspective as well. So if you see over here for this particular storage type for high rack storage, what has been configured is putaway rules 5, which is empty. So apart from that, you've got controls for capacity check. You've got controls for warehouse task. How is it going to get generated? Now, the biggest question is, what is a warehouse task? Right? Because when people, especially WM, what you guys are aware of is transfer orders, right? So warehouse task is nothing but an instruction for the forklift driver or the material handler that from which particular storage bin, which particular product, which particular batch, how much quantity needs to be picked, and what is the destination storage bin, what would be the destination quantity, what would be, if it's the full pallet, it will be is destination issue going to be the same? Is it going to be different? So all those things you need to confirm. So from a source location perspective, when a warehouse task is created, the information that is being provided to the forklift driver or the material handler is which location you need to go into, to pick up the stock, how much quantity, what is the batch, if it's a serialized product, having serial numbers, say for example, then the serial numbers will also be mentioned. So all these details would be provided. Now, from a inbound perspective, say for example, when the driver is trying to do the put away, okay, so the driver, the first activity which happens over here is the goods receipt. So once the goods receipt happens, let's take the same example. It goes to the packing work center. The packaging is being done over here, repacking, and then from here it goes for the final put away step. Now, what we can also consider is when the warehouse task is generated for the forklift driver. So whether the system is going to determine which particular storage bin it should go to, the exact storage bin, or the system is only going to tell you the storage type. That means it will only tell you that you go to A1 HR or you go to A2 HR and A3 HR, and the forklift driver, whichever empty bin is available. Say, for example, if the put away node is selected as empty bin, you will go and scan the available empty bin and put away the product or the packet over there. Or we can determine whether the system will be determining the storage type and also the storage section. Okay. So now what the question is, what exactly is a storage section? So the storage section is not always something that bifurcating the product based on fast, medium, and slow. So it's not a mandatory thing that you need to define your sections based on that. You can also define your sections based on, if you've seen the row number 8 now, what I have done, I have again defined it. Again, I've taken a different industry, a pharmaceutical industry example, and I have defined the drugs over here based on the different categories of, I would say medicines. So gastro, which will be taking, these are all the gastrointestinal medicines, which I'll be keeping over here. So this would be a section. Then derma would be all the skin related medicines, which would be there. And then you've got cardio over here, which would be all your heart related, cholesterol, whatever, high blood pressure, all these related medicines will be over here. So you can define sections like this as well. Okay, so this can also be your storage section. Similarly, for electronic consumer industry, you can define it as mobiles, television, air cons. So now you can ask me that this is something which is also like mission, like which we have in SD, right? So it's not exactly the same one-to-one ratio that generated, but it depends on the organization. Certain organizations will also have everything. They will have the sections based on product groupings. They will have also the section based on the fast, medium, slow as well. So it depends on the storage type. What are the kind of products you are storing in that storage type, and how you want to define those sections. Again, you must have noticed from a fast, medium, slow perspective, I have kept the fast products towards the bottom of the rack because it is easier to pick up the materials from the bottom of the rack, and it is less time consuming, even if you're using a forklift. So now coming back to storage type control, also what we can control over here, apart from the multiple, as I said, I'll be going into each and every controls once we are covering these topics. Otherwise, it's going to be a repetition. Now, also one important thing that we can control is what kind of mixing I can do in terms of my storage, how I can mix the products. Okay, so there are two levels of mixing controls over here, which you can see. Mixed storage in general, and then mixed storage in handling units. Okay, so if you go to mixed storage in general, the options over here are mixed storage without limitations. The next option is several non-mixed handling units with the same product and batch. Okay, so mixed storage without limitations that means you can store any product, any batch, any serial number in this particular bin. Any bin which is created within this particular storage type. Okay. Now just choose one. What it will allow is that the product and batch combination needs to be the same. So, several HUs with different batches of the same product. This is on so if the batches are different, but the product remains the same, then it will allow you to store. So, and then one HU allowed per bin. So if it shows three, then only one handling unit is allowed per bin. So which is basically no mixing, right? So if that HU has got some mixing, that is fine. But it is only one handling unit which is allowed. Now, apart from that, you have also got controls on SLEDs, how to handle alternate unit of measurement when you are taking up the stock, when the stock is being shown in the in the EWM monitor as well. So all these things as well we can control. And from a stock removal perspective, there are other controls in terms of rounding of the units when you're creating your warehouse tasks as well. Now, what it means is that, um, say for example, there is a product which is having 10 cartons equal to one pallet, and the quantity that is supposed to be put away is 1.5 pallets. So based on the setup that I select over here, the system is going to split the warehouse task and round it to whole units. So it will be rounding it to the multiple of units that it can find here. So there are multiple selections over here. So as you can see, so based on these selections, now again, this is something I will go into detail once we start doing the creating warehouse task in inbound and outbound. So this is from our outbound perspective, and this is the rounding of tasks that we can configure. Okay, so apart from that, also you've got goods movement controls. So within the storage type, you can maintain the availability group. And now the availability group, as if you guys remember, yesterday we had done one configuration where we had assigned the ECC plan and storage location to the EWM warehouse number and then the availability group. So now what this availability group correspondingly is also assigned to is something called the stock type. So now stock type is something which is not used in ECC. So this stock type is linked with the storage location of ECC. Okay. So how it is being done, let's quickly go into it. Otherwise, you will not understand this availability. So if you go into the configuration of goods receipt process and go inside configure availability group for putaway. So you will see over here, the first node is this definition of availability group. It's earlier the restriction was that the availability group needs to be a 3-character. But now, from a S4HANA perspective, you can create exactly the same availability group as in your storage location in ECC. That means it can be 4 characters. Okay. So say, for example, over here, okay, so you can see the system is allowing me. Earlier it was restricted to 4 characters for this particular field. Now it has been opened up to, earlier it was 3 characters, now it has been opened up to 4 characters. And we can exactly map the same nomenclature as in the ECC storage location. So I would recommend when you guys are practicing, it's better you do the mapping as exactly the same as your storage location. Apart from that, the next configuration over here is the definition of non-location independent stock type. So this is something which you need to define against your warehouse number. So if you see for the warehouse number which I have defined, DT01. So we've got this particular non-location specific stock type, which is block stock, unrestricted, quality inspection, and then block stock returns. Now, this is something whenever you are checking out stock in MMB transaction in ECC. So over there as well, you will see this, all the different bifurcations, customer data, restricted, block stock like this, right? So over here in EWM, we have got this high level bifurcation first. So this needs to be mapped from the warehouse first in this high level bifurcation. So this is called the non-location specific stock type definition. Okay. So if you want to create your own C1 as well, it can be done if you want to create as well. So, but generally these are generic, and all the different stock types which we configure, it can come within these generic non-location specific stock types only. Because whatever stock types now you're going to consider, it will be either block stock, it will be either unrestricted quality returns or block stock returns. Now, say for example, you have a stock type which is for customer reservation and you want to block it. So you can define it and you can map it to this block stock, this one, BB. Okay. So once you define this, the next one is configuration of the stock type. So the configuration of the stock type node over here, if you see. So over here, you see this particular column, the second column, these are the stock types, P5, P6, F1, S0, Q3, Q4, S5, S6. And all of these are linked to two things. It is linked to the availability group and it is linked to the non stock type or the BPSS API, the ones which we have just seen before this, the configuration. We have assigned this BPSS, QQ, and RI to our warehouse. And then I'm defining stock types over here, assigning it to availability groups. So what I will do is that this has been assigned over here to 001. So I can create, say, for example, a new stock type and assign it to the new availability group which I have created. So let's say, for example, like I use this. Okay, stock type set one is not defined. Again, I think I need to define the stock type in SCM basis if I'm not wrong.
Yes, sir.
Yep. So I think I'm right? So this needs to be defined in SCM basis stock type. Yeah. What we will do is we will check out this configuration because this is a part of the goods receipt process. But over here, before I configure it over here, what needs to be done is that there is a separate node where I need to define the stock type, and that comes under over here within SCM basis over here. So from here, I need to identify, I don't remember the node exactly, but I will check it out and I will cover it during we are going at the goods receipt process. So over there, we define the stock type first, and then we come over here and do the configuration. So now once you do the assignment, so I'll go back to the availability block part over here. So once we do this assignment over here to the availability group, so the configuration that we had done, let me quickly jump to the configuration node. So over here, if you see this particular storage location, EWM1, and this particular plant is held out to the warehouse T01, and then the availability group 001. Okay. So now this availability group in turn is linked to what? It is linked to this particular stock type, B1. Okay. Then it is linked to F1, then it is linked to Q3, and it is linked to S5. So what it means is that whenever stock is coming in and it is having any of these stock types, so whether it is blocked in P5, blocked in putaway, whether it is unrestricted in putaway, stock in quality inspection, then scrap, it is mapped as a scrapping stock. So all these kind of stocks will be allowed whenever we go into that particular storage type map against the availability group. Now let us go back to the storage type configuration. So if I map, suppose availability group 001 over here, okay? So what the system will allow is only the stock types which are mapped over here, P5, F1, Q3, and what is this? Sorry, S5. So only these stock types would be allowed to be stored within a bin which is created within this storage type. If I put the availability group over here. But then again, this is not a mandatory field. If you keep it blind, what it means is that you can store any stock type of any availability group within this particular storage type. Now, what it means is that if you've got, suppose, when we are covering the posting changes, I will be covering that topic. So when we are maintaining this availability group separately for separate storage types, suppose for this particular storage type E1HR, I am maintaining 001 availability group. And over here, I'm maintaining 002. Okay. So if I'm moving goods from here to here, and these availability groups in turn are linked to what? The ECC storage locations, right? So if you can see over here, this availability group is linked to the ECC storage location. So 001 is linked to EWM1 and 002 is linked to R root. So what in turn it will do, it will create a S-log to S-log transfer document in ACC. If I'm moving the materials from this particular storage type to this particular storage type, and both of them are assigned to different availability groups, and in turn, these availability groups are assigned to different storage locations, then whenever I'm doing a transfer in EWM, say from here to here, or if I'm doing a stock type to stock type transfer also, at that point in time, it's going to create a S-log to S-log transfer in ECC. Now, whether it is automatically created, how it is being created, all those things we will be covering in the posting change topic when we are covering the posting change documents topic. Now, we go to the pen creation part as we were discussing. So let us quickly see the basic part first of creation of bits manually. So if you want to create one by one storage bits, so you can use the transaction LS01. So I mean, again, this is something which is known by most of the EWM people that we have in the course, especially people who are new to EWM. That's why I'm pushing in the decode. Now over here, so one thing, so I actually, I'm not aware about the WM architecture, how it works in terms of the checks. But in EWM, what happens is that once you create the storage bin, so if you see over here, suppose I create test reference 001 for this particular warehouse number. So this nomenclature, any storage bin with this nomenclature, even if the storage type is different, so it will not allow me to create it. So that means for one bin nomenclature, there can be only one a bin with the same name in a warehouse. So let's say, for example, I'm trying to create GR zone and storage type I would use is 9010. So the system will tell me that this particular entry, so it's saying that the storage type itself doesn't exist. Okay, no worries, I would use something different. And if I'm creating now this one, so the GR zone bin has been created. Although I did not select the right storage type for the GR zone, but I'm just trying to see this example. Now, if I try to create a GR zone, so what the system is giving me a warning is that the storage bin GR zone already exists. So it will not let me create the storage bin again. Because even though, say for example, I want to create GR zone over here, GR zone over here, with the same naming convention, I cannot do it. So what I will do, I can just change it by saying GR zone 1, GR zone 2. I'm just giving you an example. This is manual storage bin creation. Okay, so we will go back. So you can see over here. So once we maintain the, so I'll create it for my house. Now over here, if I want to create the pen with just this information, the system will allow me to do it. As I said, storage section is not a mandatory thing. But if I want to maintain the section, I can do that as well. So against this particular storage type, there is no storage section. That's why it's not coming up in the F4. There's no storage section which has been created amongst this particular storage type. Right? So if there is a storage section assigned within the storage type, I can use that as well. Say for example, now if I want to use this one, so then comes the pin access type. So pin access type we have not yet discussed. So this basically what exactly is pin access type? If you want to control who are the resources who are allowed to go to a particular pin, you are basically restricting their access to the storage space. There will be certain warehouses where they will be having storing very expensive materials. Okay. So in one of my projects for an automobile spare part manufacturer, so they were storing platinum grade materials, and that would be a metal board. So the access is not being provided to all the operators inside the warehouse. Only people with specific, who are of a particular grade having access to those pins. So this pin access type is something we'll be discussing again in detail when we're discussing keyword resource management and the RF setup. But this is generally being used to control that part at the height. Another thing that is being generally used as a storage bin type. So the storage bin type basically over here, if you see, let's look into the options which have been already considered. YB01 is short bulk storage lane, YB02 is long bulk storage lane. So again, this is something which is extensively being used whenever we are using the bulk storage behavior. If you remember, when we were going through the storage type controls, in the generic control towards the right side, there is storage behavior, where you've got standard or general, and then you've got padded, you've got bulk, and you've got flexible, right? So for the bulk storage behavior, where we basically maintaining storage bin types as well. So these bin types can be, you can define bin types based on capacity as well. Um, say for example, if you go back to this diagram in this bulk area over here, so let's assume that there is just one bin type. Okay, so P101, say for example. So from that perspective, what will happen is that you can maintain the permutation combination when you're setting up the bulk storage structure. So this P101 maybe, you can maintain it as like suppose a big type for storing pipes, bin types for bin type for storing charcoal. So like that, you can also do your mapping. Okay. So bin type is something which again needs to be configured first, and to have you can also control the capacity. So the capacity of a bin can also be controlled at the bin type. You can also control it directly at the storage bin level, also being maintaining the maximum weight, maximum volume, and the total capacity. But you can also maintain it at the bin type level as well. So when we look into it today, we'll go into that configuration, and that is where you can maintain as well. So you see over here, there's also the stacking bin level, depth level, and all these things are there. So this is again something which we use it for the different storage behaviors respective to especially padded storage behavior. Okay. So as I mentioned, in the within the padded storage behavior, I told you that we use the depth of the racking structure. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we'll push pallet after pallet inside one row. And so that can be what we will do with the inside sectioning in that. Yes, when we are going to cover the pallet storage behavior topic during the goods receipt process. So that is when I will go deep into this as well. And then you can also, from a graphical layout perspective, so EWM does offer you a graphical layout option where you need to maintain this X, Y, and Z coordinates. And based on that, it shows you work. It looks a bit like the layout diagrams, the virtual layout diagrams you guys have seen. And but I have not, to be honest with you, I have not seen many projects using this extensive. There are two reasons. Now, say for example, if there are projects where there are they are using extensively automated. I mean, it's an automated warehouse, and they have got the third-party systems which are controlling those conveyor or racking conveyor systems. So they have got their own graphical layout over there. So the entire conveyor layout comes out in that. The entire racking structure comes out in that. So then there's no point in having again mapping this or doing the geo mapping of all these XYZ coordinates of storage bins and then creating a graphical warehouse layout. Till now, in my experience over all these years, I've only seen one organization using Dash, the EWM graphical warehouse layout, but otherwise mostly they don't use it. That is from my experience. You guys might see it in your projects. I'm not so sure about it, but yes, the system does give you this flexibility that you can maintain it over here. So when we are doing it, so it is basically a bin verification field, which you can, and it is a unique identifier for the bench. So we cover that topic. So because there are multiple things, I'll show you once again. Yes. So apart from this verification, there's something for PSA as well, production supply areas as well. Then inventory, bin sectioning. So I need to cover these things in the interest of time along with the topics. Certain companies are using it. I've seen that in my projects. They have been using it, and if not being maintained properly, it's a lot of issues as well. So I will give you examples from that perspective. Okay, so for the bin upload part, you see the system already gives you the template over here. So what you just need to do, you need to just select over here, export spreadsheet. And once you click over here, the system will ask you whether you want to download it in which format and what local, when you want to, once you select over here this particular option, then the pop-up will open up for your local for a local file folder where you want to store it, and then the format will be downloaded. So it looks something like this. So this is the format which I've just downloaded. So it has the warehouse number, storage bin, storage type. So just by filling up this information, we can actually do an upload. So, okay. So you just need to push in the warehouse number, you need to push in the storage bin number that you want to upload, and then you need to push in the storage type, storage section. And then once you are done with that, you just select over here, once the file is ready. So make sure that when you're saving this file, you're saving it as a .csv file. So, okay, so when you're saving this file, make sure when you go to file save as, and then you save it as a .csv file. Don't save it as a normal Excel file, so the system will not be able to hide it. So that is by default a requirement for any uploads that you do in EWM, including stock uploads. Okay. So you convert it into a CSV comma decommitted file, and then you upload it. You select the file. It comes up over here. Click on this upload button. Once you click on this upload button, the entire file will come over here. So the current blank screen that you see, instead of the blank screen, all the entries that you have uploaded will come over here. Yes. So one thing is that once that is being done, if you click on this create storage bins button, only then the system will go and create the storage bins. Otherwise, just on clicking on upload, it's not going to create the storage bins. Now, suppose there were 5 storage bins that you have uploaded. I'm just giving an example. And out of those 5 bins, the storage types that you have mentioned does not exist itself. You have not configured the storage type. System will not note those bits. So system will do its check and it will come and say changes over here in this tab. Or if everything is perfect, then it will come up in this particular tab with the successful changes. And over here at the bottom of the screen, you would see that these many number of bins have been successfully created. So one thing that we need to use extensively when we are working in a warehouse or whenever we are working on projects, this is something which is being extensively used actually by the users. And this is called the EWM monitor or the EWM warehouse cockpit view. I'll just go to the transaction. Once we go inside EWM monitor, so it comes up with warehouse number and then the monitor over here, you need to push it. So again, this is a different topic altogether, how to configure the monitor, how you see all these notes. These are completely configurable. It is customizable as well. If you want to see different screens, all those things can be done. I'll explain it to you when we are covering those topics, okay? But as of now, just trying to understand this transaction. So once you enter the transaction /n/SCWM/MON, this pop-up screen will come up asking you for the warehouse number, and then you need to enter the monitor. So generally, in general, when I use SAP as a monitor, if we have developed some Z monitors, we can use those Z monitors as well. So this is a standard SAP monitor, and you can see outbound, inbound, physical inventory, documents, stock and bin, resource management, product master data, labor management, material flow system, and then you can also view your queues, the queues which are coming in, the queues which are going out, if they are stuck, IDOCs, everything you can view from this single cockpit. Okay. Now, this is something which is extensively being used by users. And this is something not only being used for display or reporting purpose, this is a tool which is also used for execution. So you can create warehouse tasks from here as well. You can trigger the warehouse task creation, then posting changes, HTML, all those things you can do. There are multiple functionalities you can do. And as and when we are covering the warehouse monitor, you will be seeing what are the different activities that can be performed in the warehouse monitor. So it's a display reporting as well as execution tool extensively being used by the warehouse users. So there is a Fury application as well for this. For the EWM warehouse monitor, standard Fury application also exists. I will show it to you guys later, how it looks like. And it has got the Fury application has got the same, almost the same in terms of the notes. And this is completely, again, configurable, customizable as well. So I can make C notes as well. Everything is customizable, and I can make configurations as well. Say, for example, for certain users, I just want them to do physical inventory. Let's say, for example, I will not give them access to these notes. the ones on top and the ones below. Only the physical inventory would be there. So those things can also be done just for simple configuration. Now, why I've come into this monitor is because we can also go into stock bin, go inside storage bin, and then see the stock which is there within the storage bin, or we can just simply just go inside over here, double click. So in this server, I'm running it for the first time, so therefore it's a bit of time. So I'm running it without pushing in any filter values in terms of bins and all. So I have just created one bin, which is this one for this particular storage type. So it's showing me this particular bin. And as you can see, there are multiple things over here which I can control. If I click on, so this particular icon is called the more methods icon. So if you click over here, there are multiple actions in terms of display and execution as well. Now, if I want to block my pin for putaway, if I want to block my storage pin for stock removal, so all those things I can control from here as well. So there are this RB that you see, that's the removal block, and this PB that you see, that's the putaway block. So say, for example, I want to block it for putaway, so it will be blocked, and this indicator will get activated. And similarly, I can do unblocking of the pins as well. Generally, when we are working as consultants, most of the time the easier way to go through bins is obviously through the tables. I've already posted that bin master table as well. So it is /SCP/FHEP. So you can see on your screen, there are so many number of bins which have already got created. And this is the same table from where the EWM monitor, which I was showing you earlier, is fetching its data from, okay, in terms of the bin dates. So let me show you. So if you see over here, all the blocks, empty bin indicator, capacity remaining, all these things are already a part of this. Once you create a bin, the next important part is, so create a bin within the storage type, optional as a storage section. Now there's something called as optional is bin type is bin. It is up to us whether we want to assign a bin type if you're using the bulk structure or not. But another thing that is important is the activity areas. What is this extra bifurcation that is happening? So basically, what we are doing, we are grouping bins as per different activities that would be performed. And this we are calling these as activity areas. And these activity areas in turn will be assigned in terms of the warehouse order creation rules as well. So again, this is a big topic, the warehouse order creation rule, how it is being controlled and all those things. But basically, what I'm going to define in the system, that in a particular set number of bins, whether I'm going to perform putaway, whether I'm going to do dispatch outbound activities, whether I'm going to do any internal movements. Now, all these different kinds of activities that can be performed, and it is not that a bin in a particular storage bin only one kind of activity can be performed. You can perform multiple activities. You can perform all the activities. Obviously, wherever I'll be doing putaway, I'll be also picking up from the same storage bin as well. Right? So we'll be assigning multiple activities, and this in turn will also be used when we are creating the sorting of the bins. Because when the system is trying to search which particular bin the stock needs to be put away to, it's going to do that based on the sorting sequence that will be done based on the activity area. So we call that particular activity bin sorting. So the first step is to define the activities for the activity areas. Okay. So when we're defining different kinds of activities that can be performed. So say for example, if you can see over here, so the activity that has been defined for this warehouse, one of these activities cross like stock away. Again, this is something which we will cover during our goods receipt process. This is a kind of, this is a different kind of put away. It's not a straight put away that the system will just go and search for an empty bin. Right? So it works in a crisscross manner, and I will show you how exactly it works. So then, apart from the description of the activity, you also have a process category over here, which is being wrapped. So you can see there are these 8 process categories which have been defined: put away, stock removal, internal warehouse movement, tracing, inventory, post change, and CLSP or cross line stock put away. Yeah, so for this particular activity, since it is seen as SP itself, so that is the process category that has been assigned to it. And this process step that you would see over here, which is associated again to storage process for process-oriented storage control. Again, that is another completely different topic. So we will not go into too much of details over here. We'll just keep this right now to define the activities. So after the activities are defined, now is defining of the activity areas. I'm not going to use all these special activity category indicators and all these things, but I'll just go through the generic configuration. These are some things which are used in very specific scenarios. And say, for example, let us go inside. Over here, nothing is being maintained. But this is something which is very, very optional and it is used for only specific scenarios. So I would suggest if you guys want to have any questions for this, you can ask it to me in tomorrow's session. I'm more than happy to answer those questions, but we'll not cover it during today's config mode right now here. So how do we define an activity area? What is the logic behind it? So most of the time, the activity areas would be corresponding to your storage types. So if you've got, suppose, actual physical, like say, for example, in this particular diagram, we are seeing that we have mapped 3 storage types over here. A1 HR, A2 HR, and A3 HR. Then we have got 9010 also as a storage type. Okay? So what we can do is we can exactly map name the activity areas as per the storage types. So we'll have an activity area A1 HR equals to A1 HR, A2 HR equals to A2 HR, like that. Because these activity areas also, you would see, we will also need to assign the activity areas to the storage types. Once the activity areas are defined, you need to assign these activity areas to the storage types. Okay. So let's see for this warehouse. Okay, so we can see Y001, Y011, all these activity areas which have been defined for this warehouse. So you would see these are general activity area for storage type Y001, Y021. So the naming nomenclature is similar. In most of the projects that I've worked as with, this is generally the naming nomenclature which is being followed. But yes, I have also seen projects where the naming nomenclature is different. It is not related to the storage type because they use a lot of sequencing within one activity area. There's be maintaining multiple storage types and assigning the sequence to it. So in that case, they will be naming it separate. It will not be the same activity area equals to the storage type. When you're creating a plate, you can also mention the I. So from here, suppose as you can see, I have mapped over here. This is one I, and this is so. From this start of this I to the end of this I. So all the bits that means will be covered within that particular activity here. So I can do that mapping as well over here. So the system does allow me to do that. Bin section also start and end, I can use it if I'm using pallet storage behavior. Consolidation group also I can use if I'm using consolidation groups. But what generally I've also seen is that companies who are not using so much of complex behaviors, they would be simply mapping the storage types into the activity area. Once this is done, we have created the storage bins. We have seen the definition of the activity areas, assignment of the storage types to the activity areas. Now what needs to be done is creation of the sorting, the bin sorting. So what exactly is bin sorting? So what happens is that now this is one storage type, E1 HR. Okay. So within E1 HR, I've got, so let's just take this fast section, storage section. So within this, suppose I've got fast 1, fast 2, fast 3, and fast 4. Now in terms of the putaway sorting sequence, so what I want the system is to, instead of going to, let's assume, I mean, for any XYZ reasons, it should not go as 1, 2, 3, 4 when the warehouse task is getting created. The system should first create a warehouse task for 3, then it should be for 1, then for 2, and then for 4. So if you want to do this, yes, you can do it. So it is based on the sorting sequence that is being maintained for each and everything. So how do we maintain the sort sequence? The sort sequence can be maintained through a transaction, standard transaction. So, or it can be uploaded as well. Okay. It can be, so you can create again a file and then you can upload to sort sequence as well. Or you can use the standard transaction where the system will pull in all the storage things which have been created and then it will call this generic sorting. Okay. The difference between the use of the transaction and the generic sorting is the generic sorting will be doing it like this, ascending or descending. But if you want to do it as per like 3 and then 1 and then 4 and then 2, that kind of a sorting. So for that kind of sorting, you need to upload the file.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a key function of SAP S/4HANA EWM? Option A, slotting and rearrangement. Option B, goods issue and goods receipt. Option C, payroll management. Option D, physical inventory management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing warehouses? Our SAP S/4HANA Extended Warehouse Management course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S/4HANA EWM. It's like a powerful tool for handling everything in your warehouse, from receiving products to shipping them out. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced tips. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros with years of experience. They're here to guide you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People like you have found our course super useful for their careers. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome chance to learn is super affordable. Ready to become an SAP EWM expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Going ahead today, we'll be talking a bit about the master data as well. So what are the different kinds of master data that are involved that we need to create in EWM? And what are the important tabs over there? So some of the master data that we are going to speak are independent. So these master data will be, when I say independent, what I mean is that it is only created in EWM. It's not created in ECC as well. Some of the master data that we'll be talking about are interlinked. That means in EWM as well, it will be existing. It will be existing in ECC as well. And some of the information will be flowing in from ECC to EWM. So there's that, those data we don't need to maintain again in EWM. We'll start off with the product master. Today we'll be going more inside it. Okay, so what you see over here, unlike what we see in the ECC material master or the S4 material master, we over there, once we enter the product number or the material number, we will be asked by the system, there will be a pop-up coming in asking for the different views that we want to see. If we want to see almost all the views, we'll select all. Or if we want to have only selective views, we can also select those particular nodes. In EWM, you don't get that option. So you just need to enter the product number and the warehouse number. The supply chain unit will automatically be pulled in. Now this gets pulled in through where? Through the configuration that we had done of the warehouse number assignment to the supply chain unit. If you remember the first session, that we did a configuration, and from that the system automatically pulls in the supply chain unit. Now I'll just click on display over here. So now, as I mentioned, there are a lot of things which are coming in from ECC. Where in from ECC? From the material master, right? Like the properties, this has the generic information of the material. Then units of measurement. Now this is something that we see in basic data in ECC. So what I'll do is I'll also open this material in the standard ECC transaction for the material master. So we go to MM03. Now for this particular warehouse, it has been maintained. So therefore, I mentioned, but yes, it's a very valid point which you have highlighted. So if you have got multiple plants linked to the same warehouse, say for example, in that case, whether it is a third-party logistics warehouse, whether it's not a third-party logistics warehouse, for very large organizations, there would be multiple plants linked to the same warehouse as well in different sites. So if it's just a distribution center, in that case, you have to enter this manually. Okay, and you can maintain different sets of data for the different party entitled to dispose as well. Okay, so Over here, we are coming back to the ECC material master, select the basic data, and then from here, we have to select the WM execution and the WM packaging tabs as well. Now, these are the EWM relevant tabs. Why I say EWM relevant tabs? Because this is where I'll be maintaining the data, which will be also flowing in automatically to the EWM product master. Okay, how it flows in, that will be discussed. That we'll be discussing after this. Okay. So over here, you see, we go to additional data, and whatever you see over here in units of measurement, so the same thing that you'll find over here in the product master in EWM. Okay, so this is nothing that is being maintained in EWM separately. Okay. Now, you guys must be already, all of you have worked in ECC, so you guys are familiar with all the material master tables. So in EWM, it is more or less, some of the tables are similar, just you need to add SAP APO to that. Say, for example, we have the table MARM, right? So this is a standard material master table that you guys must be used to in using in ECC as well. Now, from EWM perspective, there is this one, /SAP APO /MARM. Okay, but it's not for everything. I mean, you won't find all the M related tables in EWM, but yes, for some of them, it is there. Okay. Going back over here now, what is the most important data from an EWM perspective that we'll be maintaining over here? So what I'll do, I'll straight away jump to the warehouse data tab. There are three tabs actually. So the warehouse data tab, the slotting tab, and the storage type data tab. The storage type data tab will be covering when we are going to cover the replenishment part. So there is a topic in EWM for replenishment, and this is a master data actually that we will be using. It's not a mandatory master data, but this is one of the master data that we can use to set the min-max level for the replenishment. Okay, so I'll be covering this particular tab during the replenishment topic. Again, we have a topic, we have a tab, sorry, for slotting. So when we are going to cover the slotting topic, at that point in time, we'll be covering this tab. But in today's session, we'll be covering this tab, the warehouse data tab. Okay. So over here, as we had also seen yesterday, there are different classifications of the data that you can maintain. So there is a generic data, then there is data relevant for quality inspection. There's data relevant for put away, and then there's data relevant for stock removal. Okay. So in this case, also in the generic data, what we can see, we can also have this. We have this process blocking profile over here, which we can maintain. So nothing has been defined over here. So therefore, nothing is coming up. But you can configure your own process block profile. Okay, and you can map it over here. So so what does this process block profile mean? So what happens is that in case you are using, you want a certain warehouse process type to be determined. Now, the first question should be, what is a warehouse process type? Because this is not something that you guys are using in ECC. So in EWM, there is no concept of movement type that we use. Okay, so whenever we are doing any movement in ECC, we will always use a movement type. Say, for example, if it's a goods receipt, it's a 101. I'm just taking basic examples. It's 101. Then if we are doing initial stock upload, it will be 561. So like that, we'll be using movement types. In EWM, directly, we are not using any movement type. So what we do in EWM, the entire warehouse activities are being defined within different processes, like put away, like goods receiving, like picking, like packing. So for replenishment. So we have divided all the different activities that are being performed into different processes. And the system also allows you to, if you want to customize, you want to create your own Z warehouse process type, you can do that as well. So what we use extensively in EWM is called the EWM warehouse process type. Or in short form, when you will be working in projects, you will come across the term WPT. Okay. So the warehouse process type is a configuration, which we will go to now before we again delve deep into this. So let me quickly open it. Again, the warehouse process type configuration, when we'll be talking about it, we'll be talking about the generic things today, because there are a lot of things actually that is interrelated within the warehouse process type configuration. And when we talk about the warehouse process type configuration, it is related to some complex processes as well, like storage control. Okay. So unless and until I cover all those topics, you will not understand the entire gambit of this configuration. But let us look at the generic part. So to go inside the warehouse process type configuration, what you need to do, you need to go to SPRO, SEM Extended Warehouse Management, and within that cross-process settings over here. And from cross-process settings, you need to open up warehouse task. And within warehouse task, you need to select define warehouse process type. Okay. So over here, you see in this particular configuration, once you double click and go inside, so you set up against which particular warehouse you are defining the warehouse process type. So the warehouse process type is not a global configuration. It's a warehouse specific configuration. So the definition itself is created within a warehouse number. It is something similar to a storage location. Say, for example, you're creating within a plant. So it's something like that. So that means every warehouse can have same warehouse process type numbers. So SAP from the 0001, so this 0001 warehouse comes in with the stock solution. So it already has provided certain standard warehouse process types, like 1010 is used for put away, 1011 is used for put away with storage process. So I said that in a complex put away process, there is something that we use which is called storage control. I will touch base with that a little bit today at a high level, but there is a proper whole set of configuration that we are going to cover when we are going to cover the storage control topic. Okay, so SAP from a standard perspective as well, for the stock warehouse, they have provided this 1011 warehouse process type, which is the process type to be used if we are using any storage process. Okay, then we've got 2010 for stock removal, then 2020 for stock removal with two-step picking process. Again, this is something we'll be covering during the two-step picking process discussion, and the stock removal strategies along with wave picking. Okay, then you've got 2100 stock removal for production supply. Now, as I mentioned, the entire warehouse activities have been defined as different processes, right? Now, this stock removal is not a normal stock removal, as we are all aware. Now, this is done. Why do we do stock removal for production supply? So basically, in a warehouse, what happens? There would be a particular section which will be near the manufacturing line, where we need to take out the stock from our racks, the raw materials, and then we need to stage it towards in that particular production supply area. So from a terminology perspective, we call it the production supply area. That is something that is also the same jargon that is being used in ECC as well. And today later, we'll be seeing how do we replicate the production supply area from ECC to EWM. Okay. Then for replenishment also, you see there are different warehouse process types. Now let's just go inside one warehouse process type and see some of the generic controls, not the overall controls. Okay, because to understand the overall controls, again, we have to go inside each and every topic. Right? So from a generic control perspective, if you see the warehouse process category over here, so it was used as stock removal. Sorry, the E was copied, so it got pasted. So this is, so if you see the process category over here, so it has been defined as whether it is put away, whether it is stock removal, whether it is internal warehouse movement, whether it is posting change. Because although this particular process is related to production supply, so in terms of the process category, the standard process categories that are there, these are the generic. I mean, even if it is for production supply, at the end of the day, you are removing, you're picking at the end of the day, right? So it's a stock removal. So basically, so that is what it has been configured over here. The next thing that is the activity. So yesterday we saw we had defined activities, right? And then we have mapped those activities to the activity area. So the activity also needs to be mapped over here. The activities that we define needs to be mapped over here against the warehouse process type. Okay. Now, this warehouse process type is used where? It is used when the warehouse task is getting created. Now, when the warehouse task gets created, you have an option to do the confirmation of the warehouse task. So the warehouse task basically has got two important steps. One is the creation, the other one is the confirmation. Now, at the confirmation part, whether you want to do it manually or you want to do it automatically, that also you can control at this particular level over here through the warehouse process type. So we'll be discussing about warehouse task in detail on Monday's session. And we'll be also discussing certain things like warehouse order creation rule as well. So that is when we'll be talking about all these other controls as well. Because right now you'll not be understanding if I speak about all these things, especially the people who are new to it. But in general, it has got this, the way we have certain controls at the movement type section. Similarly, we have got these kind of controls, not exactly same, but we have got controls at the warehouse process type level as well. And every time a warehouse task is created, so let me show you in general, since I'm repeating about warehouse task, let me quickly try to see whether we've got some existing, there should be some existing data over here. So let me just quickly open it up. So this is a table that I'm using. So this table is a standard EWM table for confirmed warehouse tasks or any warehouse task which is cancelled as well. Okay, so I will just copy this. Operation perspective, how I work, I'm more used to using, it's much easier. I'm sure even you guys, all of you are experienced people, you guys would also prefer using tables. So therefore, I just don't go straight away, go to the EWM monitor and do this. I just try using the tables as much as possible. If I remember the tables, if I don't remember, then yes, I do go to through the config nodes as well. Okay, so we've got a lot of warehouse tasks over here. So just let us take just one of them, and I'll open the generic view for you guys. Okay, here, so to check out any warehouse task in general, you can also go to the EWM monitor. So if you remember, we have seen this transaction yesterday, is the /n/SCWM/MON. So in the default values, you need to enter the warehouse number and then the monitor. How to define the monitor, how these nodes come and all these things, this will be covered in a separate topic. So the monitor that we are using, that's a standard SAP monitor, which comes along with all these nodes. And then over here, you need to open documents and you can go to warehouse task. There are other ways and means also to reach to this particular position, but this is a straight cut position where you can go and push in the warehouse task. So we have copied that warehouse task, and I will use all these checkboxes: open warehouse task, cancel, WT on hold, and confirm warehouse task, and I will execute it. Why I'm doing it? Because I did not check the status of the warehouse task in the table. Okay, so you see this is a warehouse task number. So let's see now, this particular icon in EWM is called the form view. Okay, so the form view, basically what it does is that it opens up what does it open? So this one is a horizontal view, right? So it will open up a vertical view for you. Okay, so you'll get same information in a horizontal view, and then a vertical view, and then you can just go through the information over here. So let's see what exactly does a warehouse task comprise of. So the warehouse task, if you see the generic data, it comprises of the warehouse process type, the first thing. Okay, so this particular warehouse process type Y220 has been defined as a stock removal warehouse process type. And then the next thing over here, since they are using a storage process for this warehouse process type, it got triggered through a storage process. That's why these things are coming up over here. I'll not be discussing this section because today we are not covering storage process. Okay, so just ignore the storage process and the external step part. Okay, we'll come back to it when we are covering that. The next details that it has is obviously who has created it, which particular user ID in SAP, the creation date, and the confirmation date as well. Okay. Now the warehouse task status over here is C, do an F4 over here. So C stands for confirmed, A is for cancelled, and B is for waiting. Again, when we'll be covering the storage control process-oriented storage control, layout-oriented storage control, you would get to see that there would be certain tasks which will be in a waiting status as well. So the system creates the advanced next action task as well in advance based on the configuration settings that have been done. Again, I'll open up the form view. Now over here, if you see, apart from that, other important data is which product, what is the description of the product, what is the source quantity in base unit of measurement, what is the destination quantity, the stock type. So yesterday we saw what is the stock type. So the stock type basically signifies whether it's an unrestricted stock, whether it's a stock which has just yet been received, but it is not when let's say if I push a stock in as F1, say for example, and I will not make it unrestricted. I'll not assign it to the unrestricted stock. So basically that stock type will get triggered once we do the goods receipt. The stock has been goods receipted, but it is not yet, the quality check has not happened. Extra packaging, if required, has not happened. Therefore, it is not yet ready to be sent into this F2 stock type. So the F2 stock type over here, which we see, the warehouse task got created for the unrestricted stock type, right? So, and also it has the target quantity in alternate unit of measurement as well, which you can see over here is a pallet. Then it has got this other information as well. Now this warehouse task is, and over here in the movement data, you will see the source storage type, source bin from where the picking needs to be done, because this is a warehouse task meant for stock removal. And then the destination bin and the destination storage step, that is something that will be done either automatically determined by the system, or the bin will be determined by the forklift operator as well. So that can also be done. Okay. And over here you will see warehouse order activity area, which automatically will come, and the warehouse order creation rule as well. Now this is something, as I mentioned, this particular topic, it has got its own whole set of configurations. So the warehouse order creation rule basically controls how your warehouse order is getting generated, which is at the header level for the warehouse task. So we have a warehouse order, and within that there can be multiple warehouse tasks as well. So at the header level, it is the warehouse order. Okay. So whenever a warehouse task is getting created, the warehouse task will get created for that particular stock type. So it is not necessary that every time it will be for unrestricted use. It is depending on the warehouse process. Now, since in this case, the example which I'm showing you is for stock removal. So therefore, it is taking the stock type unrestricted. So when I'll be covering the warehouse order creation rule, warehouse task creation, so I'll be covering all those topics. Okay. So because the thing is, it's not only always F2. It can, warehouse task can be created for F1 also, any stock type. Okay. So that is completely configurable, and it is not something manual. It is something automatically getting determined based on the settings that we have maintained. Whenever the warehouse task is getting generated, whichever is the stock type, you need to use that stock type only. Whether it is F1, when at the time of warehouse task creation, if it is F1, then even if you're doing picking, you need to pick F1 only. If at the time of removal it is F2, you need to pick F2 only. It's like that. That configuration where we were assigning the stock type to the availability group, and the availability group in turn was again mapped to your storage type. So all these things are linked. So when we'll be covering it on Monday, I'll be showing you the entire logical flow for that. So you can see over here, the warehouse process type is over here, Y220. So the examples that we were seeing before this, so we were seeing 2100. Okay. So this is where our warehouse process type is defined. And now we go back to our product master. Why? In the product master, there's something called process type determination indicator. Okay. Now this process type determination indicator is not exactly the warehouse process type, but this process type determination indicator that we map over here against the product master again is a configuration which needs to be done first, and then that process type determination indicator needs to be mapped against the warehouse process type. So it is one of the important constituents for determining a warehouse process type for a particular activity. So let us quickly check that as well. I'm not going to make any changes. So you see over here, the next configuration over here is defining of controlling indicators for determining the warehouse process type. So we go inside this one, and we see over here that these are the process type determination indicators which have been defined. If you want to define your own indicator as well, you are free to do that. Okay, so say for example, over here, so the system allows you to create your own process type. Now, why will you create a Z process type? The reason why you create a Z process type determination indicator is if you see that the existing process types are not sufficient enough to handle the requirements of your client, and then you see for some additional requirements, you need to create new warehouse process types. So if you want the system to automatically assign that new warehouse process type for those particular set of products, so then what you will do, you will be creating a new process type determination indicator, and then you will assign this new process type determination indicator for the new Z warehouse process type that you will be creating. Okay. So now if you go to determine warehouse process type, so this is basically the configuration node where you set up based on what criteria a particular warehouse type process type is getting determined. Now, in the warehouse task you saw, the process type that was determined was Y220, right? So over here in the configuration for this warehouse 1710, they must have maintained a particular setup based on which this Y220 is getting determined. Okay, so let us see what are the determinants. Now remember, this is something that we should know and understand, and it is very similar. I mean, when we say determinants, the way we have how is a shipping point determined in ECC? We have got those different factors, right? Transportation zone of customer and all those things. So how is a shipping point determined? So these are based on certain factors in ECC. Similarly, over here in warehouse process type also, this is the configuration. So the first thing obviously is the warehouse number. Then this is your document type. Okay, so this document type is basically your header document, and this is a EWM document type. Next is your item type over here. Again, this is your EWM item type. Then comes your delivery priority. Now, this delivery priority is something which we maintain at the customer master level in ECC. Okay, and it can flow in through the delivery. So if we have maintained any delivery priority at the customer master level, and then we have created an order for that particular customer, so that delivery priority will show up in the EWM side as well in the outbound delivery at the item level for that particular item, for a particular product. Okay, and based on that also you can determine, say for example, when I was working for one of a large pharmaceutical projects in Singapore, so over there they have a life-saving drug. Now let us assume now this was just the goods receipt part. Now similarly, if I suppose have another area over here, say for example, now this is a staging area, say for example, for the goods issue zone. Okay. And then we have one area over here, which is an extra packaging area or labeling area. Now, what is this labeling area? So what happens is that whenever you are shipping, since we're talking about the pharmaceutical scenario, whenever you are shipping medicines, so every country, if you're exporting it, every country has got its own requirement that it needs to be set as a legal requirement, which needs to be there on the barcode of that particular pallet, which you are creating. Okay, so that is country specific. So if you, I mean, in this particular example that I'm giving, so they were exporting it to different countries across the globe. So what was happening was they have this labeling area, which so once the picking happens, the next step is that it goes to this labeling section. So this extra layer of labeling happens based on the country that has been, that it is going to be shipped to, and then finally it goes to this goods issue zone. Now, for certain cases, if this is a it's a life-saving drug which has been ordered. So what will happen is that these steps will be actually skipped, and there is an additional label which comes in, which the forklift driver or the material handler can print. It's a mobile printer, so he can print that extra label which says that it's a life-saving drug. So the moment that particular product order comes in, so it doesn't go through these many steps. It will straight away go to the goods issue. The picking is done, straight away goes to the goods issue zone, and then from that it's loaded to the truck and it is being dispatched. Because it's a life-saving drug, someone's life is at stake. Okay. So in that case, what we had done was we had created separate warehouse process types so that those process types will not be involved in the POSC setup, the process-oriented control step setup. Okay, and that process type determination indicator was also being created for those Z warehouse process types. For the other warehouse process types which were being used for POSC setup, so those had different process type determination indicators. Now, if you see over here, so we talked about delivery priority, then we have the process type determination indicator. So over here, the way I had maintained that Z1, I can maintain the new warehouse process type determination indicator. And against that, I can maintain a Z warehouse process type over here. The way these guys have maintained this Y220, similarly, you can create your own warehouse process type, Z10, Z101, whatever. So you can define it, describe it as per the scenario that you guys are trying to create in this particular server. Okay. So once you do that, once this mapping is done, for the products to automatically determine that particular warehouse process type that you have created, the mapping needs to be done over here in the process type determination indicator field. You also have other things over here which are related to physical inventory, which are related to the outbound loading process as well. So that I will be covering during those particular topics when I'll be doing it. One thing that you can see over here is the preferred unit of measurement that is being maintained. Now, this preferred unit of measurement is something that you have got multiple units of measurement in the alternate unit of measurement as well. You can see the base unit of measurement for this product is pieces, but the preferred unit of measurement has been maintained as cartons. Now, how it impacts the EWM process? So basically what happens is that whatever preferred unit of measurement you have maintained, and there is an adjacent setting for a unit of measurement at the product level. So if that is also activated, so the system considers whenever it is creating the warehouse task, whenever it is receiving the goods, at the time of receiving, it will consider this preferred unit of measurement. So the stock will be displayed in that particular unit of measurement. But it's not only based on this particular setup. So I will have to explain it to you in more detail. There's a lot of interlinked configurations which need to be performed to achieve that. It's not only straight cut, just maintenance of this preferred unit of measurement, and that is how the system will understand, okay, I need to do the receiving in cartons. No, it's not like that. There is a set of equivalent configurations that we need to do, and that I'll be covering during the inbound process. I'm just giving you an idea of where exactly this is being used. Then also serial number profile, if any serial number profile exists, so you can map it over here as well. Okay. Quality inspection. So if the quality inspection procedure is being controlled directly through EWM, because we've got scenarios where we are maintaining the quality inspection in ECC or in the ERP side as well. And we are combining, we are doing it through a linkage between EWM and integration between the quality management platform and EWM. So in that case, we don't need to maintain this particular master data, but only if we are doing the quality, we are using, there's something called as a QIE, quality inspection engine in EWM. If we are using it, then we can use this, the quality inspection group, inspection intervals, and all these things. So this will be covering during our quality inspection engine topic when we are going to cover that. When it comes to putaway, this is again something we'll cover in detail because there is a lot of adjacent configurations that I need to show you guys as well. But this is something at a high level. this is the control based on which the system understands. Okay, so if for this particular material, this is the put away control indicator, and this is some. Now I understand that based on this put away control indicator, this is the search sequence that the system will identify, and from there onwards, I will go and hit the storage type as per the sequence that is being maintained, and then from there onwards, I will try to search for the storage bin. So this basically helps us to determine automatically where we need to put away our product. So we might have different areas in the warehouse for different products, like the way in this diagram we have. For mobile phones, we have a different section. For television, we have a different. For drugs, we have a different storage type. So we'll do the mapping accordingly, and then the put away control indicator will also be created and mapped over here. I think put away control indicator. I mean, this kind of similar functionality is also being used in WM, I guess, when you are setting it up, if I'm not wrong. Then apart from that, you have storage section indicator as well. As I mentioned, that it is not something which is mandatory, but if you have storage sections like this, slow, medium, fast, cardio, derma, gastro, mobiles, television, aircon. So it's up to you. You can create your storage section indicators as well. Again, this is a topic which we will be covering during our inbound part. But if you guys want to go through as well, if you get some time during the weekend and you want to go through it, just for the people who are new to EWM, what you need to do is go to the goods receipt process, and then you open strategies, and over here you will find everything. Here, this is at the level of storage type, the strategies that you can set, and then you have at the level of storage section as well. Okay, so over here you can see create storage section indicators. So this storage section indicator is something which you're maintaining over there. Here you have defined put away control indicators. This is something you are again maintaining it over there in the product master. So this I will leave it up to you guys. We will cover this during our inbound session. But again, it's up to you if you guys want to go through it before that. You guys can go through this as well. Similarly, for removal, we have got these controls over here. And not only for the outbound and the inbound scenarios, we can control this. There's something called as the stock determination group, which we can use, which we will be using, in fact, when we are going to see the advanced production integration topic. And this is widely used. So the projects where I have worked in terms of the advanced production integration, we have used this setup, and I will be covering it during our advanced production integration setup. But in general, the stock determination group can be used from outbound perspective as well, but from the production advanced production integration scenario as well. Okay, then you have got controls for the two-step picking part as well. And yesterday we were looking into the staging area and load determination group. This is also somewhere but once we define it, we can do the mapping over here for product wise as well. As I mentioned, for specific products, you want to push it into specific doors, then you can do the mapping over here. Okay. So this is for the warehouse data. As I mentioned, the slotting data and the storage type data, we will be covering for those when we are covering those specific topics. Within storage, within the storage data, some of this data will fly in from ECC as well. So you can see the item category groups is something which flies in from ECC. If there is any warehouse storage condition, like say for example, the product needs to be stored in an ambient condition. Yesterday we were talking about medicines being stored inside freezers, medicine being stored inside a particular temperature. So whatever storage conditions that are being defined, mapped in ECC, it will automatically flow in through here. Okay. So apart from that, in terms of packaging data, so you see, since this is a standard material, now for this particular material, this handling unit type is actually flying in from the ECC side as well. Over here within WM packaging, so these two tabs, WM execution and WM packaging, these are the two tabs through which the data, whatever data we are maintaining over here, so these relevant data will be flowing into EWM. So what happens is that when we are maintaining the data, sometimes in certain projects, what they do, they are only maintaining this handling unit type data for the packaging materials, not for every material. Okay, I've also seen companies using where they are using handling unit types for they are maintaining this handling unit type for every material. But some of the projects I have worked on, they are using it only for the packaging material. So because right now over here you can see it's blank, right? So let me show you a packaging material. So packaging material means, I mean, we will define, suppose, a product for cartons, pallets, bottles, like that. So if you see over here, the handling unit type has been maintained for this packaging material. And if I just copy this and open the same product, oh yeah, I think this was already the same one. My bad. Okay, packaging data. So you see the packaging material type and the handling unit type has been populated over here. Whereas for the other product, the basic product, it was not there. So YN03, right? So this YN03 is an internal packaging material, but you will also find different kinds of packaging material types. If you can see over here, and this is also completely configurable as well. With this, we have covered the warehouse product in a generic way. We will be jumping into this every now and then when we are covering the relevant topics as well. When we do putaway, when we are doing the inbound part, we'll again go inside the putaway control. When we do the outbound part, we do go inside the stock removal control like this. Apart from this, other important data that we have seen yesterday as well is the storage bins, which is also considered as a master data. But the storage bin data is something which is independent, that is not available in ECC, that is only available in EWM. And the storage bin data, as I mentioned to you, most of the time, because there'll be multiple number of bins that you need to create for a particular warehouse. So generally, the data will be uploaded. Now, who does this upload? Is it the IT team? Is it the consulting team? Or is it the in-house team from the client side? Or is it the super user? Most of the projects that I've worked in, the super users will be trained in this because they will be giving us the structure, but it is not it's not something. It depends on how we are, putting the roles and responsibilities, and also putting in from the governance perspective, how we are handling the project. So in most of the cases I've seen, if the super users are equipped enough, educated enough, qualified enough, and they can be trained, they will be handling the bin upload part as well and the bin sorting part. But if not, then we will be giving them the templates. They will be filling it up and giving it back to us, because we don't know how many number of bins would be there inside the warehouse. You will go there to see it physically, but you will not know exact structure, within which storage type, how many bins should be there, and all these things. Whether it should be bulk, whether it is a racking bin. So how will you define that? So all those things, the templates will be shared with the users. They will fill it up. If they are not uploading it, they will send it back to us. Now, when it comes to the sorting part as well, that is also something that they need to tell us how they want the sorting to happen for the different activities, for put away, for stock removal, and all those things. And also whether they want the system to automatically determine the final bin, or they just want the system to determine the storage type. That means they just want the system to determine E1 HR, or they want to determine the exact bin over here in this rack. So all these things the users will tell us from the business side, and this is not something that we will decide on our own. We can recommend based on our experience across the different industries that we have worked. We can recommend what will be the best part, but yes, the actual requirement will be coming in from the business side. Another set of master data now, which is required to be maintained. Now, the system that I'm showing to you is an embedded system. So this system does not have that requirement. What requirement? Creation of separate, or creation of the data transfer for the customers, for the vendors. So this requirement doesn't exist for an embedded system, right? Because you are creating it's one single box, and you create the business partner. So that itself is for both the environments, for EWM as well as for ECC. But in the decentralized environment, because we've got two separate boxes, you have to create, so say for example, the decentralized environment is also S4 and the EWM environment is also S4. In that case as well, you still need the communication to flow in from ECC or from the S4 environment, ECC S4 environment, ERP S4 environment to the EWM S4. Similarly, if it's suppose S4 EWM and ECC box, still you need to set up the model. Even if it's not S4 EWM, it's EWM 9.5 or 9.09, whatever, and if it's ECC, you still need the model. Now, how we set up the models, why I'm emphasizing on these versions of EWM, because it depends on the versions, what kind of model you'll be setting up. So generally, when it comes to S4, when the EWM system is S4, then we'll be using the EAD model or the IDOC model to transfer the customer data, the vendor data to EWM in the decentralized environment. We've got multiple, even the material data. So to set up, so this is for sending material, the transaction is BD10. BD10, this is the transaction. It's BD10. I'm just entering it in the chat as well. BD10. This is for material, so you need to activate this and for one material, and you see the message type. So generally, what happens? This is this message type has a structure. That means what information from ECC will go into EWM. Say for example, I showed you HU type, so that is inside that structure. But if you want some additional data, some Z fields you have created in Material Master in ECC, and you want those Z fields to be also reflected in the EWM product master. I'm just giving an example. In that case, you will create a new message type, which you will define as ZMatMass. So the existing projects that you guys are working in EWM, just check this. If they are using the AAD interface, they will be using ZMatMass. They're not using MatMass because there would be some XYZ fields which is specific to the organization, which doesn't come in the standard structure. Okay. So you check that, what is inside those, what are those additional fields in ZMatMass, you will identify that, okay, so these are the additional fields. So that's why they have created this new Z message type, okay. I'm not sure whether you guys have done it yourselves or whether someone else has done the implementation, but you can check that in your existing systems. In this system, you won't get it, but you can create it yourselves. So what happens is that, I mean, there are certain structural differences when you talk about the embedded system, right? So whenever you're creating the material itself, within that itself, there are some additional fields which are relevant for EWM as well. So if the EWM, I mean, if the material is maintained for a plant and S-log combination, which is EWM relevant, it will flow. You don't have to do additional maintenance of this data. Okay. But in the decentralized environment, you definitely need to do this. So you can now, again, decentralized environment, if the receiving system is S4, so this is from my experience I'm seeing. SAP gives you an option, yes, you can use AAD model, I mean this IDOC model to do the distribution. But there's also something called as the core interface, which is commonly known as CIFIC. So you can also use a CIFIC model. I will quickly show you that as well for the decentralized environment. But those, I mean, nowadays I've seen in the newer projects, mostly what they're using is the AAD model. Okay, so this is for material. Then you've got, oh, sorry, my bad, BT12. This is for customers. And then this is for a vendor. Because if you get time, you also go through the slides. They are very, very exhaustive as well. A lot of good information is provided in these slides. So especially for people who are new to EWM, it's going to be really helpful for you. So again, over here, say for example, for vendor, you would see the message type which is generally being used is CREMAS, CREMAS. So again, if you see there is some additional vendor information which is not available in this structure, which is Z, which has been created from an ECC perspective or S4 perspective, then you will see Z CREMAS, Z CREMAS. You can go inside that message type structure and check that. Okay. Generally, it depends again on companies. Some certain companies, this new message type construction and everything will be handled by ABAP. Some of them will be handled by basis. It depends. Some of them they will ask, no, we don't know this, or they will ask you for the information. They will create it, but just creation rights they will still keep it with themselves because we are talking about message type construction. Okay. So it depends on how you maintain the roles and authorization. It depends on project to project. So this is how we do it through the ALE model. And if you're using the core interface, which you will also come across if you have worked on older EWM versions. So you will see that this is, what is the core interface? So it's called the SIFing model. So in the SIFing model, the first transaction is CFM1. So in CFM1, let me just push in that as well. So over here, what we do, so you can see there are different objects over here, right? So you create the model name, suppose EWM underscore test like this, okay? And then provide the receiving system, the logical system. So you can, suppose, let's give this, oh, sorry, my bad. I selected the S4HANA logical system. We have to, okay, so this is, it is not showing, it's only showing the S4HANA logical system. So we will, to use the SIFing, so since this is an embedded system, that's why it is, it doesn't have this. But in a decentralized environment, you will be defining your EWM logical system as well, and you have to select the EWM logical system. Okay, and then after that, you select the materials. Say, for example, you want to sift materials. And if you want to sift entire list of materials which are there, you will not push in the filter. You will not use the filter over here. If you want to use selective materials, then you can use selective materials as well. Execute it. And then once you select the rows, the integration model will be created. The next step is to activate the integration model. So once the integration model is created, you activate it. So once the integration model is activated, what happens in the background, the communication happens through QRFC only, through RFC only. It's a SIFing queue which gets generated, which will take in all the product changes to EWM. It will create a queue and it will take everything and it will go there. So generally what we do, if we are using SIFing, we'll be setting up a batch job, and this batch job will be for creation, activation, and deletion. Because sometimes you have to delete the SIFing model as well. If you're working in projects in EWM where they're using the SIFing model, you will see that there are background jobs for the SIFing variants as well. Okay, so it will actively, so it will depend on the frequency. You set it up for every 15 minutes, half an hour, 1 day. It's up to you. I mean, sorry, up to the business requirement and how frequently new changes are happening in materials. I've worked on projects back in India where on an average, every day, one production line manufactures on an average close to 1,600 new materials. Only one production line. So in a particular warehouse, manufacturing plant, sorry. So you can get those kind of situations as well. So it depends how the setup is being done. Okay. So for, as I mentioned, so you can either go for the AD model or you can go for the SIFing interface as well. It's up to up to the versions also which are there. But the AD versions are much more better. There are lesser issues as compared to the SIFing. That is what I have experienced at least. Okay, so let me quickly show you a flow of an inbound delivery, which will come into EWM, and how it is getting created and all those things. So whenever we are creating an inbound delivery, automatically it will get distributed to EWM. How does it get distributed to EWM? Through the QRFC mode, queued RFC. RFC stands for remote function call. So what is a remote function call? So it was going to basically, we map the destinations, as you must have seen in the first session, of the logical systems. So one logical system will be calling the other logical system, and that set structure which we have assigned where in the distribution model. So let us quickly go through that once so that you will refresh your memory. We go to the distribution model transaction BD64, and over here, if you remember, we had mapped all these different business application programming interfaces, in short form BAPIs, to the warehouse number. Okay, so the transaction that we use to do this mapping is OL19, and over here we had mapped our warehouse and have provided the EWM logical system, the distribution model, And then we had created the entries. So for this one, it's already created, so I'm not going to create. I just check the entries. And you can see over here, you've got a PAPI for inbound delivery save replica. So this is the PAPI which actually triggers the inbound delivery creation in EWM. So this is the PAPI which actually takes the information, creates a queue, and then it is posting it in EWM, generating the inbound delivery. So what I would do is, for you guys to understand how the queue looks like, I will now stop the queue. Now, if I create a delivery, it will automatically get distributed to EWM. It will not stop anywhere. So what I will do, there is a parameter, I will stop the queue, and I will show you how the structure looks like. So in order to do that, what I need to do, I need to go to SU3 transaction. So if you're using a decentralized environment, guys, remember, because sometimes this might be required when you are doing certain troubleshooting scenarios as well, or if you want to stop the queue and debug the queue and all these things. So whenever you are using this parameter, setting up the parameter, in the embedded environment, you just need to use this parameter, only this parameter, SCWM if underscore debug underscore QRFC. You can note it down. I will just pass it on to your chat. And the value that you need to maintain over here in the parameter value is X in capital. It's a case sensitive value. Remember that. Okay. So it's a case sensitive value. You need to maintain it in as X. Now, if you want to stop the queue in the ECC side as well. So it is the same parameter, just what is the difference? It's slash SPE slash if underscore debug underscore QRFC. Okay, so instead of SCWM, it is SPE. Remember that. So I'm going to save it on this profile now. And let's see if I create the inbound delivery, it gets automatically distributed or the delivery stops in the queue itself. Okay, so I'm creating a delivery, not creating the purchase order and all those things that we will be doing when we'll be covering the inbound scenario. I'm just straight cut creating a inbound delivery without any reference. So I'm doing a stock upload using 561 movement. This is the MyGo transaction. I'm sure all of you are aware about it. So I'll just push in the material. So I'll just check everything is fine or not with this with this document. Everything is fine. So the moment since this is the storage location that I have selected is an EWM managed storage location. So in general, when you are doing any postings in MyGo, the goods movement gets posted, right? No. So whenever you're using EWM, when I click on post, it is going to create a delivery. Now, since this is a stock upload, it's going to create an inbound delivery so that I need to do the receiving and the put away and all those things. So you see this delivery got created, ending with 48. So what I will do is I will just simply go to displaying of queue. Now, since I've stopped the queue, I'm expecting that the queue should stop. Let's see what happens. So I will just, okay, so to view queues in EWM, sorry, my bad, I did not talk about the transaction. The transaction code is SMQ2 for inbound queues, SMQ1 for outbound queues. So if you want to search for the delivery, just type in the delivery number. Perfect. So the parameter that we had set, it has stopped the delivery. Good news for us. We go inside the delivery and you can see the status of this. So this is how the queue looks like. So people who are seeing it for the first time or who have not yet got the exposure to EWM. So this is how the queue would look like. And you can see the queue status is no execution. That means it's a stop queue. Okay. So in general, when I will show you, when I'll delete those parameters, there is nothing which stops over here unless and until there is an error. Unless and until there is an error or a prerequisite which is not being maintained, because of which the delivery gets stuck. So in that case, now this particular delivery, since it is in a in a stop status, that means if I go to the inbound delivery transaction in EWM, I will not be able to find this delivery. So to access the inbound delivery, the transaction in EWM is SCWM PRDI. Okay. So over here, if I push in the delivery number, then there is nothing over here. Because why? Because the delivery which will come only if this queue gets processed. Now, if I go inside this, double click and go inside, you will see the details. The user, the function module it is showing over here. This is a standard function module. This function module gets called through the BAPI that we had assigned in the distribution module. Okay, so this inbound delivery safe replica function module is basically the same function module which is mapped within that BAPI, which we have mapped against our ECC warehouse number in the distribution module. So the display setup has not yet been done. Otherwise, I would have shown you the queue container. So if you double click on this queue, so you will go inside the queue container. So let me quickly show you what exactly does the queue container contain. So in order to do that, you can see this is the debug mode over here. You don't have to do that, but I'm just showing you that this is an option also that has been provided in the QRFC monitor. So what we can do, we can copy this function module over here. I will go inside. Okay, so once I go inside, so I will put a breakpoint on the function module. And you can see it has hit this particular function module. Now in this particular function module, you would see all these different structures which it is bringing in. From our perspective, some of the important structures I will quickly show you. Now this I'm showing you in this debug mode because that viewing structure has not yet been activated. After today's session, I will activate that viewing structure, and then you can see the same structures in the queue container. So you see, these are some of the structures, and if you see over here within item data, if I go inside, it is coming with all these values. Okay, delivery number, the material number, quantity, base unit of measurement, and all these things.
Hey there! Want to get good at managing warehouses? Our SAP S/4HANA Extended Warehouse Management course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S/4HANA EWM. It's like a powerful tool for handling everything in your warehouse, from receiving products to shipping them out. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced tips. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros with years of experience. They're here to guide you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People like you have found our course super useful for their careers. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome chance to learn is super affordable. Ready to become an SAP EWM expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So what we were trying to understand, where we had left off in the last session, we had gone through the product master. What are the important fields that we are maintaining in the product master from a generic perspective? As I mentioned, the one related to replenishment and the one related to slotting, we will be covering it during the respective topics when we are covering it. So from a putaway perspective, from an inbound perspective, we had seen what are the things that we need to maintain in the product master. And also we had gone into the topic of warehouse process type. How is it being determined? How does a warehouse task look like? Where does the warehouse process type come into the picture when a warehouse task is getting created? And in what we were trying to do, we had created an inbound delivery without reference to an purchase order through the MyGo transaction. And from there onwards, I had put a stop queue parameter. So I'll do a quick refresh for you guys. So what we did was we went to the SU3 transaction, or you can simply go through this shortcut as well. And then from here in the parameters, I had maintained the stop queue parameters. So this is for the ECC or the S4 part, and this is for the EWM part. Okay, so these these two are standard parameters. So you need to use the parameter value X in capitals. So this is case sensitive. So always remember, if you put it in small characters, it is not going to read it. So the queue is still going to get processed. Now, the reason behind why we had used this parameter was to stop the queue, so that I can show you how a queue looks like. How whenever the delivery is getting distributed. Now, the delivery distribution happens on what basis? It happens based on the BAPI and the method that we had assigned in the distribution model against the ECC or the S4 warehouse number. Okay, so that is the basis on which the delivery queue gets generated, and this queue in turn contains all the information in specific structures at the header level, at the item level, and based on that, the inbound delivery gets created in the EWM environment. Okay, so what we are going to do, so we are going to create now a delivery using a standard purchase order. And from then onwards, we will, the queue, since the parameters are active, the queue will stop itself. And we will try to see what is inside the queue, what information is inside the queue at the header level, at the item level. Okay. So let me first take an example of an inbound delivery. So I will take this one as an example. I will take, so the EWM inbound delivery structure has got 3 levels. So you've got the header level over here, okay, which contains all this. If I click on this form view button, so you have all the document category, document type, warehouse number, the supply chain unit, all this information you will have over here. Okay, so it has been created by whom, the creation date, and all those activities. Okay, and also the statuses at the header level: goods receipt status, unloading status, put away status, transit status, as well as warehouse activity. Now, this is the header level data. So apart from this, you have the item structure. So the item structure contains the product details. So if there is batch, if there is serial number, all those details would be there. And if you like click on the form view over here, then you'll have other information like from a movement perspective. Now, the first thing that comes up is the warehouse process type. Okay, so this will be a good revision when you see the warehouse process type being automatically determined, because the other day on Friday, when we were trying to understand the warehouse process type, we saw that we first defined the warehouse process type in configuration, and after that, we also configure the determination of the warehouse process type, right? Based on the document type, based on the item type, based on the warehouse process type, determination indicator, which is being maintained in the product master. So we'll do all those revision as well, and you will understand, oh, so this is how the system is determining this warehouse process type. And this staging area determination is also something which is a master data. So in today's session, we'll cover it where you exactly need to maintain. So after this is being done, after the inbound delivery lands up, what we are going to do, we are going to jump into the RF resource management part first. Why do we need to understand the resource management part? Is because we need to understand where exactly we need to do the resource mappings, the configuration part, the resource configuration, the queue configuration, and then the master data, the resource maintenance, and then the user maintenance. And then you will see how we're going to execute this particular delivery in RF. Okay, so now let's move ahead. Okay, so from here, this is the item level screen. So over here in the item level screen, if you click over here and you click on this icon, so you get all these different tabs over here. Okay, so you have document flow, status, date and time, locations, partners, reference documents. So reference documents in general will have the ECC reference document number. Okay, so for us, what we want is the purchase order number. So if you see, this is the sub item category. So the item category is this one. So on your screen, the first thing, the only two things which are visible in one shot is the header and the item level. If you want to go at the sub item level, then you need to click on this particular node over here. Okay, so you just click on this expansion node over here, and then over here you can see the, so if you see the reference documents on the item category, it will not have your PO number. Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get the PO number so that I can use that and copy it and create another PO. Okay, so rather than entering details or data one by one. Okay, but you'll not get the PO information from here. So to get this PO information, you need to click, and if you see, if I click on reference document, this sub node over here goes away. So it only appears if I click on items over here and you select this row and then you click on the sub node. Okay. I've seen experienced people making this mistake. Although this looks like this is a very basic thing that is being shown in the training thing, but make sure that you guys remember this. Okay. So once you open this node and then you will see this purchase order number over here, just copy this and then you go to ME20. We'll go to ME21N to create the purchase order. Okay, so I'll click on document overview on because I'll be copying it. This looks fine for us. Delivery date is scheduled for tomorrow, which is fine. And then I'll just save this. So now when this purchase order is getting created, just for your information, this is getting created for plant 1710. It is showing the plant description over here. And then the storage location is an EWM storage location, which is for receiving on docks. Okay, so I'll save it. So once I save it, this is the PO number. So I'll go to inbound delivery creation. So automatically the system has taken the purchase order number. And the most important thing that I will verify is whether the stock placement within the stock placement tab, whether the storage location which has been determined is the correct storage location. In this case, the plant is 1710 and the storage location is 171D. The ECC warehouse number which got determined is 171. Now this has happened based on the plant and storage location assignment configuration which we have done to the ECC warehouse number. So from here onwards, since I have selected, if you guys remember, there was one configuration. I'll quickly again open that up, end up on this particular config node. And if you see for the warehouse 171, the distribution mode is distribution immediately at document creation. That means the moment I save this delivery, the delivery will get distributed, right? So I save this delivery now. The delivery got created, inbound delivery 18000050 was saved and distributed to the warehouse management system. Okay. So if I go to the delivery display, transaction VL33, and automatically pulls up this delivery. And the first thing that you should notice is at the bottom of the screen, what it shows is delivery was distributed, therefore display only. Now this is a standard feature. So what it means is that once it gets distributed to the warehouse management system, in this case it is EWM, so the system expects that because all the execution activities, that means now what activities do we perform from an inbound delivery perspective? We do unloading, we do packing, we do goods receipt, we do put away, right? I mean, I'm just talking in general, not considering all the complex put away scenarios. Simple scenario, these are the few activities that will be performing. So all these activities which I just mentioned will be performed in the EWM box. It will not be performed in the ECC environment. In this case, we are using embedded box, but yes, it will be performing these things in either the EWM transactions or using the EWM Fury applications. Okay. Over here, you can see the delivery was distributed. Now, if you want to check at the header level as well, the delivery distribution status pops up over here. So if you see over here, distribution of warehouse, it is showing distributed. So this is the status for distribution. Now, what happens is in certain cases, especially when you are using the decentralized environment, for certain XYs, there would be certain times when you need to reset this delivery distribution status. That means you need to bring back the delivery from distributed to not yet started. Okay, so in that case, what you should do, the best way to do it, so certain companies, what they do, they create a Z transaction from a standard function module, or you can, for your reference, I'm just going to show you the function module over here. So it's /SPE/star. So this is the function module. So this function module is a standard function module, which if you're using a decentralized environment, you need to use it in ECC or S4. If you're using in an embedded environment, it doesn't matter. You just go into SE37 and you push in this function module. And once you execute this is the execute button. So it opens up with the input parameters. So within the input parameters, it's a very simple function module to execute. You just need to enter the delivery document number. So in which case, this is this. So you see the new delivery distribution status. This is the field for the new delivery distribution status. If I execute, the delivery distribution status will be sent back to plan for distribution. So that's why it was showing you the value of D, right? So if you see, D stands for plan for distribution, okay? And after that, you can make changes to the delivery and redistribute the delivery again to EWM with the amended changes, okay? So that is one aspect. Now with the feature being provided of delivery change, you can still make some changes to the delivery. Okay, so if you go to VL32N, now for this particular warehouse, I think it has not been activated, that particular config, but if you activate that config again in the same config node, then you would be able to make the changes in the delivery, okay, in terms of quantity and all those changes. Okay, so now we will not change the distribution status as I mentioned that our delivery has already been distributed, but it would be in the queue because we have pushed the parameter. It is not automatically going to get created in EWM. So to view the queue, what we need to do, we need to go to the transaction SMQ2. SMQ2 is a transaction. The other day I've already pushed in the transaction for you guys on Friday. SMQ2 is a transaction to view the queue in the view the inbound queue in which system. It is the embedded system, so it doesn't matter. So SMQ2, SMQ1 is common in the embedded system. But whenever we are working in a decentralized environment, the delivery, once it gets created and distributed, if you're checking whether the delivery is stuck in ECC or S4, you need to check in SMQ1. In EWM, you need to check in SMQ2 because the delivery will be in the outbound queue if it is stuck for some any XYZ reasons or any errors. In the outbound queue of ECC, if it got processed from there, then it will be stuck in inbound queue if there is any error. If there is no error, it will not be stuck anywhere. It will just simply flow into EWM and the delivery would get replicated. Okay. So this is the distribution model for the ECC warehouse 171. And within this, you see these are the different puppies. So for inbound delivery creation, it is this one, inbound delivery saved replica. Okay. So the warehouse number is mapped within this. So the inbound delivery puppy automatically gets generated if you have your warehouse number. If you have generated the distribution model for your warehouse number. So over here, you see the queue is with a status of stop distribution, okay? And the status says no execution because the parameter has been put. So this in general has got no issues. This particular delivery has got no issues, but since I have put the stop parameter, that's why it has stopped over here. Now, if you see the function module, which is being called this one, this is a standard function module /SCWM/ inbound delivery save replica. Again, this is being called because of the, if you, just now I had shown you that screen for BD64 for distribution model where we had maintained that PAPI. So within that PAPI, this particular function module gets called. So therefore, you see the function module which is getting generated over here is inbound delivery save replica. This one is not opening the queue container. Sorry, I did not get time to set up the queue container view for this. So there is nothing. It's a very small setting where we need to register the queue as so that you guys can view the queue container. But what I will do, I will show it to you in the debug mode. Okay. So to go inside the queue debug mode, so you see this button over here. So there is this debug LUW the icon that is over here. So you need to click over here. Now remember, this icon will not be available for the users because in certain organizations, the users have also got access to SMQ2. Not in every organization because even from the EWM monitor, you can view the different queues that are getting stuck. Okay, but the thing is that there are certain organizations I have seen where they have given access to the super users, but only the display access, and so the display access does not have all these additional icons being displayed. Okay, so say for example the debugger icon. So even if it will be there, then if you click on it, it will give you an authorization error. It depends on how you maintain your governance. So over here, so what you can do is that you can simply put the breakpoint on this particular function module, and then now remember, guys, you don't need to do this. I'm just giving, sharing this information with you as an additional information. Okay. It's up to you. You can, even sometimes when it gets stuck, sometimes in case case of P1 tickets, if it has to be resolved immediately or during hypercare, some issue has come in, then in that kind of time, you have to, go inside the queue and push in values which are correct if it is not getting determined correctly. So from that perspective, also this helps you. Okay. So over here, you can see the header partner structure is important, and the header deadline structure is important. Item data structure is important, and then don't have a serial number for an item, that's fine. Item data special. Okay, so these are some of the important structures which are important over here. So within header data, so you will find all the important information, the delivery number, the role of the partner, which basically LF means stands for vendor. Okay, and this is the partner number. So all these information would be over here. And then if you go to header deadlines, so the header deadlines basically has your posting dates, the delivery creation dates. So you can see this is the timestamp and the delivery number, and this will be your date. Okay, so this is what the header deadline structure generally contains. And then you go inside item structure, and then you find since we have just got only one item over here, so it will have all the description, material, quantity, all those item relevant weight, volume, blah, 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 all those relevant information. Okay. And then, so basically using all this data, the system is then creating that or replicating that delivery within EWM. Okay. So similarly, once we do the goods receipt and the put away of this delivery, you will see there will be an additional queue which is getting generated to update the document in ECC or S4. Okay. So we have nothing to change over here. So I'm just going to simply execute, and the delivery got processed. Okay. Since there was no error. So we'll go to the inbound delivery transaction now in EWM. We see our delivery is available now. Now, if we open up the form view for the item, which is something which is of interest for us, we want to see what is the warehouse process type which has been determined. The warehouse process type which has been determined is Y430. Now, how did the system determine this particular warehouse process type? So this has been determined based on the setup that we have maintained in terms of the configuration, as well as the process type determination indicator, if it is there, maintained against this product. So let's check it out. So let's go to the EWM product master. So to go to the EWM product master, we're going to use the transaction /SCWM/MAT1. Over here, I'm going to push my product. Okay, and I'm going to straight away go to warehouse data. Yes. So they have used the process type determination indicator Y2 inbound with put away. Okay, so they have not used the standard process type determination indicator, because I think the process type that has been determined, as you can see, is a Z process type that has been created, a custom process type, not a standard process type already there created by SAP. So they have used Y430. So, okay, so, and the process type determination indicator Y2. So let's go into customizing and see what has been maintained for the warehouse process type determination. So we go into SCRO, SCM extended warehouse management, within this cross-process settings, within cross-process settings, warehouse task, open up warehouse task, and then you go inside, determine warehouse process type. This is the node. Okay. I know it is a lot to digest, but I'll show you a shortcut as well right now, how to directly jump into this particular node instead of going like click, 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 click. But as you keep working, for people who are new, you'll get pretty much used to this. People who are already experienced, they are already used to this, so nothing to say about that. So what you need to do is you need to know the tables. Okay. So the reason where the tables help you are in two things. If you're doing any enhancement, so it helps you in writing up your logic. If there's any custom logic, you obviously will be using standard tables to put in data. If you're using the standard tables, so it helps you in writing those FSS, and also in jumping into the configuration nodes, because sometimes you don't feel like just clicking, click, 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 and sometimes you might not even remember as well. Even I don't remember, to be very honest. Okay, so this is the transparent table for warehouse process type. Okay, so what it will do, I don't remember the table for the determining. There's another table for determination. So I remember the table for warehouse process type. And since the two nodes are nearby, so what you need to do, you go to SM30, enter the warehouse transparent table, okay, and click on customizing, and then click on continue without specifying project. Okay. So once you do that, system gives you an option of blah blah blah, all these things, and then you select define warehouse process type, because that is where my other node is as well. So if I double click over here, system straight away takes you over here. So you don't have to remember the entire flow. Okay, so this is a shortcut tip for you guys. If you guys are already aware about it, well and good. Okay, so now determine warehouse process type. Over here, I don't remember the document type, but what I do remember is the process type determination indicator, which was being used, right? So if you see, for the warehouse 1710, document type INB, and then process type determination indicator Y2, the warehouse process type, which has been configured over here, is Y430. And that is exactly what has been determined by the system in the inbound delivery, Y430. Because remember, some of the information is coming from ECC, which we saw in the structure, but nowhere in those structures you would see warehouse process type, right? So the warehouse process type got determined how? Based on the different configuration settings that we had maintained. So INB, the document type. So if we go again back to the configuration, warehouse number, INB is the document type. There is no delivery priority, which is coming from ECC from a customer level. So it is 0. That's okay. Item category is blank. That means any item category with INB and this combination will determine this warehouse process type, Y430. Any item category. Now, if you want to specify the item category as well, it's up to you. You can do that. Okay. And there's no special process indicator over here. Say, for example, you can see over here, there are different special processes. Some of these special processes we will be covering, okay, like cross-docking and everything. But for this is just a standard process. So there's no special process. And then the warehouse process type. Okay. So now you see this warehouse process type got determined. The next question is, how does this get determined? The staging bay. Now, this determination is not configuration. This determination is master data. That means every time. So the configuration, what is the basic difference between configuration and master data? One of the differences in terms of how we are maintaining the data, right? So the configuration data, generally, we will be maintaining it in the golden client, client 100, say, for example, in the development system. And from there onwards, we will keep pushing the transport to the next progressive servers, like from development to quality, from quality to unit testing server, from the unit testing server to any other mock testing that we want to do, or if it is there, and if not, then finally from there onwards to the production server, right? So we just move it through transports. Equivalently, there is maintenance of data required from master data level, both in ECC as well as in EWM. From an EWM perspective, this staging area determination also comes within its master data maintenance module. Okay, so to do that, what we need to do is we need to use this transaction. For inbound, it is SCWM STADT underscore in. Okay, for outbound, it is underscore out. It's very simple. So for inbound, this is the transaction code, and this is the transaction code for outbound. Again, remember, this is a transaction, and this is something which we need to maintain in each and every environment, right? So for us, the warehouse, this is the warehouse number, this is the warehouse process type Y430, and you have some additional filters as well, which you can use, say, for example, in terms of carrier. So if you want, because there would be certain, I've seen in, again, I'll give you an example from Spain. In one of the projects that I've worked, so what I had seen was for specific logistic providers like FedEx, like for UPS, they've got different docks, which have been assigned to its staging area. So from that perspective, they'll be maintaining the carrier. Okay. And if you want to maintain the vendor as well, for specific vendors, you have got specific doors in your warehouse, which you are unloading and keeping it. Now, why will you do this kind of a thing? Again, when it comes to a distribution center, I've worked in projects where the company is actually just doing logistics. There's no other thing that they are manufacturing. They just are, their customers and clients are doing the manufacturing, right? Say, for example, medicine logistical major, where they are just storing medicines from Pfizer, from Abbott, from Roche, and then they would be just putting it in their warehouse and then sending it to the final end consumers, whether those are hospitals, whether those are actual pharmacies. It depends, right? So now, in that case, say for example, I'm taking in drugs from Roche. So what I would do, I would be maintaining the ship from party as well in this condition. If I've got a specific node for Roche, so I would be doing that as well in that case. Okay. And staging area door determination group. If I have set up any staging area door determination group, I can maintain it over here as well. HU type, that means for a specific HU type. I have not seen this combination being used much, but yeah, you can do that depending again on the layout of the warehouse, scenario of the warehouse, how the materials are being managed with respect to clients, customers. It all depends on those different scenarios. But yes, you've got all these different options as well. And from here onwards, you can maintain the staging area group Y910, staging area YI00, and staging bay, which is your storage bay. So the staging area group is your storage type. The staging area is your storage section. And this is the bin number, GRYD11. What they call as the staging bay is your bin number. Now, if you want to just quickly check that, what you can do, you can go to the monitor transaction. So the EWM monitor transaction is SCWM/mon. So what you do is you go on the left over here, you can see this node, stock and bin. Click over here and then double click on the storage bin. And then you just copy and paste the bin number. Okay. And then you get over here, you can see that this is the bin number, this is the storage type Y910, and this is the storage section YI00. Y910 and YI00. There's no door assigned to it. If you want to assign a door, the door can also be assigned. Now, what we want to see is what do we do with this delivery? Right. So we need to do the receiving. We need to do the put away. So first things first. This particular item, I didn't get the time. Apologies to set up the packaging specification. Now, packaging specification is something again which I will be covering in tomorrow's session, because there is a configuration which is there in and which needs to be explained to you guys as well, how the system understands how do we define the packaging specification in the system in terms of the configuration as well as the master data maintenance. Okay, but in general, I'll just quickly show you the master data setup. So what is the packaging specification basically? So the packaging specification is nothing. Instructions, these are packaging instructions that we are setting up in the system, so that, say, for example, a particular item comes in, the system knows when it is creating a pallet, right? So from a pallet perspective, say in EWM, we call it a handling unit. So how many materials will go inside one particular pallet? So it understands that. So we are setting up that master data. We are setting up that information or that record, right? So let me see what is being maintained in this training server already. Okay, we don't have much over here. Never mind. Later on tonight, I will be creating a couple of them so that I can show it to you guys, or I will do it on the floor for you guys tomorrow in tomorrow's session. Okay. So over here, you can see, so this is a packaging specification. First of all, let me go back, and this packaging specification, when you're setting it up, you need to select the packaging specification group. Now, this is something which is defined again in terms of a configuration. Now, say, for example, over here, they've selected SAP, and if you go inside, so basically it will be using standard packaging specification group layout. Okay. And like whenever we are, so we can define packaging specifications for partial pallets, we can define packaging specifications for full pallets, all those things can also be done. Okay, so you can use different packaging specification groups accordingly. Now over here in the packaging specification, you see you've got the, at the content level over here, you have what you see on the right over here. I'm moving my cursor, if you see. So you've got the condition type, what you can maintain. So for different warehouse activities, there are already preset conditions. At the end of the day, a packaging specification gets determined based on the standard SAP condition technique. So you guys all have SAP experience, you know what's a condition technique. So the condition technique basically has got the condition record, a condition table, access sequence, and then you have a condition type, right? So same thing happens for when the packaging specification is being determined. So you can already, so those assignments need to be done in the system, in the backend, in terms of the configuration. I'll show it to you tomorrow. And then you can assign the condition type over here, okay? So let's say, for example, if I click on this create second generation, I'm saying extremely sorry, second version. So I can select the condition type over here. Now, these are standard condition types. What I can see is that, but you can create your own condition type as well. We'll be going deep into it tomorrow. So if I select 0 IBD, so it is giving me this 3 combinations of access keys, right? So I want it based on inbound, only inbound delivery, then ship from end product, and only on product. So I select the first one, IBD01. So over here, it is just based on the supply chain unit and then the product as well over here. So I can maintain the supply chain unit. Now this is the same supply chain unit which I can maintain over here. And then I can maintain the product as well, right? So it is up to me whether I want to maintain. It's not a mandatory thing, or whether I don't want to maintain. So once this condition record is being maintained, every time for this particular product, an inbound delivery comes in, the system will automatically create the handling unit. Now, where can I see that handling unit which gets created? Over here, if you can see at the item level, there is a tab for issue. So I cannot see any issue because there is no packaging specification which has been maintained for this particular product. Okay. So I will be maintaining it tomorrow in front of you guys only. So you guys can see how do we maintain it, what are the different levels and all those things. The levels are nothing but basically how many layers of packaging are there. Because certain products, say for example, so let's say this is one pallet, and within this, cartons. Okay. So you can see this is the first level, the main level of packaging, which is the pallet. So within this, I can have sub levels as well, like cartons. Within the cartons, again, if you want to do some extra packaging, which might be there, within the cartons, there might be small boxes as well. You can have again another layer. So layer after layer, you can create those packaging. Okay, so and those packaging instructions can be maintained over here. You can see main level, then you can have then another level, another level, another level like that. Level 1, level 2, level 3 like that. Okay, so it depends again on the kind of setup that you want to do in the system, the kind of tracing that the organization wants to do. Certain organizations I've seen, they actually don't keep a record as well. They don't want to have an exact record of all the packagings. They just want to maintain at the pallet level or at the carton level. Okay. Some certain cases you would see that they are maintaining all the detailed levels. So all those things it depends on the business and the requirements of the client, how they want to do it. But EWM gives you this flexibility to maintain these things. Okay. Now for our delivery, what we would do, there is no handling unit which has been created. So what I would do, I will just go on to do the packing so that an handling unit at least gets generated. Okay. So I go to inbound delivery on the top right, left, sorry, over here, you can see inbound delivery. I can click on follow on functions and click on pack. Now, I don't know what is the packaging material that needs to be used. So let us quickly click on F4 over here in the packaging material type. It is same like PCC, so we just need to use VERP. Okay, so these are the packaging materials which have been identified by the system. I'll use this. Let's see what happens. And then click on, I'll just create one HU. So handling unit. So the HU is constructed. I will just drag and drop the material inside the HU. Perfect. So the HU has been constructed. I'll just save it. So tomorrow, once I create the packaging specification, I'll show you how the system determines it. Automatically, the HUs will get created. Even if not, then you have this button over here. If the packaging specification has been activated after that, then you can just click on this and automatically the system will create the HUs based on the packaging specification instructions that you have maintained. So now you can see on the handling unit tab, you have a handling unit number. Okay. Now what we should do, what we are going to understand is we are going to go into the resource and queue management part. Why we are going to do that, why we are going to go to the resource and queue management part, because we want to understand before we start the receiving process, we will try to understand how the receiving is getting mapped to the users and the resources. So the resource and the user management, what is that basically? So what is a resource? A resource can be a human being, it can be a drone, it can be an automated guided vehicle, it can be a conveyor belt, it can be a forklift. So it depends how you want to do the mapping, how you want to control at the end of the day, and also want to monitor. Because at the end of the day, I can, if I'm using EWM labor management, say for example, in that case, I can use the data that is being generated against each resource to also do their yearly appraisals as well. Okay, if I'm using labor management. If not, even if not, then I can still take out data from the EWM monitor in terms of how many warehouse orders were confirmed by a particular resource, or at one point in time, a particular warehouse order is with which resource. So that level of tracking, monitoring, tracing can be done through this whole resource management in the picture. Now, what is queue? So basically, what we want to do is we want to define various activities within the warehouse that are happening. And we want to define it in such a way that all the users will not be able to do everything in the warehouse. They will actually not be doing it as well. Say, for example, let me quickly go back to the diagram. So if we have a forklift driver who's operating in this area, and if you look into from an movement efficiency perspective, so if the driver just moves from the GR zone over here to this packing work center and again back to the GR zone, and again he brings in products, picks a product from the GR zone to the packing work center, only that movement. So that means the utilization and the efficiency of the driver and the movement of the forklift efficiency is going to go to an optimum level. But if the same driver is picking up from GR zone, waiting at the packing work center, once the packing is done, then he is coming after the packing is done, then this step is completed, then he will be picking up the pallets and again going to the final put away area. That means there is a wastage of time over here, right? So what can be done is that if you've got more budget for resources, so and you've got a large warehouse, so you can have for specific areas, you can have specific resources working. As I mentioned, the resource can be a person, the resource can be a forklift, it can be a device as well, right? Different devices. The other day we were talking about very narrow aisles, right? So what I had mentioned, if you guys remember, when the forklifts which operate inside a very narrow aisle, whether it is manual or automatic, those forklifts only go back and forth and up and down. So it only moves like back and forth in this aisle and up and down. It does not come out and move all across the warehouse. That is not the job of a VNA forklift. So the VNA forklift will be only operating in this particular activity area, right? So we need to make sure that how do we control this? So we'll control this through queues, and these queues will be assigned to the resource groupings. We'll be assigning it to the resource groups. Okay, so we'll go step by step for this. And over here, we go to SCM, Extended Warehouse Management, cross-process settings. and over here, resource management. The other day when we were discussing about storage bins, so I mentioned about bin access types, right? So now when we go to bin access types, so these are the different bin access types which have been defined. So if you see the descriptions, high level order picker, then without high level or low level, and this is the low level order picker. So it has been defined like that. But it can be restricted in different ways as well. The way I had given you guys an example that I had worked on a project where there were very precious metals being used, like gold, platinum, and they had a special metal cage for that, metal vault, and they had defined bin access types, and that access type was mapped in turn to the different resources. Or not all the resources did have access to those particular bins. So that is what you can do in terms of bin access types. And after that, you can go inside define resource types over here. And within resource type, you see you can assign this bin access types which have been generated, which I was talking about. So for this particular warehouse, you can see there is this resource type Y all, which is basically access to all bin types in HU type groups. So this is basically like the logistics director or the warehouse director who would be having this kind of access with, I mean, access to all bin types, or like the super user, maybe the warehouse supervisor, super user, warehouse manager. So they will be having this kind of resource types mapped against their resource and user ID, resource ID, sorry. And then you will have, but this is again depends on how you want to map it. It is not something that is like constricted by SAP that you have to do it like this only. In terms of access to all bin types, HU types like this, you can maintain it accordingly as well. Like if you want to maintain in terms of forklifts, you want to maintain it as, say for example, there are forklifts which are manual forklifts, and then there are e-forklifts as well. So you can maintain it accordingly as well. Those resource types as well you can do. Okay, so then you've got this checkbox of interleaving. Now interleaving is something I will just quickly, right now I'll explain you at a high level. So what happens is that from an interleaving perspective, now suppose this particular warehouse operator comes up over here, right? So this particular warehouse operator comes up in this aisle to do the put away. At the same point in time, if I want to utilize the operator, because if this operator is coming over here in this rack to do a put away, and then there is a picking warehouse task also for against a sales order, which he can pick because he's already inside this aisle, right? So that can also be configured in the system. So that is called interleaving. So that you are utilizing the operator to the maximum level. That means I have come over here, I'm inside aisle 1. I've done the put away. Now the next warehouse task, which will be displaying on my tablet or on my handheld device, will be the picking task. It's not like that after I do this inbound, again I go out, go to the work center and take another pallet and do the put away. So if I am using interleaving, I can do that. Okay. So there is a configuration that needs to be done. I'll see whether I can show it to you today itself, the interleaving part as well. Based on this, you can maintain. So if there is any specific resource category, generally I have not seen this particular option being used in terms of resource categories, but yes, you can use this resource category as well. If you've got multiple different kinds of resources and you want to categorize it, you can do that as well. So once you have defined this resource type, so you just you can assign the bin access type. So you can see there all the 3 bin access types are assigned to this. And then also parallelly, you can assign HU type groups. That means for a particular resource, say for example, if you want to map specific, packaging sizes that the resource is supposed to work in the warehouse. Now, what does that mean? Say for example, now this pallet that we had drawn earlier, okay. So let's assume this has a weight of 100 kilograms. Okay. Now, similarly, if we have another pallet, now this pallet is weighing somewhere around 150 kilograms. Obviously, the forklift will also have a capacity. of the weight that it can carry around. So if you want to map it accordingly, that first, because first there would be pallets having on the which would be on the heavier side, and then you have heavy forklifts for those kind of pallets. So you can do the mapping accordingly. So those you can map, you can assign those specific HU type groups, and the resource will be only be able to work on warehouse tasks which are having those particular HU type, which has the HU types assigned to those particular HU type groups. So this option is also being provided to you by the system. So once you define the resource type, the next is the definition of the queue types. So over here, they have defined it in a very simple manner, but you can define lot of queues based on the requirements that you have, based on the layout of the warehouse. Like you can define queues for inbound movements, outbound movements. You can define queues specific for activity areas, activities also. Like say for example, you've got you can define queues, especially from here to the packing work center, from the packing work center to the front of this rack. Let's say for example, if it's a VNA area, then you can define different queues from this particular staging area to the bulk storage type. So you can define different queues like that, and you can do the assignments accordingly as well. Okay. So define queue types, and then within this queue types, you have got all these. So if you execute over here, within that you can see define queues is there. Okay. So these are the queues that has been defined. So the queue type is there, inbound, outbound, as we had seen earlier. So what kind of a queue is that? So it is YI001N01, whether it's system guided or whether it is semi-system guided. Okay, so let us see what is semi-system guided. So if you can see what it says, if a semi-system guided mode is allowed at queue level, the system sends the resource to a bin. The worker can scan any HU. If a warehouse order exists for the scanned HU and this warehouse order can be processed by this resource, the HU is selected, and the RF transaction provides the destination information for a specified HU directly without using the source data. Okay. So the dependencies, semi-system is allowed for handling units only. The source must be in a HU warehouse task or a product warehouse task with source HU. Okay. So what happens is that this option that is being given, so they have given an example as well. So this particular bin contains the following HUs with warehouse tasks. This has been assigned QA, QB. The resource can work on QA but not on QB. That's fine. In the system guided processing, the system provides the next warehouse order to be processed. So when we say system guided, what happens is that there is a queue sequence also that we are going to see now that we'll maintain in the master record, in the master data. So whenever the queues are being assigned to a particular resource, it happens based on the queue sequence. Okay. And if we have selected straight cut system guided, that means what happens is that in that case, the system is going to propose the next warehouse order based on the queue sequence. So as you can see, the queues are defined for different activities for different areas as well. So this is just a definition of the queue. Now, if I go back, no changes, you would see how the queues are determined. So when we talk about queue determination, it is based on activity areas as well of the warehouse. So I will select 1010. Okay. So over here, you can see there is one maintained so you can see the activity areas being maintained over here, and then the activities being maintained over here, and then the queue, which gets determined, right? So source activity area and the destination activity area are being mapped over here. And against that, you can maintain the different queues which get determined by the system. So activity type is something like over here. Sorry, this is the bin access type. So you can maintain the bin access type over here. And then you can maintain the warehouse process type as well. Okay. So in the determination criteria, you have the warehouse number, the source activity area, the destination activity area, the bin access type, the warehouse process type, and then the activity, and that is where you do the mapping of the queues. So once this assignment configuration is done for the queues, now this is for the determination of the access sequence. Now, how do you want the queues to be determined in the warehouse? right? So you've got for this particular warehouse, they have maintained 4 sequences. So the first thing that is going to see is based on the warehouse process type and the activity. Now this is what it is. What it means is that if we go back quickly to the queue determination criteria, over here we have maintained this setup, right? Based on warehouse source activity area, destination activity area, bin access type, warehouse process type, and activity. The system is saying the first thing that it is going to look into is based on warehouse process type and activity, and then determine the queue. That is number one. Okay. If it doesn't find any entry maintained in this configuration, the previous configuration which I showed you, the next it is going to see is based on source activity area, destination activity area, storage bin combination, and activity. If it finds anything based on this criteria that is being mapped in the system, then it will consider that queue. If not, then just on the source and the destination and the activity. And if not, then on the source activity area, storage bin, and activity. So like this is the access sequence that the system is going to follow. This is something which you can configure based on the configuration, the previous configuration settings that have been maintained to determine the queue. And only based on that, the system is going to generate the queue following this access sequence. Did you guys any chance got an opportunity to visit IKEA during the weekend? Especially people who have not seen actual warehouses, I mean, the racking structure and all those things. I would really recommend if you guys can get a chance, please do visit. I mean, even if you guys don't buy anything, just go through and towards the exit, when you reach, you will see all the huge racks being there, how they've maintained the bin sections, the storage bins. I mean, how they do the stacking, they have the bulk structure as well. So it's something that you can easily see without being engaged into any EWM project. So I would definitely suggest if you guys can go to any IKEA, the proper outlets, not the mini outlets, because in India, I think especially in Mumbai, I guess they have opened up the mini outlets as well. So it's better you go to the actual outlets which are there, and then you can if it's there in your city. Now, if you guys remember, we were talking about interleaving, right? So interleaving is an interesting topic. It is something where, as I mentioned, the operator, if he has come into this aisle, if we want the operator, he has come in with some products, done the put away, and then I want to do the picking. For the next queue should be the picking queue, basically, right? So in the same area, if there's a queue which needs to, I mean, there's a product which needs to be picked in the same aisle, in the same row, so I can do that configuration as well, right? So from that perspective, what we need to see is like how it is being done. Okay, so there's something called the queue sequencing, queue type sequencing. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to go into this transaction QTSQ. That is the funda behind this. So if you see the transaction itself has been created for interleaving, queue sequence and task interleaving per resource group. If you see. So this resource group, you see, the sequence is one is for inbound, that number 2 is for outbound. So basically, what will happen is that once the inbound queue is completed, then the next queue which will get assigned to the resource is the outbound queue. Again, as you mentioned, there is one more thing that needs to be assigned. We will see in the next transaction that particular assignment should also be done properly. Only in that case it will work. Otherwise, it will not work. It has got an interdependency. Once we maintain the queue sequence for the task interleaving purpose, next is something which we by default need to do whether interleaving is there or not there. Okay, so QSEQ. So this is called queue sequence maintenance per resource group. So I will again pass this on to you guys. QSEQ. This is this thing by default needs to be done. Okay, so this is immaterial whether you're using interleaving or not interleaving. In large warehouses, they don't do interleaving, just for your information. I mean, what I have seen, they will not use, it depends. But because the operator will, I will quickly go back to the diagram. So although the picking suppose is done also, again, there would be another operator coming over here and picking it up, because this for this operator, this is the maximum travel distance, ideal travel distance, within the warehouse to have the optimum efficiency, because the outbound doors might be on this side, on the right side. Okay, if that is the case, then it doesn't make sense for this guy to go all the way from here to here. Okay, so in large warehouses, I have not seen them using interleaving. They will generally use separate resources for inbound activities, separate for outbound, separate for packing, separate for movements from production from the racking area to the production supply area. So they will be using like that. I mean, what I've seen is that especially in US, the warehouses, they do the travel time calculation as well. You know, I mean, how much is an operator covering in terms of the distance? They literally have got boards where they have boards of daily kilometers being covered. They have got dashboards for that. Okay, so they are recording those things as well. I mean, they are doing that kind of micromanagement just to ensure that I mean, nowadays, slowly, all of us are aware that I don't know for how long these forklift operators would be there. I mean, more or less, slowly, warehouses are going towards automated warehouses, drones, and then
Robotics.
robotics. If you've heard about what's the name of the robot? I forgot. Apologies for that. There is the robot which Tesla has created, which can lift weight up to 75 kilograms. And what they are proposing that these robots should be used in warehouses. That is what Tesla is proposing. So, I mean, obviously, they will be more efficient because they will not be taking smoke breaks, that's no other, pee break, this break, blah break. So they just one day in a week, maybe they will go through maintenance and that's it. But yeah, this is what is happening. I mean, just to go out of topic for a bit, but this is definitely catching up a lot. I mean, I don't know. It will initially hit the blue collar jobs, but it will also come to us as well, definitely. The AI part is going to hit us very badly. Hopefully, at least after my retirement, for another 20, 30 years, but but it's definitely going to hit us. That is for sure. It is especially in countries like in Singapore, where you have got huge labor scarcity. Okay, so what I've seen is that in Singapore, mostly the labor comes in from Malaysia. The local people will not be engaged too much into, because the minimum wage also is very expensive. So what happens is that they have to optimize the way they are utilizing the labor and they will be making sure that there's also a lot of rotation which happens. By the way, there would be certain resources who will be operating throughout the warehouse. Now, in certain cases where there are ambient conditions, like, so for example, there's a freezer area. So a particular resource will not be mapped in that area for more than 1 month because of health conditions. It's like you don't like even if you look in the army, so they will not be sending their army people to the Siachen border for a long time. It will be for deputation period, something like that. So they will not be keeping the people inside the freezer for more than a month. So then again, it works on rotation basis. So it keeps on changing. So therefore these are all master data provided to the super user. It's not configuration. So you can assign, unassign, do the mapping as per your requirement, how you're maintaining your resources. So if you see this particular queue sequence transaction, so this is something, as I mentioned, this has to be done. If this is not done, remember guys, your warehouse task is not, or the warehouse order, sorry, is not going to come up in your RF screen. Okay, it will not come up if this is not maintained. So the resource group has to be maintained to the queue, and the sequencing has to be also maintained. Okay. So you can see for why all these different queues are maintained. Obviously, all the queues which have been defined should be maintained for why all, and this is what has been done. Okay, but if you want to restrict, so you will maintain specific queues. If I have maintained queues only for, suppose this particular, I have an activity area for this storage type, and I have maintained the queue, inbound queue, that means for put away for this particular storage type. So what I would do is that I will be doing the queue mapping to the resource. Now, suppose this is a YPUT, suppose, resource. then I will only assign this queue to this and not the outbound queue. So the resource will only see, even on his tablet, on his RF device, he will be only seeing that particular queue. Okay. Okay. So next is the maintenance of the resource. So you go to the these are all standard transaction, guys. So the maintenance of the resource transaction is RSRC. And for user, it is SCWM user. Okay. So if you work with certain European clients, you would notice they would not say SCWM, they'll say swim user, swim resource. So don't worry, it's the same thing. It's just SCWM. Okay. If you've seen, I've maintained my resource over here against the resource type, resource group, and then if you have got different devices as well, you can do the mappings, because for what happens is that you will see that in tomorrow's session when we are doing the RF screen designing. So in that you will see that how we are maintaining the devices and the layouts, how it will be different. Because for tablet, obviously the layout needs to be different. For the RF device, the layout needs to be different. So you can do the mappings accordingly. Okay. Then again, if you have specific devices for inbound usage, if you have specific devices for outbound usage, that mapping can also be done. Not an issue. Okay. So these are all mandatory things that need to be done immaterial of any scenario. So always remember, if you want to go inside the RF transaction in Fiori or in standard, your resource has to be mapped. Okay. So once the resource is mapped, again, this is a transaction. That means it needs to be done in every environment: development, quality, production, pre-production, whatever. Okay. The next is the SCWM user transaction. And over here, you need to maintain the user, that is the SAP user ID. Okay. So this is the user ID, which I'm using right now, and I have maintained for this particular warehouse, and this is the resource. Okay. So the backend tables for these two, because sometimes what happens when you are doing, especially during the hypercare period, when a huge number of users are being uploaded, if you're working in large warehouses, it's much easier to just go inside the table and see, because they might be saying, I cannot see this queue, I cannot see this warehouse order. These are like plain simple basic issues which will come up. So this is the table for, it's the same as the transaction. Okay, so I'm not going to again put it into it. Just remember, this is the same as the transaction. You can note it down. And you see over here, the key combination is just the username and the data entry profile. So that is, so the warehouse number is not a key over here. So that's fine. And then RSRC. So this is also the resource table, and this is the same as the this is the same as the table, same as the transaction code, the name of the table. Okay. Okay. So we have done all our mappings, and now we can go inside RF. Okay. So to go inside RF, the standard transaction is SCWM RFUI. So the warehouse number, resource, and the default device. Automatically, it depends on what device you have logged in. You can select it accordingly and just go in. Now you can see over here, this is the standard RF landing screen. Okay. And in RF, basically, you use a lot of function keys. The reason behind that is because RF is basically been created for normal desktop transactions. You can just simply use the other inbound, from the inbound delivery transaction itself. I will show you. You can do your goods receipt, your put away, and all those things, blah blah blah. But from a standard RF perspective, generally RF will be used on either a tablet or either on a mobile device, right? So it can be a handheld device, it can be tablets, it can be other smaller mobile devices as well. Okay, so it depends on how and what kind of hardware the company has gone for. So therefore, since if they are using handheld devices like RF guns, so instead of typing and all, you would be using more the function keys, right? So the function keys have got a lot of actions defined within the RF environment. So this is how the RF environment landing page looks like. And if you open the Fury application, I'm showing you the long cut. You can straight away, if you know the name of the application, you can straight away search over here on the right, search in SAP menu, you can do that. But I'm showing you the long cut. Okay, so from here, logistics, SCM, extended warehouse management, it will show up all the standard applications which have been built. And for this work scheduling, it should come in work scheduling, right? No? Yes. Okay. So I'll just quickly go back. So you have to select extended warehouse management over here. And within over here, if you go to delivery process, oh, sorry, my bad. Execution, you will get test RF environment. Okay. So this one, you can just add it to your home tile. So if you click on this plus button over here, so next time you don't have to do this activity then. Okay. So you can customize as well in Fury. The people who have already worked in Fury, you will be aware that there are catalogs that can be created. So within that catalog, like say for example, there can be a catalog for forklift driver, there can be a catalog for warehouse supervisor, there can be a catalog. These are basically what is a catalog. So the catalog is basically a profile, and you will add the selective applications which are only being used by the forklift driver. Say for example, because forklift driver is at a lower structure in the warehouse overall structure, so you will try to limit the use of applications. So whatever application that is only required by them for their day-to-day work execution, only those applications you will be adding to the catalog, right? The rest of the applications you will not be adding. So therefore, you will be, so if you, what you see over here, these are also on the header level, my home doc, these are all catalogs. Okay. So to add it to a catalog, it depends. So generally, the role will be only provided to the Fury front-end team who is doing the development. So you need to reach out to the Fury front-end developer and put in the request that this particular application needs to be added. So if it's a standard application also, what they will do, so there is a SAP standard, if you just go to Google, you can just type in SAP Fury application library, SAP Fury application library. So if you go there, so for all modules, you can search the relevant applications. So the Fury developer will ask you for that particular, the application within the properties, it has got all the application technical details. So that is how they add it over there. Okay. Some people ask, some people don't ask. It depends. Again, on project to project, person to person. Okay. So if you go inside test RF environment now, so you can see this is the standard screen. So it's the same thing. When we had entered /n/scwm/rfui, the landing page was also the same. Over here, this is the same landing page, just that it's looking a bit different because it's Fury. Okay, so if I go in, then it is giving me all these options, same options, what was there. So what are we trying to do now? We are trying to do the inbound part, right? So for the inbound part, so what we should do, so we will be receiving it by delivery. So we will go by receiving by delivery. Since I'm opening it up for the first time, that's why you can see this comparison screen. So it is asking us which one do we want to proceed ahead with. So what it is saying is now this is basically the GR part. So these are things that the operator would be scanning. Okay, for us, obviously we don't have the handheld device, so we'll be copying and pasting. But in real-time world, the operator would be scanning, right? So now you will ask, how will he scan the inbound delivery number? So in certain projects, what I have seen, what we have done is that we have created a delivery list, basically inbound delivery list, which comes up with barcodes. So when the operator simply scans that particular barcode, the delivery number automatically populates over here. So all those things can be done. That's not an issue. You can see that it has already, the moment I have pushed in the handling unit, so it is coming up with the handling unit details. So it is talking about the handling unit type. So the handling unit type basically is whether it's a pallet, whether it's a carton. So tomorrow when we are going to do the configuration for the packaging material, I'll be covering this topic. Okay. So this is what the handling unit type actually means. Basically, is a classification of the different packaging materials, whether it's a carton, it's a box, it's a bottle, whatever. So it is pallet basically, and then it has the product details, the quantity. There's no batch for this, and it has got the bin where the GR is being done. Now, in this particular screen, so generally we control this through F1, F2, F3 icons. Okay, so you can see F1 is for unloading, F2 is for goods receipt, and F3 is for creation of further warehouse task. Now, this creation of further warehouse task is with the warehouse task creation for your goods movement. Okay, from that means right now when we do the goods receipt, the item is where, if we go back to the diagram, it is over here. So this scanning activity that we are doing right now, the receiving, it is over here in the GR zone. Now, once the GR is done, so I need to push the material from here to here, right? This work center I have not yet created over here, so I'm not so sure whether for this particular warehouse, because it's a pre-created warehouse, whether there is any process-oriented storage control already assigned to this particular process, and then if it automatically creates a warehouse task related to the process-oriented storage control. So let's see. As of now, I will first start off with unloading. So unloading is done. So once I click on F1 as an operator, so the unloading checkbox will be activated over here. Okay, and that means basically once I finish my unloading, by me unload the pallets from the truck, that is when I will activate that. And then after that, I will quickly go back to the delivery in EWM. You would see that over here, the status will change now. So this the goods receipt has not yet started, unloading is not yet started. So let me see. So you can see the unloading status is now completed. It was not yet started. The unloading status is completed now. So next is the goods receipt, right? So for the goods receipt, again, we go back to our Fury screen. Okay, so the goods receipt got posted. So once the goods receipt got posted, so your goods receipt status has also been updated. And after that, your next is warehouse task creation. So this warehouse task creation is for the next step. Now, sometimes if there is as I said, we will be covering it during the advanced topic of process-oriented storage control and layout-oriented storage control. If you've got different processes that you are performing before the final put away, then you want the system to automatically create the warehouse task for the operator, so that this warehouse order will be assigned to the operator and he can pick the material from the goods receipt zone to the packing work center, right? So for that, you will be defining it as different processes, and then you will assign the different steps, within the process, and then you will assign the process to the particular warehouse order creation rule. So it depends whether you want to use it or you don't want to use it. If you have a simple warehouse, there's no requirement for that. You can simply do unloading, goods receipt, and put away. So right now we are just going through the basic scenario because I've not covered that topic. It also requires configuration in the backend. Okay. So let us quickly see whether there is any warehouse task automatically being generated, because as I said, this is a pre-created warehouse. So no, there is no warehouse task which automatically has been created. What we can do, we can now create the warehouse task for this. So the warehouse task gets created automatically based on what? That also we will see. But let's see whether the system is able to create the warehouse task or not automatically, because I have also not tried in this server. So let's see whether it's able to create or not. Yes. So what it says is that could not fully determine the destination data. Okay. So that means there is an error. So somewhere some strategy has not been maintained properly, or some bin is not there, because of which it's not able to create the warehouse task. So the warehouse task is basically like the warehouse task is created within a warehouse order, and this warehouse order actually is the one which gets assigned to the resource. So it's like the transfer order getting assigned to the resource. So this is based on this order, I will go to goods receipt zone, and from there I will pick the material and I will put it in this packing work center, say for example. So the warehouse task after the goods, otherwise the item will be lying over here only in the goods receipt zone. No one will come to pick it up. So to go into the product master, we need to again use the same transaction, mat1, and then we go inside to warehouse data. So you can see the put away control indicator is there, YQ02. Okay. So within YQ02, now let's see how the mapping is being done. So that is why I said today in the beginning of the session, we are also going to cover a bit of inbound, because if I don't cover it, you will not understand. Before we do that, let me first try to see whether manually the warehouse task gets created or not. I'm sure it's going to show, because that's a standard error. It's going to give me the same error of could not determine destination data. So so if you want to create the warehouse task manually, so what you need to do, you need to click on in the inbound delivery landing page of EWM, you need to click on this icon, follow on functions, and then warehouse task. Okay. So over here, there'll be two tabs. If the packing has not yet been done, it will show within warehouse request. If the packing has already been done, it will come up in handling units over here. And the warehouse task, if we have mentioned in the storage tab that it will be the HU warehouse task, HU is mandatory. In that case, also this one will. So it depends whether it's a HU warehouse task, it's a product warehouse task. Okay. So if you can see, handling unit details are over here. And if I click on create plus save, the system should throw me an error, because it had thrown me a standard error when I was trying to do it through the Fury application. So yes, it's giving me an error. If I say no, so it will say that requested amount could not be supplied, product creation for HU failed. Requested amount could not be supplied. Okay. So this is a bit different. So what we will do is, now first we will check, as we had seen, that there is already a put-away control indicator mapped within the product. So what we are going to do is we will check now whether the configuration is in place. And if the configuration is in place, then we will check if the bins have been created for that particular storage types or not. Okay. To check the inbound configuration, we go to SPRO, SCM Extended Warehouse Management, Goods Receipt Process. And within Goods Receipt Process, we go to Strategies. So within Strategies, we'll go to Storage Type Search. So over here, specify storage type search sequence for putaway. And our warehouse process type is Y430, right? So it should be YE04. This is the search sequence, right? So let us see what has been maintained for. So we have opened another session. So in EWM, there is a way to also check for the user. Suppose a user is trying to create the warehouse task. So you can also see the log actually, what has failed, where it has failed, the detailed log. So in the log itself, it will show you it has gone through all these different search entries. First it has tried to find the storage type search sequence. Within the storage type search sequence, which storage types it has identified. All those things it will show you in the log itself. Okay, so that is also very self-explanatory, but I prefer going through this route. So over here, now we go to storage type search once again. So assign storage types. Okay, sorry, my bad. Assign storage types to storage type search sequence. So YE04 it was, right? So within YE04, we have Y011 storage type. There's only one storage type which is mapped to this particular search sequence. And if I quickly check, because I have these bins have got bin access type, and I have assigned my resource to the Y all resource type group. So that should not be an issue. So what happens if I manually try to create the warehouse task? So what has happened is basically in this particular delivery, the handling unit weight has got exceeded. So basically they have, for this particular warehouse, there is a tolerance limit which has been set for a HU. So if you can see, the maximum weight for the handling unit was exceeded by 815 kilograms. Okay, so because we had captured all the quantity in one single handling unit. Okay, so from EWM perspective, you can do goods receipt reversals provided you have not completed the put away. So we have not started the put away activity, so therefore I was able to reverse the goods receipt. Okay, so as we had seen, the information flows in from ECC to EWM in terms of the updates. Similarly, when we are performing any activity in EWM, the delivery also gets updated at the same time. It's based on the setting. There is a particular configuration. I'll show it to you tomorrow. At what point in time it will go and create this queue, which will go in turn and update the delivery in ECC. So this happens through PPF actions in EWM and in the APO environment. Even if you're using TM, they use the architecture uses PPF. It's I mean, ALE messages are also used, but it gets triggered through post-processing framework actions. So there's a separate Dave that we are going to discuss this in detail, how it is configured and all those things. But this PPF action, you can see the action is send ERP delivery messages. Okay. So within this particular action, if you click on the log, so you would see the queue name which has got generated. So the queue name is this one. Okay, so what I would do again, since this is an embedded environment, same environment, I will open SMQ2. So we've got 3 queues because again, what I had used in my parameter is both the EWM stop queue and the ECC stop queue. So what it helps is now it is stopping these queues as well. So what I will do, the initial ones have also not gone in. So I'll just simply execute. I'm not going to go inside and see what's happening. So I'll just execute one by one everything because I want the 2 deliveries to be in sync, not yet. So till the time, yeah, now it should show me as not yet started. The reversal queue has come in. Yes, perfect. So the goods movement data is not yet started now. Okay, so that means the delivery in ECC and EWM is in sync now. So what I will do is I will try to unpack the quantity first. On functions, pack. What I will do is again try to empty the handling unit and save it. Yes. So generally the setup is that whenever empty handling, whenever you're doing any sort of packing in the inbound delivery, if you are emptying a handling unit, the system will automatically delete that handling unit. It will no longer be linked to your inbound delivery. Okay, so you can see over here that the HU has been removed. There is no handling unit again assigned to it. Now what I'm going to do is, I don't need so much of quantity, right? So I will just reduce it to 1. So what I will do, I will just select this. So you guys will also get to see how do we reduce the quantity in EWM. So this is something called process codes. Okay. So you select the line at the item level. Now click on process codes with quantity adjustment. Over here, you put -7. Okay. So if you put -7, so you can see the quantity has changed to 1 piece now from 8 pieces. And if I scroll down, go to process codes. So you would see the quantity which I've deleted or removed or reduced has come up over here. Now, if I delete this process code, this quantity is going to come back over here and make it 8 pieces again. I'm not going to do that. So I'll just save this first. Okay. So we need to make sure that we change it and save it. Sorry. Okay. So after that, we go back to packing. or if not, then I'll use if the system doesn't allow me, I'll use a different packaging material if the weight is an issue. Okay. So this is the newly created handling unit. So let me see whether from here, first I'll do unloading. I'll try to do this manually this time and see what happens. GR, after unloading, I'll do goods receipt. Now this is the steps that you have seen me doing this is how we do it when if we are using the desktop transaction over here. So we can click on unload and then we can do goods receipt as well. Now we go to warehouse task. Yes, this time it has been able to create. See, in today's training session itself, you have seen me doing a live troubleshooting. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel this warehouse task and see if we can again trigger it from the Fury application. Okay. Why I'm focusing more on the Fury application is basic reason is that all the new clients that you guys will be working in, or even in your current projects, you'll be more working on the Fury application rather than desktop applications. Okay, but you need to know how it happens in the desktop applications itself as well.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which module is integrated with SAP S 4HANA EWM for transportation planning? Option A, SAP TM, Transportation Management. Option B, SAP FICO. Option C, SAP HCM. Option D, SAP SRM. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing warehouses? Our SAP S/4HANA Extended Warehouse Management course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S/4HANA EWM. It's like a powerful tool for handling everything in your warehouse, from receiving products to shipping them out. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced tips. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros with years of experience. They're here to guide you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People like you have found our course super useful for their careers. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome chance to learn is super affordable. Ready to become an SAP EWM expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
In today's session, we will be going deeper into some of the reporting tools as well as the RF framework, how it is being configured, and how the screens are being designed and all those things. As well as after the end of the session, I will share a document with ZaranTech. That document, two documents in fact. One is called the RF Cookbook, and the other one is setting up of your service. Okay, so what happens is that whenever we are using the RF framework, at the end of the day in a warehouse physically, they would be using the application in a separate device. They will not be using a laptop, they will not be using the SAP GUI, they'll be using it on a separate device. When we are using it on different devices, so it has the different screens that we see. So in the backend, they are called templates. And these templates need to be published. Published where? Published as a service in the web. So that when you are logging in, because when you'll be logging in the RF screen through a device, you'll be logging into a particular IP address, right? It will be like, it's a HTTPS IP address that you'll be logging into through that device. Which will take you directly to the login screen. Now, for that particular thing to be activated, a service needs to be activated, and this service needs to be. Within this service, there'll be multiple templates which need to be published as well. Now, the document that I will share with you contains the step-by-step procedure how you can do that. Now, it's certain organizations. If you are creating your custom templates and your custom services, if you're using standard ones, then the functional is supposed to do this. If you are using custom applications, suppose custom screens are created, then the ABAPer who has built those custom screens is supposed to publish the screens as well. Okay, so therefore you might have seen that evappers who work on, it's not something very difficult, to be honest, but sometimes there would be requirements like EWM evappers. Now, what does that mean? So EWM evappers basically are experienced in all these things as well. Okay, so they would be experienced in creating screens, RF screens, creating the custom logical transaction flows as well. So what we will be today, we will not be creating any custom screens or anything like that, but I will show you where exactly we can do it. Okay. And as functional consultants, you need to provide the guidance to the evappers if anything Z is required in a screen, where exactly that needs to be put. The evapor, if the evapor is an EWM evapor, so that person would already know how to do it. And if not, then you have to do the guidance. Okay, so it depends. Also, we will today see how the EWM monitor is being constructed. If you want to construct custom screens or custom monitors based on user profiles, how to do it. We will create a couple of sample monitors and we will see how we can do that as well. Okay. And last but not the least, we'll also try to cover the graphical warehouse layout. Now, what the graphical warehouse layout is basically a graphical representation of the entire warehouse. Okay. Now, this is a huge amount of data that needs to be uploaded. So I would show you how to do it, but I would request if you guys can do it yourselves, it is much better. Again, it is something which is not widely used across projects. I have not seen many projects. I've just seen a couple of projects that I've worked so far using the graphical warehouse layout, and that too, it's not being used such extensively. But yes, it does give you a 2D representation. It's a 2D representation. It's not a 3D representation of the entire layout of your warehouse, all your storage bins and everything. Okay, so we will see a couple of storage bins. We'll do the mappings, necessary mappings and the configuration. And then we will see whether it pops up in our screen as well or not. So these are the three things that we'll try to cover today. So we will start off with the EWM monitor first. Okay, so we'll go inside the monitor transaction to understand it further. So we have been using this EWM monitor transaction since, I believe, last 3 sessions, and you guys have seen that this is basically providing us a cockpit overview of the warehouse. Now, what does a cockpit overview mean? You'll keep hearing this term cockpit. So, so does it mean? So, if you see, whenever you are boarding an aircraft, and you must have definitely seen, even if you have not gone inside the cockpit, but you must have definitely seen it in videos or in pictures or whatever. So, everything can be controlled through the cockpit by the pilots, right? So similarly, using this EWM monitor, a warehouse supervisor or a warehouse user can see entire operations that are happening inside the warehouse and can also perform certain tasks using this monitor. Okay. So on the left-hand side, you see what these are called are the nodes. And there are nodes defined for different processes. So there is a node defined for outbound activities, inbound, physical inventory, and then within documents, if you open, then you've got again different classifications like physical inventory documents, warehouse order, warehouse task, handling units, all movements for product. That means if you want to trace a particular product, say for example, in a company like Coca-Cola, there are so many SKUs, and then you want to trace a particular SKU, the entire in and out movement for the product. So if you just push in, double click over here, and you put the product, and you can do filtration based on batch types as well, stock types as well. If you want to see the movements of that product within a particular area of the warehouse, that also can be filtered over here. And if you execute, then the system will show you the in and out movements of the entire product. Okay, so what are the different warehouse tasks which have happened for this product? So like that, similarly for value-added services, this is again another subtopic in EWM, which we'll be covering on a separate date. So value-added services relevant information will also, there is a classification for that as well. Then there is a classification for labor tasks. So this is used in terms of labor management. So that is again another subtopic in EWM. Then posting changes, stock transfers, inspections, which is related to quality management, waves, again related to outbound processing, which we will be covering tomorrow, and then executed workloads and planned workloads. This is again related to labor management. Apart from that, if you close this subnode, you get stock and bin. So within stock and bin, you get the different kinds of stock currently present in your warehouse in terms of the physical stock, in terms of the available stock, in terms of storage bins. And you can, within the storage bin node also, you can find the stock separately over here. That is bin specific basically. And from all these different places, there are also action icons provided through which you can also, as I mentioned, do a lot of actions. You can create warehouse tasks. You can delete handling units. You can do posting changes. That means stock type to stock type transfer, which in turn would do a transfer from your S log to S log in ECC. So all these things you can control using this EWM warehouse monitor. So this warehouse monitor also gives you this, if you see the last node for tools. Now over here, you've got all these different sub nodes through which you can see the IDOC processing, the different IDOCs which will be coming in for to bring in the customers, the materials, the vendors. If we are using a decentralized system, if something is stuck, shipments, if we have linked shipments to transportation units. So if the IDOCs are processed, if the IDOCs are in a block status, all those information you will see over here. And even queues, if there is any blocked queue, so you will be able to see the queues as well over here. So if you execute, say, for example, so you can see all these different queues, and now all these queues are in a block status, as you can see, and you will also get the description why it has been blocked. So from here, say, for example, if you want to go to the QRFC monitor. Now, what is the QRFC monitor? You have seen yesterday also, in yesterday's session also, we have used it extensively. So the QRFC monitor is something through which we can view the queues. So if you can click over here, it will directly navigate you to the QRFC monitor. So you see the EWM warehouse monitor, they have linked a lot of structures. They have created the object in such a way that you will be calling a lot of standard functions through this structure. Okay. Now, say for example, as a warehouse user, I want to see how many inbound deliveries are there and which are currently with a open goods receipt status. That means the goods receipt has not yet been completed. So what I would simply do, now I will just scroll down over here. Okay, so GR status I would put as 1 and I will execute. So 1 is not yet started. So that's why I have selected 1. And you can see these are the inbound deliveries which are there for which the goods receipt has not yet been started. So you can, as I mentioned, you can use this to do a lot of activities and also to view, I mean, from a reporting perspective as well, you can use it as well. Okay. And you can also print out all the list of orders from here. So there are a lot of options from that perspective as well. And say, for example, you are viewing the warehouse orders and you want to print the warehouse orders, you can do that as well. So all these options are being provided within the warehouse monitor. Now, sometimes what happens, this warehouse monitor is being used by different users across the warehouse. Now, the view which you are getting, this is like an all-inclusive view. And this is something which is desirable only for the either the top executives or the super users working inside the warehouse, not for every user. Okay. So obviously you would want to restrict the usage of this monitor because it's a powerful tool. So you want the information which is available for the users in such a manner that only the useful information and the required information is available for that particular user or the user profile. Otherwise, it's not those information which is not required for them should not be made visible. Okay. So what can be done? Can we customize this? Yes, we can do customize it. Okay. So over here, if you see, now when you go inside the transaction/n/scwm/mon, then at that point in time, the screen comes up with this pop-up window where you enter the warehouse number and their monitor. Okay, so if you just do an F4 over here, you would see there are just 2 monitors which are there. That is the CR_EX, the Crystal Reports monitor, and the SAP monitor. So the SAP monitor contains all the nodes which are available. Now, if I want to customize and I just want to say, for example, I just want to show a physical inventory and documents node. Is that possible? And I want to omit all of these other nodes. Yes, that is possible. So what I need to do, I need to go into customizing. So I will go into Pro, SAP reference IMG, SCM extended warehouse management, monitoring, warehouse management monitor, customize monitor. Now over here, so you can see over here, the system has taken this as a new monitor. If you want to rename it as something else, you can do that as well. Okay. So if you want to suppose name something different, so I've just selected the white page and I have created this. But at the time of saving, the system will ask me for the monitor name change. If I want to do it, I can do that as well. So this is the standard SAP monitor, which has got all the nodes you can see over here on the left. And this is the new monitor, which is there, which I can construct, right? So in order to do that, as I mentioned, I just want this physical inventory. So what I will do, I will pull it over here and drag and drop it over here. Okay, so I've got the physical inventory node. And then say, for example, I want to also show the stock in bin. So I will just pull it over here. So it depends now. If I want to add it within the physical inventory node, I can do that as well. I mean, the moment you open physical inventory node, only then you will see stock in bin. Or else if I want to just put it on the same hierarchy, the system allows me to do that as well. So this is the new monitor. So I just have the physical inventory and stock in bin over here. So I will go to save it. So when I go to save it, you can see that it is giving me the option that is it across all warehouses? Star means that, or is it only for one warehouse? So I'll just do it for one warehouse as of now. And I would be putting in the monitor name. So I'll put it as Z test. Okay. Test demo monitor. Okay, save it. This is a config. Perfect. So let's go and see and check it out whether it's available for our warehouse or not. So we go over here and the monitor options. So we can see Z test. Perfect. So as you can see, you just have these nodes over here. Okay, the ones which we have added. So this is the way you can customize. And now the question that should come up in your mind is, how do we control this? So there are standard authorization objects in the backend.
So Ronnie, just one quick question. So since we reduced the number of folders, kind of a notes here, will it improve the performance kind of a thing?
No, it doesn't impact the performance because at the end of the day, even if the nodes are there,
in the background, so same programs, function modules will be called, correct?
Yeah, I mean, even if the nodes are there, you will be only executing it doesn't allow you to multiple execution, right? So either I can view stock in bin or either I can do physical inventory. I cannot run physical inventory on this upper screen. I cannot open storage bin in this screen. I can do that in another session, not in the same session, right? So therefore, even if there are multiple nodes, it doesn't improve from a performance perspective. But yes, if you are thinking, see what happens is that sometimes there are certain clients that I've seen, they will be going for standard Fury applications on their tablets or on their devices. So if a forklift operator, say for example, you have a requirement that you want to show only limited number of folders from the EWM monitor to the forklift operator. Because he does not need to go through each and everything detail which is over there. So from that perspective as well, these kind of customizations become important then. Okay, so your overall screen optimization also becomes much better when you look into that perspective. From that aspect, yes, it does help. And also from as I mentioned, from a rules and authorization perspective. So if there are there are standard authorization objects, as I mentioned. So within the standard authorization object, you can also configure within the role. It's not something that the functional consultant would do, obviously. It will be by the governance team. If there is SAP GRC implemented, it will be the GRC team. If not, then the roles and authorization team for the respective client that you guys will be working in. So, but they will come back and ask you that how do we control this? So, what you need to remember that you can control it even at the warehouse number level. That means you can control whether the monitor is viewed only for the person for that particular warehouse. So you can restrict it at LG num. LG num is warehouse number, and also you can control it at monitor level. If you want to control which monitors the person can view, that also can be controlled through roles and authorization, standard EWM authorization objects. Okay, so select layout doesn't have any layout saved. Sorry, my bad. So you go to change layout, and you can see all the columns over here. So if you find anything which shows the exact time of the stock, which I don't think would be there, I don't think it's there actually. But you can try it out. But till now, so far, I've not yet seen having the exact that this is the stock run done. But if you do that spool generation, so at that particular point in time, because you have the recording of that background job run, right? So this was run at 12 p.m. suppose. I think that is the whole purpose, right? That is the objective I think that is the kind of scenario that you're looking at, right? That you want to know at this point in time, what is my stock? So more important from a stock perspective, I would say, see the whole concept of EWM is that because you have got stocks at two levels, whether it's an embedded system, whether it is a decentralized system in EWM. So the stocks are always at two levels, one at the EWM level and the other one at the ECC level. Okay, so the ECC level, you view the stock at what level? You view the stock at plant and storage location level. In EWM, you view the stock exactly at the detail level, like storage type, storage bin, and all those things. These concepts are not there in ECC. Okay, but at one point in time, both the ECC as well as the EWM stock needs to be synced. That is utmost important. Otherwise, there's going to be an issue. Okay, so the EWM stock and the ECC stock at any point in time should be synced. And these are issues which are generally faced by most of the warehouses because of multiple reasons. Some of the queues will not be cleared. Whenever I'm performing goods receipt in EWM for any XYZ reason, if the queue is stuck in ECC and the goods receipt has not yet been posted, that means the material document 101 has not yet been posted in ECC. That means in ECC, the stock has not yet been added, but in EWM, the stock has been added. That means there is a difference. In EWM, you have more stock. In ECC, you have less stock. So in order to view that as well, and because you need to keep on monitoring that as well, what is the latest differences in stock? So what you can do, there is a standard transaction in EWM. It's called ERP stock check. So generally, this transaction is being run by warehouse supervisors or managers or shift in charges, whoever it is. So you can just run it on a fixed timely intervals. So as you can see, this is the transaction, SCWM/ERP underscore stock check. And over here, you can run it for the entire warehouse to see if there's any difference over here. So I'll just activate this checkbox, display differences only. And you can see there's a lot of difference. Obviously, this is a test server. So you would find a lot of queues not getting cleared. And so wherever you see, so this is but logical. So wherever you see the stock more in EWM and less in ECC or ERP, that means it should be related to stock which has come in or goods receipt. Okay, so that is a natural, way of, the natural logical thinking that we can apply over here. And if you've got more stock in ECC and less stock in EWM, that means there is a goods issue which has not yet been posted. Now that goods issue is not necessary. It's a customer dispatch. It can be related to scrapping as well. Sorry, because when you implement EWM, you will be using the scrapping functionality also through EWM. So when you do scrapping also, there's a goods issue movement which gets triggered. So the stock will be scrapped from EWM, but it has not yet been posted in ERP because of any XYZ reason. Then in that case, there'll be more stock in ECC, less stock in EWM. So multiple reasons can be there when we have been posting changes, as I mentioned earlier, EWM. Then there are storage location to storage location transfers which get triggered in ECC. And what happens in turn, if those queues are stuck because of any XYZ reason, then what will happen is that the in EWM, in one stock type, the stock will show more, and in ECC, in one storage location, the stock type will show lesser. So if you can see over here, you can within from EWM itself, it will show you the stock at the plant and storage location level as well. In EWM, generally, as you have seen, nowhere we are using directly storage location. We are using the concept of availability group and stock type. But you can use, I mean, what you can view through this report is the stock at the plant and storage location level as well. And if you want to simply view the stock as well, you just remove this and you just execute this report. You can do that as well. You can do stock corrections as well using this report for the differences. But from all my experience, that little experience that I have in EWM, I would always recommend you, don't straight away, if you see a difference, just don't select this and then, you correct the stock. Please don't do that. Do a proper analysis. What are the missing queues? Try to identify the queues. And this should be the last resort of stock upload. Basically, what does is when you do the stock correction through this, say, for example, the stock is less in ECC, it will do an IDOC upload. ALE IDOC will be triggered to upload the stock, basically, in ECC. But that should be the last resort. We should try to identify the missing link, and then only we should go ahead for this particular approach. But as I mentioned, this should be the last resort. So again, going back to our monitor topic. So you guys have seen how we can configure the monitor and everything. Now, another important thing that I wanted to show you. Sometimes users will have requirements. Like say, for example, when you double click over here, you can see activity area, physical inventory, procedure, inventory document here, priority, reason, product. Now, the user might have a requirement that I want batch as well over here, not only the product. I'm just giving you an example, okay? So I want the batch filter also over apparently over here to be added as a filter when I'm doing this selection. This can be a requirement. So in that case, how will we do it? So what happens is that you can see this particular, I mean, if you see over here, SHRIM SAP LPI underscore count mon. Now, what exactly is this? This is actually a function module. This is a standard function module which is assigned to this node. Okay. So in case you want to create a new field over here, a new Z function module needs to be created copying this standard function module. And that Z function module needs to be assigned to this count overview node. Okay. Obviously, the function module we will not be creating. It will be created by unless there is a techno-functional consultant that can also be achieved. But in general, I mean, functional consultants won't be constructing the function module. They'll be just writing the FS to construct the function module, the new Z function module, right? So we'll go to SPRO once again. Warehouse Management Monitor. And over here, we'll go to, you can see first how the nodes are being defined. Okay. So these are the different nodes basically. So if you see this node category over here, so this is nothing but the node details which shows up. And then based on this, so there are different, you can see this is a node profile. And within this node profile, so what is this category? It's outbound. So within this particular node, you will be assigning it to the different node profiles. So let me just quickly try to open this up. So I'm not able to launch the node profile because of an issue in my, extremely sorry for that. So because of an issue in my keyboard, but I will get it activated for tomorrow's session. I will show it to you again. Okay. So unless because I wanted to show you that within the pop-up itself, it will show you the different the node that is currently assigned to it and how the hierarchy works. Okay, so that is easier for you to understand how this entire assignment and category will work. But by keyboard, something has happened. I'm not able to launch my function key, so I have to activate the function keys. So you can see all these different nodes, right? So these nodes are nothing but actually the nodes which are there in the EWM monitor. So you see, we've got so many different nodes. So every node has a category. So this, if you see over here, and then from a sequencing perspective, you see there are sequences also maintained over here. So this sequence basically is nothing but the flow. So once you, the flow of the screen basically. So once you open this node and then the next node, double click on that node, and then what happens? So that entire nodes are being fixed over here. So that sequencing is also being maintained over here. Since we have just copied and pasted existing nodes, we don't have to create all these things. But if we are creating Z nodes, in that case, we need to do the mapping and we need to make sure that the sequence is also properly maintained so that the screen also appears properly. Otherwise, it is going to get all. So you're going to get a dump, a short dump in the system when the system is being executed. When you execute this particular, suppose I change this particular flow and do not maintain it correctly for physical inventory, then what will happen is that if I maintain an incorrect sequence, then when I execute the report, say for example, I take this node and I execute it, the system will start giving me a short dump. So you see over here, these are, as I mentioned, there are different function modules which are assigned. Okay, so let me quickly check the function module for this one. Okay, so apparently I have to do a one by one selection. The selection is not working. But you can see over here, all these standard function modules are there. So as I mentioned, if you are creating a Z function module, so that function module needs to be assigned over here to the object class, and the object class in turn will be assigned to a node. Okay, so that is how it would be. It is going to work if you are creating any Z, any changes in the screen in the EWM monitor. So this is the same. This is the table for that same config node that we were looking at. So you will find all the relevant function modules over here. All the different function models which are there, you will find it over here. Okay, so I'm not able to open that shortcut node for where you can see the against the higher node, lower node. You will see all that assignment actually within the EWM monitor itself. So every node that you see has got a hierarchy actually, based on which you can see this view. And that hierarchy is configurable in those configuration nodes that we see. And as I mentioned, like say, for example, in this screen itself, you want to change anything, you want to add anything. So that means it's a Z function module that needs to be updated or needs to be created because the existing function module does not have that, doesn't have that field, basically, right? So as an input parameter, if I want to add something extra, so I cannot create it in the same standard function module. I need to add it in that function, in the existing function module, create a Z function module, copy the standard one, and then add that input parameter. So generally, the requirements will be more or less standard data structures only. I mean, the customers, what I've seen is that they would be having those kind of requirements only. Like I want to add batch, I want to add stock type, I want to see HU type in this filter, or I want to see the PMR number, say for example, in this particular where it is not showing, I want to add it as a filter. So these kind of requirements generally come until and unless it's a completely Z field, which is not there within the standard SAP structure. So that can also be a requirement if it is added, and then that has also to be added over here. I mean, in these views. So that is how it works. So, but unless and until I open up the shortcut, I'll not be able to show you guys that. Yeah. So let me do that tomorrow, and then I will be able to show it to you guys. Okay. Even right now, my function keys are not working, so I have to press function and then F1, F2, F3 like this. Okay, so let us go back to the RF configuration now. So we go to SPRO. So over here, we go to SCM Extended Warehouse Management, Mobile Data Entry, Radio Frequency Framework, and then we will have to go to define steps in logical transaction. So define steps in logical transaction again is something which is basically so whatever we are performing in the SAP GUI also, we call it a transaction code, right? So in every transaction code, there are multiple steps that we are performing. So when you see the RF screen, let me open it up. Now, let's say, for example, this screen, right? So if I want to see the hierarchy, so the shortcut that you need to push in on your keyboard is Control Shift plus F1. Okay. So then you will get this technical information over here. So this technical information is basically the different objects which have been assigned against each other for you to see the screen. Okay. So you see there's something at the application level that we define, and then there is a display profile. Now, why do we have this display profile? So and the presentation profile, we have this because, as I mentioned earlier, different sets of users will be using this RF profile. So it can be warehouse supervisors, it can be warehouse managers, it can be operators, and people working across different departments. So you might want to restrict the screens as well, what they can see over here. And based on that, you will be defining different profiles. Okay. Also, you have an extra layer of security where you can restrict it in terms of roles and authorization. But SAP EWM RF gives you this extra additional flexibility, I would say, which you can use. Over here, you see these are the logical steps. Now, these logical transactions and steps, these are all standard. These are the standard ones. And you can see the screen sequence number is also maintained. So that means within this particular logical transaction, this is the first screen sequence. Okay. And this is the screen program that you see. And then the screen number that you see over here, 201, this is basically, as I had mentioned in the beginning of the call, if you remember, that the RF screen templates need to be published. So this is the RF screen number, basically, what you can see over here. So this screen that you see is screen number 201. Can this screen be changed as well? Yes, up to a certain extent. And then from then onwards, if we need to put some additional fields or something, then it will be obviously a Z screen, and that template also needs to be published against by the developer. So we can also publish it. It depends on what kind of access we have. So as I mentioned, I will share a document with you, which contains a step-by-step, because it's a huge configuration in itself in terms of setting up the ITS service. Because as I mentioned, this is used by the RF framework generally is being used on devices, external devices, and they will be calling this web service. So in order to call the web service, you need to activate the web service as well. So it has got a lot of steps. But just to give you guys an idea, the transaction that needs to be used is SICF. Okay. So over here, so you go inside, and there is in that guide itself, which I will share with you, there is a step-by-step where exactly you need to go, and then you need to identify your service, and within that service, you need to activate the service. Okay, so but this service activation needs to be done after the screen templates have already been published. And in order to publish the screen templates, you need to go into SEAT, and then you need to select the correct service over here. Okay, so there are different groups over here. So you need to select the correct internet service. And once you select the service, so you have to open up the templates will start opening up over here, the different HTML templates. And then you need to publish it one by one. Okay, so that is how it works. Okay, so you see over here, this publish option is there. So then that publishing needs to be done. But then again, this again depends on what kind of roles of certain clients. They will not be giving you this access, because this SEAT is a technical transaction used by evappers. So you might not have access to this T code, and uh, they might say that you please give the instructions to your developers, and the developers will be doing the publishing on your behalf. Okay, because if there is any change in the screens, developers definitely will be involved in it. Okay, so let's go back over here. So, and where were we in the screen? So if you see over here, we have got the logical transaction and the step. So let's go back to our configuration. So you see over here, we've got all the logical transactions. So let's see what is this RH-DC. So receiving HU by delivery. And within this, the initial step. Okay, so it's RH-DESL. And if you see, it is RH-DESL would be, so if I go one step back, so the step is RH-DESL, if you're following my cursor. So now within this, you have got your text. If you're maintaining text, are basically the descriptions that are coming up against each and every node, so that you have to maintain it against your presentation profile and in the different language that you want it to be represented. Okay, because in SAP, as you are aware, when you're logging in, you can select your language, and if you want your RF screens also to populate in the foreign language, so that for that you need to maintain it over here. So apart from that, for this particular logical transaction, this is the logical transaction step flow. Okay, so over here, the function codes are being mentioned, and against the function codes, you can see function modules are also being assigned. So basically, after that, once you press enter, what happens next? So the next step is also maintain, and what is the processing mode, whether it is going to happen in the foreground or in the background, that detail is also being maintained over here. Then if there is any inter-transactional flow, so in generally, if you see in the standard transactions, few of the transactions it might be there, but mostly those inter-transactional flows are not there. But if it is there, you need to maintain it over here. That means if you want to link one step to another step, then you need to maintain the inter-transactional flow over here as well. So you can actually, when you are setting up your warehouse, I would, if you have time, because setting all these things up will require time. So if you guys get time, then actually you can also use and set this thing up and see how it works, and how is it different from the standard without the inter-transactional flow. One without the inter-transactional flow, and one you can maintain for one transaction and inter-transactional flow entry, and see how it works. But definitely it will take time. Then it comes to the validation profile. So if you want a validation basically to be added over here, you can apply all the validation profiles over here, and then you can see the steps, logical transaction, everything you can maintain over here. Okay, so for this particular transaction, it is not there, but it can be, if you want to add anything over here additional, you can maintain it over here in terms of the validation profile. So over here also, you can maintain for how the function keys are going to work against each and every step. So you can see that so F7 is back, F6 is clear, then enter is enter. So all these different, so there are descriptions given against each and every function code. You can just go through it, and you can maintain it against the function keys available on your keyboard. So as I mentioned, why this is important is because not for someone who's using a laptop, but someone who's using a device. So the key, there are keys on the device, if you guys have seen, but generally the mobile devices that will be there, the keys will be very less. And operators also, from a age perspective also, there would be certain operators who are 40 plus, 50 plus. They would be having eyesight issues as well. So therefore, you want to make sure that the icons, the buttons, they just can just press the buttons and then just keep executing their job instead of typing or using the keyboard, obviously, because it is more time consuming and it is less efficient as well. And from that onwards, you can see over here the logical transaction flow is being maintained over here. The screen program, which we see over here, has been mapped. Okay, and the screen number against this particular transaction has also there. Okay, so you can see the screen number is 101 because we are in the initial screen of this particular transaction flow. Okay, so against this logical transaction, each and every step there, for each and every step there is a definition. So if you see over here, so all these steps are defined over here. So let's say, for example, this is RHDESL. So the step is receiving HU selection by delivery. So if you see the RF note, that is exactly what we are doing. We are entering in this particular step, we are going to enter the delivery number. So again, over here, you can define your own presentation profiles, as I mentioned. If you have different devices, you can maintain different presentation profiles based on that. And what happens is, because when where does presentation profile come into the picture in terms of how you are designing your screen layout? So right now you see this is how the screen looks in RF. But when we are using a handheld device, we need to optimize the length, width, breadth, all the dimensions of the screen to ensure that it encapsulates the device's dimensions, right? We need to make sure that the entire screen is being captured and all the information is appearing in the screen. So if we have the same layout as in what is available in our laptop, it is not going to work. Some of the information will not be visible also. So for every presentation device, we need to ensure that the screens are designed in the most optimized manner in RF. Okay. So how to do that? So you can see over here, first of all, we need to maintain the presentation profiles separately. And then once you are done with that, so there is an RF screen manager, which you can see over here. So this is where basically we need to maintain those length, breadth, width, text size, and all those things we can maintain over here. Okay. If it's a completely Z screen, so you would hear that in EWM projects or in the current project also where you're working, you would see there might be Z screens which have been developed for Z functionalities. So in that case, you need to create presentation devices accordingly, and then within that presentation device, you need to create the screens. Right? So let's say, for example, over here, if I want to standard display profile and F1, let me, by the way, push down the shortcut for you guys, okay, to get the screen details. So over here, what is the logical transaction HDESI? Okay, so you can see over here, it takes some time. Again, this is a graphical screen painter. Generally, these changes are also done by adapters based on the inputs being provided by the functional team. Okay, so over here you can see this is how the display template will look like. And let me just, if I want to make any changes, I need to make the changes within the screen painter. Okay, so based on the, I mean, if I want to change the screen, if you can see the height, width, the push button length, width, all those things, I can do it over here. And I can display it and it will show me how it exactly looks, screen by screen. So you see over here, this is what the keys look like. So delivery, and then this is the input field, right? So if I increase or decrease the screen length, so this is the push. So the push button like the F1, F2, F3, all those things I can control. And this is the screen painter. And based on this, if what I maintain for the presentation device, accordingly it will appear on the screen. Another important thing is the RF menu manager. Okay, so what does this menu manager control? So this menu manager basically, if you see over here, on the right side you have the RF menu. If you click on presentation text, it will show you all the, so basically these were the technical objects and this is the description of those technical objects. So what is the system guided manual selection, inbound process, outbound process, internal processes? These are nothing but your standard nodes which appear when you enter into the RFUI transaction, right? So now if I want to suppose add a new node over here, Can I do that? Yes, I can do that. So what I can do is simply over here, I need to click on change. So I won't save it. I'm just showing it to you. Okay. And then over here, a new menu, test menu. Okay. So I'll just select this. And then where do you want to add? Would you want to add it within the main menu? So that can also be done, right? So what you need to do, so over here you can see add entry as a sub node, add entry at same level. Okay, so if I click over here, select sub item, where did I create sub node? Okay, something is going wrong. I'm just automatically getting kicked out of that particular config node. But it should not be like this. I should be able to add it over there in the node itself. No worries. Let us not spend time in, but I will check what is the issue, because ideally what should happen is that if I'm adding a new object over here, a Z object, I should be able to add it over here in this particular node. Third time I will give it a try. Why am I not able to add the entry as a... So if I'm entering it as a sub node, that is when it is coming up. But if I'm entering it as at the same hierarchy, it is not coming up. Okay. No worries. What I'll do is I will check this and I will see why it is not coming up. So there's something wrong, because if you can see, the presentation text is also not appearing now. So yes, so if you can see, the node has come over here, Z test, but the presentation text is now deactivated. So I'll have to check why is this happening. So basically, it is not showing up all the nodes, because what happened was that within the menu hierarchy itself, it has taken this particular node. So that is the issue. But no worries, I will set it up accordingly and I will make the changes. Okay, so initially also when I was doing it, I was getting kicked out of it. So I will set up the standard hierarchy and I will take it up accordingly, the menu hierarchy. So there is nothing over here, because that test had no subnodes within it. So therefore, there's nothing. If I keep pressing enter, I cannot see anything over here. So if I go back, mobile data entry, radio frequency framework, RF menu manager. Presentation text. So for example, added Mr. System Guided O. And then over here, I will add it as a, select this node. There's nothing over here. Okay, let me do it after this call. So don't worry about it. I will set up the entire menu structure accordingly. So this is basically what has happened is that when I had saved it, it had wiped off the standard menu tree and it had taken just that Z test with the blank one. Okay, so therefore you cannot see any sub nodes over there now. So what I will do after this session, I will create the all the standard nodes, and you will be able to see the additional nodes. So the next screens, so what happens is that I will just quickly show it to you over here. My config screen go. Okay, so if I go to SCM extended warehouse management, mobile data entry, radio frequency framework, RF menu manager. And this is where I had changed it, right? The presentation profile. So within this right now, there is no hierarchy. Okay. So that's why it is showing up like this. But I have to do it in the change. I have to do it in the change mode. So I have to add entry as a sub node over here. Then everything comes up like this. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but still, what is happening is it is taking it as Z test. So I will be deleting this object. We don't need this Z test. We will just create the same one with the main one. So we don't need this additional Z test over here. So what I will do is I will just add entry as this one. So apparently it is kicking me out. So I hope that it doesn't kick me out again. Okay, so this logical transaction that we were checking is this one, I think. So before the water break, what you were asking me was how we can see this flow, right? In terms of the transaction flow that has happened. So what I have done is I have just assigned the screens back as well. So this is the main menu. So I will just add the text as well later tonight. Okay. Next, if you say, for example, now we go to inbound process and then go to receiving of handling units, receive HU by delivery. Okay. So over here, we just enter the delivery number and then we enter in. And even within now, each and every enter, whatever we are entering the data, so everything has got a logical transaction and a step assigned to it. So what was this logical transaction for the main step? RF main. So you see over here. Now, if you go inside, you will see all these things. See, the steps are assigned to it. So these steps, what does it? So the steps definition is over here. Okay. The processing mode, how you are processing it, the equivalent function module is also assigned to it. See. So what happens when basically once you are, what happens within this step? So you have to keep assigning function modules like that. So tomorrow, if the requirements, so why do we need to understand this as functional consultants is because tomorrow if a new screen requirements comes, how are you going to define that? So in order to understand that, you need to understand this structure, basically. Otherwise, you will not be able to, and as I mentioned, this whole assignment, if a Z screen is coming, it is actually done by the ABAPer, the EWM ABAPer who will be doing it based on the RF cookbook. So the cookbook that I will share with you, you guys can download it as well. It's available. You just need to type RF cookbook PDF. Okay. In case you're not able to identify it, just let me know. So there are two things. One is the RF cookbook and the other one is the ITSM setup. EWM ITSM setup. Okay. So the ITSM setup document I will share with you, but the RF cookbook is very easily available. So please, I would request you if you guys can download it. So there, the step-by-step maintenance, how this is being maintained. Once you have a new screen, how you have to do it. All those things are given over here in that particular document. Okay, so it's a very detailed document. So just go through that RF cookbook, I would recommend. But in the meanwhile, just to understand that every screen has got this particular, as I mentioned, this logical transactional assignments against the steps. Okay, now when we go inside this, And so there is also something in terms of logical transaction. Yeah, so RF main is nothing. It's just like you just enter, save what is happening. So next step, it's going to be like that. Okay, so if you see over here RF logon, then the next step is RF log GN. So these are different steps which are being assigned. Okay, so based on that, the different function modules are assigned to it. So basically what happens is that if you see, for example, over here, now for this one, there is nothing for the RF main. Let me show you the another one which we were checking out, RH, this one, right? So see, if over here, you have got this screen program assigned to it with the screen number as well, right? So similarly, what happens is that whenever you are, now if you see let us take the inbound delivery example only, okay? So this one, this HU by delivery. So over here, if you see, this is the logical transaction. This is the step, RHDESI and RHDESL, right? So now once I enter over here, so this is what happens. So this is the result. Now this is the result because what happens is that it is bringing. It is bringing the vendor number and the description of the vendor and the number of issues connected to the delivery. Now, how it is doing it? It is doing it based on because I have assigned a function module to this step. Understood? So if I go back one step, now again over here, let's do so RH. So you see there is this function module over here, which has been assigned. Okay, open this function module. So you see these are the different input parameters which are there. So I can put in the warehouse number, the delivery number, and based on that, if I execute this function module, it will generate me the details. So what I'm doing is that I'm assigning, this is a standard function module. So I'm assigning this function module to this particular step over here. This logical transaction, this is the step, and this is the function module. And these are all background processing. These are all background processing you can see. Then again, the next one over here, another function module is this, which has been assigned to over here in this particular step. So these are all based on the different input parameters that I'm providing. If you see over here, after I enter this is the output which I get. I have to do nothing in this screen. So I am not entering anything over here. I'm not validating any verification. There's no verification field, nothing. It's just giving, this is a display information. Okay, so this is your delivery. This is the supplier from where it has come from. And these are the number of handling units which are associated with this delivery. So now this is done. So the step, which is the logical transaction, is this. The step is RH, and DT. Okay. So now after this, if I go inside, this is a different, again, if you see Control Shift F1, the logical transaction is this one. The step is different. Now, if you try to identify the linkage of this step with this logical transaction, so that is what I was checking in that table. So let me show you. It is linked to all RH logical transactions, RH star star. Okay, so you have this. If you see RH star 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 star, this one, the one which I've highlighted, that means any logical transaction starting with RH, it doesn't matter. It's RH, HDES, RH, HHDESL, RH, HHHI, it doesn't matter. So anything starting with RH star star, the logical flow will work after that accordingly. So if I now from here, if I go to this one, you can see these are the different logical transactions steps which are linked to this. Okay, so now say for example, logical transaction for this is RHDC. It doesn't filter. because I have not pushed in additional these things. So if you see over here, all the it has been marked against RH star star as I mentioned, and it is so immaterial. So the moment you press this, so this particular step will get called. So over here, the step is RHHUSL. So let me just try to put that RHHUSL. From here, so for us, the one that is getting activated is this one, selection of the handling unit on RF. So because over here, if you see on the screen, what we are pushing in as an input parameter is the handling unit, right? So for this delivery, it is already showing as XXXX because we've already used this delivery yesterday. So if you create a new delivery, you will not have obviously these things. And then this is this is working for RH star star, right? So as I mentioned, and it is working for this handling unit. So once we have a fresh delivery, then we can take it up ahead and you can see the next flow of screens as well. Okay, so I will have to create some data for you guys to show it to you, the step-by-step flow. This is where we can also, as I mentioned, as if you have created a Z function module. Now, say for example, in the Z function module, generally what happens is that if I have this function module, suppose, let's see what is there. This. So generally what happens is that now this one is not showing up the importing parameters in this particular function module. So over here, you can see you have these different information which is passed and based on which it will be doing an execution, right? So it will be doing the unloading. It will be, so this is the function module used for unloading, right? So the unloading part basically is, will be the part where you will see yesterday we saw the unloading checkbox was activated. So this function module is used there. Now, if I suppose want to have something additional over there, some additional step, say for example. So already this standard function module is existing. So what I will do, I will ask my developer to copy this. And within these input parameters, I will add that additional input parameter. And using that, then the output will be generated. Now that is if that's from some custom table, I need to add that relevant logic over there. But this is from where generally we'll be copying it from a standard function module only and then make modifications in the standard function module. Okay, if we are creating a Z function module, unless and until it's a completely different Z custom table, and but still in the backend there will be some standard functionalities which will be still called. It will just be an enhancement or an addition of those existing functionalities that I will be doing. So therefore, what I would do, I will ask my developer to copy and then create a Z1. And once the Z1 is created, that Z function module needs to be assigned to the step as well. Say, for example, I want it to be over here in the additional screen over here, suppose. Inbound processes, handling units, receiving of HU by delivery. Now, if I want, suppose here only the delivery number is being provided, right? So if I want to say, for example, I want to also, over here itself, in this screen itself, I want to enter the product also. Let's say, for example, I want to scan delivery and I want to scan the product. I will generate a barcode for the product as well, and item-wise, I want to filter it out over here. That can also be done. Right? So I'm just giving an example. So in that case, this function module needs to be changed then. So when you change this function module, you need to assign it to this step. Change the function module and then assign it to this step. So generally, what we do, we don't change the function module assignment of a standard step. These are all standard steps provided by SAP. So what we'll do, we'll copy the step and create a Z step and then assign the function module to it and assign it to the logical transaction flow. So that is how it generally works. Now there's also something for verification, right? So now the verification profiles which we create is something which we can create, so you can see over here the verification profiles which are there. Like this is for source handling unit and destination bin. And this is for source handling, source bin, quantity, destination handling unit, destination bin. So what it basically means is that at what levels are we doing the verification? So over here, YE is 0001, so NLPLA and VLENR. Okay, so so this is the validation object. So it is the NLPLA is the source bin. Sorry, yeah. So it should be, so NLPLA is not source HU. Okay, and so what happens is that NLPLA is the destination bin, sorry, my bad, and VLENR is the source HU. Okay, so these are the technical names of these objects basically. So if you go inside, there will be 3 fields over here. So you've got the destination bin, the handling unit number, the quantity, and then the VLPLA, the source bin. So if you see over here, like if you go back, so it is source bin, quantity, destination bin, and destination handling unit and destination bin. Okay, so NLPLA is destination, VLPLA is source, handling unit, and then the quantity. So these are the verification profiles basically, which you will be creating for the validation. And then warehouse specific verification determination. So this is again based on the warehouse number, then activity area, and what is the verification profile. So based on that, so that means for the different areas of the warehouse. Now, suppose for this particular area, I want some additional verifications. I can do that, and I can assign it to that particular activity area as well over here. And you can see the process category. So there are different process categories defined for different processes inside the warehouse: stock removal, put away, posting change, physical inventory, goods issue, goods receipt. So you can do the assignments over here as well and do it as per activity and activity. So you can assign this, and then you can also maintain the determination criteria based on what it will be determined. So for example, for this warehouse, it will be based on the warehouse process category, activity area, and if it is not there, it will be based on the warehouse process category and the activity area, and if it's not there, it will be based on the warehouse process type. So the system will first go and check whether these 3 conditions are met. If not, it will go to this condition, and if not, it will go to this condition.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the benefit of the labor management feature in SAP S/4HANA EWM? Option A, it tracks employee attendance. Option B, it measures and improves warehouse worker productivity. Option C, it manages payroll and benefits. Option D, it handles tax deductions. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing warehouses? Our SAP S/4HANA Extended Warehouse Management course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S/4HANA EWM. It's like a powerful tool for handling everything in your warehouse, from receiving products to shipping them out. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced tips. It's made by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros with years of experience. They're here to guide you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People like you have found our course super useful for their careers. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome chance to learn is super affordable. Ready to become an SAP EWM expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.